This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 349, 3 points. Thunderbolt Arrow, the divine weapon transformed from Zeus' authority. Although this divine weapon that once made great contributions is no longer as useful to the God King as before after breaking through the boundaries of the true gods, it is still a powerful weapon. As one of the few high-level divine weapons in the world that specializes in combat, Hera, holding thunder, is fully confident to fight against any god. However, at this moment, the angry blow of the Queen of Heaven could not make any progress in front of a small sheepskin shield. The sharp body could not cut through the leather, and the scattered lightning trembled in front of the eye-like pattern, then solidified into a solid, and turned into small gravel, and fell to the ground. That is the shield of Equus, a divine weapon born with Athena. Its appearance is so ordinary, and in fact it is so. Its power is not strong among the divine weapons. Even though Equus was lent to Zeus' son, Perseus, a pay-to-win player, thousands of years ago, and absorbed Medusa's petrification power to strengthen himself during his adventure, the foundation of this artifact is ultimately just a sheepskin that is ordinary to gods. Therefore, this artifact specializing in defense has hardly ever shown its power. Whether it is Athena's own spear of victory or the sword of judgment of the goddess of justice Themis, they can cause damage to Equus. There is only one exception, that is, when facing thunder. Even if the power of the two artifacts is very different, Equus still firmly blocked the thunder and lightning, preventing it from moving forward. Bang! It was said that it was too late, and the sound of the bowstring vibrating sounded in the thunder. The dark purple thunder was blocked behind the shield, and Artemis, who was bending the bow and arrow, also accurately seized this opportunity. In the myths of later generations, the king of gods prepared a golden bow and a silver bow for his two children respectively. Apollo got the latter and used it to kill the giant Python, leaving behind the reputation of the god of long-range shooting. Artemis got the former and was worshipped by hunters as the god of hunting. Artemis in this world certainly didn't have a golden bow, but she had a moon bow. A new moon is a crescent moon, and the crescent crown can also become a crescent bow. The gift that Keto had sent before turned into an arrow in the hands of the Lord of the Wilderness and shot straight at Hera in the surge of power. Whoosh! The stream of light flashed in the air, and the distance in the hall seemed to be nothing in front of the artifact bow and arrow. Among the gods of Olympus, only Hestia, who reacted hastily, raised her hand and erected a barrier in front of her, but in just a flick of her finger, the arrow broke through the goddess's defense and pointed directly at the Queen of Heaven's eyebrows. With a cry of pain, the action of the goddess of fire was not in vain after all, and Hera still responded. She turned her head away, trying to avoid the sharp arrow. However, the arrow passed by her cheek, leaving a bright blood mark. The wound was not big, but it brought a heavy blow to Hera both physically and mentally. Feeling the warmth across her cheek, the Queen of Heaven was furious. "Athena, how dare you?" Anger accumulated in her chest, and even her voice became sharp and piercing. The arrow that passed by turned back to its owner's hand, but at this moment, compared to Artemis, Hera looked directly at Athena with hatred. Since becoming the Queen of Heaven, Hera has only been hurt by two beings in thousands of years. One is Typhon, the crazy and powerful king of all monsters who still makes Hera feel fear from the bottom of her heart, and the other is Athena in front of her. She has never really taken action, but everything is inseparable from her. This was the case with the power of the outer gods that eroded along the sacrificial channel not long ago, and the same is true for Artemis now. And in fact, in Hera's heart, there have always been some thoughts that are not easy to express. She was jealous of Metis, jealous of her intelligence, jealous of her being Zeus's first wife. She was also jealous of Athena, strength, wisdom, youth, and beauty, and she was like the continuation of Metis, proving that even if that woman was gone, her daughter was better than all of Hera's children. Athena, you dead leftover from Metis. How dare you still be here? How dare you offend the Queen of Gods? Athena, do you think you are invincible? Anger blinded reason. Metis's name has always been a taboo for the God King. He never wanted others to mention her, but Hera had obviously forgotten this at the moment. Yes, haha. Well said, Hera, you finally got tough. But it's true, when facing people other than Zeus, you always seem to be tough, ha ha ha. Poseidon, who had taken the lead in the attack, strode forward with a loud laugh. Half a day ago, as the human conference progressed, clouds gathered in the sky, and heavy rain was brewing in the city-state. The gods who were interested thought that this was a sign of dissatisfaction from the God King, but in fact, it had nothing to do with Zeus. He changed the topic himself, so how could he not think of the possible consequences? That was actually Poseidon's anger. Zeus arranged the wedding of the sea nymph Thetis without his permission, but he tolerated it for the time being. After all, Hestia came to act as a lobbyist, and also hinted that Zeus's behavior was related to the prophecy. As the god who really caused the flood and destroyed the Bronze Age, he still tolerated listening to mortals questioning the justice of the god's court. After all the gods in heaven and on earth gathered here, and if he dared to do anything, Zeus would never let him go. But now, Zeus is no longer here, and no one can use force to subdue Poseidon. Moreover, the Lord of Storms who shakes the earth will never tolerate the possible rebellion of the ancient sea gods, which is the foundation of his control over the sea. So Poseidon, who claims to be the king of the sea, raised his trident and pointed at Artemis and Keto, who were blocked by the shield of Equus. Keto, get out of here. And you, my dear niece, you won Athens from me, and let that despicable mortal run rampant on the sea. I have long wanted to see your level. Come on, this ridiculous shield can't stop me. In a blink of an eye, the former palace of Pontus was almost turned into a battlefield, and the attitudes of Poseidon and Hera were revealed. And seeing this scene, farther away, Phoebe, who was once only a palm away from the golden apple, had a flickering look in his eyes. At this point, it was almost impossible for her to compete for the golden apple, but the arrow shot by Artemis just now made her heart move slightly. As the goddess of light, Phoebe actually has a path that leads directly to the true god. Just like the complete sea, if she can conquer the sun, moon, and stars and become the true supreme of the light body, it will be more in line with her divine duty than any most beautiful goddess. Before, this was destined to be just a delusion, and the sun alone was a problem she couldn't get around. But now, Apollo is her grandson, and they have a good relationship. As for the moon, looking at the crescent crown, Phoebe's heart was a little struggling. Not only Phoebe, there were many gods who were entangled and hesitant in the field at this time, and the situation changed because of it. When Poseidon's voice fell, Artemis's bow and arrow were pulled up again, and farther away, Aphrodite covered her face and glared at Keto fiercely. Ares was overjoyed to see this. This time, he didn't need to hesitate between his wife and the mother goddess. What's more, the enemy was the hated Athena, so he happily drew out his bronze sword and stood with Poseidon. However, the Sea King looked at him with disdain for approaching and secretly distanced himself. He was more reckless, but that was just because he couldn't control his emotions. Most of the time, he knew the consequences, but Ares was different. He probably didn't want to make the two goddesses angry, but seeing his happy look, Poseidon himself wanted to beat him up. As the god of war moved, the situation in the hall gradually became clear. Many gods seemed to be divided into three parties, two of which were confronting each other, and one was neutral. Apollo and Leto stayed aside. Although the sun god himself was more inclined to Athena, he still stayed with the mother goddess. The wind god Zephyros was loyal to Zeus, and the other three wind gods surrounded him and had no intention of participating. The goddess of life Moanda watched from the sidelines, and the goddess of agriculture wavered. She hated Poseidon, but she didn't like Athens in the human world, so she stood with Hestia and also withdrew from the competition. Near the main seat of the temple, Nereus was thinking about the situation, but his brother, Phorcys, the wrath of the sea, made a choice first and stood decisively beside Keto. Like Keto in the past, he had an appearance that was incompatible with the gods and was called the father of monsters by the world. So he didn't care what Nereus thought at all, and before the eldest son of Pontus had time to reprimand his brother for making a decision on his own, Thaumas, the miracle of the sea, made his own choice again. He came to Hera's side and was willing to fight for her because his daughter, the rainbow goddess Iris, was a messenger during the Zeus-Titan War and later became Hera's messenger. For a time, the gods stood in line, and the huge temple seemed to be split into several petals. And holding Selene's hand, Hecate's smile became brighter and brighter. She did not join the side where Keto was, and of course, she would not join the other side. After all, strictly speaking, she and Athena did not have any close contacts, and her relationship with Hera was even weaker. She just watched all this with interest, and felt that her visit today was not in vain. "Hey, Selene, who do you think will win? Or how many do you think Athena can beat?" The joy in her voice was not concealed, and beside Hecate, the moon goddess couldn't help but puffed her cheeks. "It's best not to fight. What's the point of fighting? Don't say that, this is rare, eh?" Suddenly, Hecate's eyes were attracted by a short figure. It was a cripple, a rare disability among the gods. But on his legs, there was a mechanical walking tool. Slowly moving forward a few steps, under Hera's eyes that were about to spit fire, he stood on the side of Athena. "That's Hephaestus? I remember that he was invited to Mount Olympus by Zeus after the Typhon disaster. He seems to be the son of Hera, but he is not happy with her. I didn't expect that he would stand on her side now. What is this, a different kind of courtship? TSK, but no matter what it is, I'm sure Athena won't be interested in him." The god of volcanoes and craftsmen, the most low-key, unsociable, and least visible god in Olympus. Many people say that the only reason he became the main god is because of his mother-son relationship with Hera, but it seems that they are not so harmonious. But no matter what, this ugly god came to Athena silently, and Athena, who had been sitting in her seat from beginning to end, sighed when she saw this, and a trace of helplessness finally emerged on her girlish appearance. Don't hit a smiling person. The other party has not done what he did in the virtual world, so Athena can't call for killing him. After all, it has come to this point. A sigh flashed across her perfect face, and Athena's expression gradually became serious. As someone who has read the script, she had expected the golden apple, and she could actually see something of Zeus's plan. If she wanted, today's events would not have developed to this point. She was fully confident that she could persuade Artemis not to participate in Keto's affairs, and she was also confident that she could cleverly get out of the golden apple incident. As long as Zeus was still playing with her within the rules, she would always have a way not to accept it. But as the goddess of wisdom, Athena also knew clearly that rules have always been a tool to maintain rule, not an objective thing. Only when the benefits brought by its existence are greater than its non-existence will the person who created it maintain it. So, what is the greatest benefit for Zeus? Probably to rule everything and improve his strength. To achieve this, it is necessary to unify the various factions in the gods' court, gradually replace the main gods who were established because of no choice before, and then subdue the old gods who are still unwilling to obey the god king. So, after realizing this, Athena let Artemis go and watched the situation develop. Because Zeus's decision was inevitable, she could only choose the best time to take this move. The only one who can fight against the great power is another great power. She is not sure whether the Lord of the Spirit world cares about the disputes in the human world, but now it seems that there is another existence behind Keto who is very interested in intervening in the human world. Hell. In Athena's perception, Andrea has a similar power. After all, she is her clergyman. When the two stood in the same palace, she immediately recognized each other's identity. That is her own elect, the princess of the king of Athens, and now it is very likely that she is still the favored one of hell. The other party intends to intervene in the human world, perhaps to compete for faith, or perhaps for other reasons. The hell without power in the human world obviously needs opportunities and helpers, so he stirs up disputes and expands his power. Athens may also be one of his targets. So, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. Athena didn't know if this was the best time, but she knew that this was definitely not the worst, and she should also respond. So she stood up from her seat, and the goddess's eyes swept over the gods one by one. Since there is no way to avoid it, then come. Slowly speaking, Athena's skirt turned into armor. The spear was held in her hand, and the light flickered at the tip of the spear. She is the goddess of wisdom and the king of victory, so victory will always stand by her side. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 350, Two Kings. When the conflict in the palace on the ocean fermented, underground, in the underworld, the lilac moonlight shone on the gray soil, and nothing in the world could affect here. Almost at the moment when Hera held the thunder and hit the sheepskin shield, a silver snake flashed at the gate of the underworld. Eternal night and darkness shrouded both sides, and the surging river of pain stirred the waves. Due to the special spatial rules of the underworld, no matter where you come from on the earth, you will only fall into the same entrance. So Hades built a portal for this purpose to separate the human world and the underworld. At this moment, there was no living creature in front of this tall door, only a human man wearing black armor and pale skin standing with a sword. On his side, there was a soul that rose and fell with the flow of the Styx. Of course, to say that he was a human, he only looked like one. It was just that Zeus could be sure that he was not a god, but whether he was a human was actually a very questionable thing. Equus. Flashing out of the lightning, after many years, the god king once again set foot in this place that the gods regarded as wild. For some reason, Zeus felt that something had changed here, but after sensing it, there was no result. He shook his head slightly and put this illusion behind him. This may be the impact of dealing with the invasion of the outer gods. The real reason that made Zeus stop was not this illusion, but the collision between the thunder and the sheepskin shield far away on the sea. Falling from the sky for 9 days and 9 nights can reach the earth. Falling from the earth for 9 days and 9 nights can reach the underworld. But this long distance does not seem far away for Zeus now. Standing here, he can also feel his artifact. Hera used it, and then it was easily blocked by the shield of Equus. Although it was the thunder he left deliberately, and he knew that it could not do anything to Athena, but when this artifact that he once regarded as a treasure was so powerless, Zeus still felt a little uncomfortable. That's how he got his vague fear of Athena. It wasn't formed overnight, but was caused by the other party's silent display of power over and over again for thousands of years. Fortunately, she is a goddess. Without thinking too much, Zeus felt that he should adjust his mentality. Looking at Erebus, he never looked ahead and behind like this. Although this is also related to the fact that the power of the original god is not like the position of the king of gods, Zeus still feels that he needs to learn. Stop, who is coming? The distracting thoughts flashed in his mind, but it was only a moment in the outside world. When Zeus' figure appeared in front of the gate of the underworld, a roar resounded across the 2 banks of the Styx. The man holding the heavy sword raised his head, and his eyes under the mask were piercing. A deep and cold breath was released from him, filling this gray field. As the object of interrogation, Zeus was surprised to find that this existence that was not like a living thing actually had godlike power and was not even a weakling among the true gods. Zagreus, the gatekeeper that Hades found from nowhere. He has an immortal body that is stronger than an ordinary god's body, but he is not a descendant of a god. I thought it was a rumor before. Zeus recalled the existence of the other party with a slight movement of his mouth. Zephyros mentioned this to him, but to be honest, as the king of the underworld, Hades is really suitable. After all, he always likes to deal with dead things. With a faint smile, Zeus did not hide his identity. I am the god king of Olympus, and the king of the sky, the sea, and the earth. Get out of the way, I want to enter the underworld. This is my due right. Silently, the man named Zagreus looked at Zeus without respect and then silently made way. The armor plates on the armor collided with each other, making a crisp sound of metal collision. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Zagreus's attitude, considering that he was Hades' minister, he still didn't say anything. It's almost time. Isn't the reason why he agreed to Erebus to start the dispute over the golden apple to change the situation? It won't be long before this will all change. Without paying any more attention to this ignorant guy, Zeus easily crossed the river of pain and roughly identified the direction after crossing the place where Zagreus was guarding. Before, he had been chasing that breath all the way, passing through the sea and the strata. But when he came to the underworld, he suddenly lost his trace. As if it had merged into the underworld itself, the breath disappeared without a sign, but Zeus soon understood why. The birth of the underworld was originally from the interweaving of the 4 original god realms, so in theory, the power of the 4 original gods can do this. However, Erebus had just reached an agreement with himself that Nyx was suspected, but not big. If the search was fruitless, he could try to confirm it and try to visit this most low-key, ancient god of creation. For the rest, Gaia is also possible. After all, she is still the god of the earth. So, if nothing unexpected happens, this should be related to Tartarus. Well, it is a very logical inference. Moreover, if a god that has never been seen does not exist in the world, it is indeed very likely to come from the chaotic abyss. The result is that there is, but Zeus can't help but feel more difficult. Tartarus, a place outside the world. There his power as a god is destined to be greatly oppressed and weakened. Abyss. He whispered the name, hesitated for a moment, and although he instinctively rejected it, Zeus set off again. Although he did not choose to track down the mastermind behind Keto under the provocation of Poseidon's words, but took the initiative to leave for his own purpose, to untie the gods and avoid trouble, but this does not mean that Zeus does not want to know who that existence is. That familiar feeling, he must have seen the other party before, although he can't remember where he saw it now, but he still wants to take a look. So his figure flashed, and as the surrounding environment gradually distorted, a winding portal that existed and did not exist appeared in front of Zeus. Tartarus, the place he entered when he was not yet the king of gods. At that time, he was still working hard to overthrow his father. Standing at his door again today, Zeus felt very clearly that things had changed. Come on, let me see who you are. Taking a deep breath, Zeus stepped in. Soon, with a change in time and space, Zeus's figure disappeared under the sky of the underworld. In the depths of hell, on a high mountain, in the endless palace complex, Asmodeus had just taken back his power. This power residing in Keto is not without substitute function, but it is really useless when facing the same level of existence. So, he just declared his presence and hurried back to the abyss. It's just different from what Zeus thought. As he once said, when the demon in Tartarus was born, the time and space of the 9 hells floated in the abyss. So, he didn't actually go through the gate of the abyss, but returned here directly as soon as he entered the underworld. Are you still chasing me? Leaving at this time, it's just as I guessed, you actually want to create conflicts yourself. This timing, this somewhat hasty preparation, the abnormal fluctuation of the world power, and the goddess of life. So you have reached a cooperation with the darkness, and want to take this opportunity to completely unify the world. Raising his hand slightly, a wisp of dark power fell into Asmodeus's open palm. This is the power that Erebus once mixed with the souls of the Silver Generation. Later, it became the spoils of the 9 hells, and also made the Devil clan have the power to control the shadows. Looking at this power, and thinking about Gaia, who once cooperated with the Lord of Darkness, and Zeus's character, what else can I say except that we have our own ulterior motives? Clenching his hands, Asmodeus extinguished this ray of power and turned around to look at where he was. Unlike the floating island in the atrium of the 5th layer of hell, the 9th layer of purgatory is a place that is very similar to the outside world. The establishment of hell comes from order and chaos, and the 9th layer of hell is naturally the most orderly part. Even from the perspective of mortals, they may not be able to tell the difference between here and the outside world. They will only think that they are still in the human world, not in the lower world full of blood and fire. The ninth layer of hell, Cronoa. If the Titan gods of the past came here, they would probably suddenly find that this towering mountain is so similar to the uncollapsed Mount Odile, and the buildings on the top of the mountain are no different from the past. Do you miss the past so much? Or is this the reason why you choose to provoke conflicts in the world? The voice came from the depths of distant time and space, and Asmodeus was not surprised by the belated inquiry of the ancient snake. When he learned that Keto had received and changed the order, he knew that the other party would come to ask him. And the answer he gave was also thought of at that moment. Of course I miss it, but I don't miss the place. In fact, I just miss myself, who is full of fighting spirit, with my wife standing by my side and loyal guards protecting me. That's why I want to go back, and why I want to defeat the god court and take revenge on Zeus and fate. But what about you? Why do you want to stop this conflict? In fact, you have no reason to stop it. Zeus can't be your opponent now. Even if he has a stronger power, the authority of the God King comes from the world, and he must be bound by the world. So, in this case, why do you want to stop him from provoking conflicts within his own god court, or even directly giving orders to Keto? With a calm expression, although he didn't know the existence of the world of Herminu, Asmodeus still made the most accurate judgment. You are tripped and you encounter unexpected things. Because of the former, you can no longer sit on the high platform and watch the changes in the world, because as the most critical point, your power is limited. Because of the latter, you have to give orders to Keto, because there is not enough time to think and arrange. You can't find a more suitable object, so you can only let her complete your task. So, you see the opportunity? The voice is leisurely, and the ancient snake does not look angry. Asmodeus is not his subordinate. This is something he has known for a long time. So the other party's choice is just unexpected and reasonable. Yes, this is the best time. The war between hell and the abyss is destined to continue for endless years, because the world is growing. As the core of the chaotic side, Tartarus's power is being consumed by me, but it is also growing. Only the human world, only there is the node of breaking the situation. Zeus wants to provoke conflicts and even threaten your arrangements. You may not be able to use your full strength, but don't you still have me? Instead of having to pay a price to get you and me to target Zeus together one day in the future, isn't this better? You see, no matter what, at least now, our interests in the world are the same. Stretching out his hand, Asmodeus pulled out a sickle from the void. It looks very similar to the previous style, but more refined and gorgeous. After all, compared to the natural artifact made of flint, this sickle may not have a special effect against the God King, but its power in other aspects is actually even better. So he took a step and came to the gate of Tartarus outside of hell. Zeus had just arrived here at this moment, looking at the abyss that had changed greatly in surprise. Nothing is more stable than a consistent position. Only in this way can both sides work hard towards the same goal. As for you, Zeus, stop here. Your father is your father after all. He smiled softly and then swung the sickle. And under the knife light, it was the third generation of God King who was stunned to parry. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 351, The Second Broken Body. Not long ago, I just crossed the gate of the abyss. Although he looked calm and looked at the surrounding environment, Zeus was actually a little confused and felt that he might have come to the wrong place. However, after a while, when the chaotic time and space returned to calm, the surrounding environment suddenly changed dramatically, as if he had come to another world. In Zeus' original impression, the abyss had no direction and order, and was also chaotic and without anything. He once walked here with a trace of the power of the God King. He was moving forward the previous second, and the next moment he had to go back, or even circled in place. But even so, the three brothers at that time were constantly moving forward in Tartarus. However, at this moment, a different world appeared in front of Zeus. The dark red earth was vast and endless, with mountains and yellow rivers flowing on the ground. The soil seemed to be soaked in blood and flesh, exuding a faint fishy smell. Some lives with scales, claws and horns wandered and fought on the earth, devouring each other and becoming powerful. They seemed to be born to fit the order of the chaos of the abyss. As long as they plundered others, they could strengthen themselves. In the sky of the interface, a red celestial body released light, illuminating the whole world. That was not the sun. Zeus quickly distinguished it. It was a special celestial body composed of the power of fire and lava. But no matter what it was incompatible with his past impression of the abyss. If Tartarus was not so familiar with the suppression and isolation of the power of the gods, Zeus would have thought that there was something wrong with the fluctuation of time and space before, and he just came to a corner of the present world. But now, flying up to the sky, Zeus stared at this world. And when he looked down from the sky, a piece of information was suddenly read by him in some way. This is the first layer of the abyss, level 001-1, the plane of 10,000 abysses. What is this? The abyss is actually divided into levels and numbered with numbers. And there is the plane of 10,000 abysses. What is this? For a moment, the continuous information shock made Zeus feel like he was in a dream. He didn't know what was going on, but Zeus still remembered why he came. He felt the time and space of this world a little bit. It was tough but full of loopholes, and it was easy to find a way to tear it apart. Then the next moment, Zeus' attention was attracted. Because in the void in the distance, a portal suddenly opened. Soon, aghast-looking, the army, with its high-spirited and brave army, slowly walked out of the place, and hundreds of thousands of different creatures gathered together. In the center, a giant with 2 heads was holding the space-time channel with both hands and looking across. Looking around, the giant seemed to be observing the surrounding environment. Then the next moment, he noticed Zeus floating in the air. Stare. The 6 eyes looked at each other, and Zeus flying in the air was about the same height as the other party. After discovering the existence of the other party, both of them were obviously stunned. Zeus couldn't help but start thinking again. Where on earth did he come to? Could it be that the 3 male 100-armed giants in the past are here? The abyss left descendants, and the 2-headed giant opposite him was also greatly surprised. This breath that is incompatible with the abyss, whether it is the left head or the right head, they have never seen such a situation. Left. Hey, what is this thing? I don't think I have seen such a life. Right, I don't know, it seems to be a human? I have heard of this name. It is said to be a sinister alien race, but no matter what it is, I haven't eaten it yet, so why not try it now? Left. Really, but he doesn't look very delicious, and the breath on his body makes me sick. I want to beat him into a meat pie. Right. No. I want to try it. You are not allowed to attack him. Left. Why? If you say no, then no, I will beat him to death. Boom. The communication between thoughts is far superior to language, so in Zeus's eyes, the 2-headed giant, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly became furious, looking furious and full of momentum. And with the blessing of the abyss looming, the opponent's strength is even quite not to be underestimated. Although it is not a threat to Zeus, it is definitely extraordinary. Then the next moment, the giant's right hand hit his chest wildly, looking like a provocation, and the other hand was raised in the air, hitting Zeus directly. What is it? Can it measure the gap between us? With a frown on his face, Zeus intended to kill the opponent on the spot with all his strength, but then he hesitated. After all, this is the abyss, and the opponent is still vaguely blessed by the power of the abyss, just like the blessing he faced when he was in Asgard. In this case, it may not be wise to kill the opponent rashly. So his eyes shuttled through the space around him for a moment, and Zeus rushed forward. The space was broken, and his figure disappeared in the Wanyuan plain. The food escaped. Seeing Zeus' figure disappear, the giant's right head was a little disappointed. Yes, the meat pie escaped. Nodding, the left head seemed to have forgotten that the other party was trying to stop him just now, and agreed with this. Forget it, just go. What were we going to do before? Stupid, we're going to slaughter those demons, we're going to Shura Field. After a disdainful curse, the head on the right shouted, "Let's go, recruit all the demons along the way, go to kill, go to..." At the same time, as there are more and more gods, and the world becomes more and more perfect, the Father's right, that is born from the birth of gods, will naturally increase. With just a slight push, this seal will vanish into thin air. But what follows is that Gaia will be affected by it. Fortunately, I was prepared. The barrier of Gaia, the Earth Mother, is sensitive when touched, even when in deep sleep. However, a long time ago, another barrier that was almost the same was also useless. That barrier protected the golden apple tree, and the thing that made it useless was called Life Bottle. She lost something and didn't even know to update the protection. Maybe she had forgotten about this place a long time ago. Some sarcasm. Time will smooth everything, including the fear of Uranus, but Gaia's mistakes are what Erebus is happy to see. So he stretched out his hand, and an emerald green light lingered on his wrist. In the horrified eyes of Pontos, Erebus did not hesitate to reach out from behind the barrier. The next moment, a ball of light emitting a warm breath was held in the hand of the Lord of Darkness. At the same time, if it weren't for the dark domain still covering this place, I'm afraid that this ball of light would have flown over the 9 heavens and returned to its owner's arms the moment it came into contact with the outside world. But now is not the time, so he can't allow this to happen. Erebus, you still did it. Pontos couldn't understand this behavior after he spoke each word. What good would it be for him to do this? However, Erebus didn't intend to let him understand. He just looked at the ball of light in his hand and asked lightly, "Pontos, you are afraid of him, but who do you think Uranus hates the most?" "Maybe Kronos, but he hasn't been found for a long time. How can you take revenge on someone you can't find?" "Well, yes. He has no trace, and he can't be found, hee." With a low laugh, Erebus asked again, "What about the second hatred?" "It may be the Earth Mother, but it is more likely to be the Spirit Lord. What do you want to say?" Pontos hesitated to speak. In his judgment, his wife's betrayal and the despicable prophet may both rank second in Uranus' heart. But the former has at least suffered the brutal oppression of the father, and the betrayal is actually excusable, so although Uranus will not forgive Gaia for this, he will most likely put her in third place. As for Ryan, prophecy is not the key. Once the father thought he had defeated fate and looked for him all over the world, it was more of a show-off of the winner to the loser. But when Ryan opened up the spiritual world at the turn of the era, all the causes and effects changed. No matter how you look at it, he is the black hand behind the scenes, treating the God King as a chess piece. Then what about the fourth hatred? He asked again, and this time, Erebus gave the answer directly, without waiting for an answer. The fourth hatred is you and Oceanus. One threw his body into the sea, and the other hid it afterwards. So neither of you can escape. So, what do you mean, and what exactly are you doing here? The worries in his heart were pointed out, and Pontus couldn't help but feel angry. Yes, he will not let him go, but it is clear that as long as you don't meddle, nothing will happen. Don't worry, listen to me. He shook his head slightly, and his hand still did not reach out from behind the barrier. Erebus seemed to be thinking about something, but he hadn't made up his mind yet. Kronos. He is not known where he is now. Ryan and Gaia. Even if he wakes up, it will be difficult to deal with them easily. But you and Oceanus are different. You are not great, so although you are ranked 4th and 5th, you are actually the first to be unlucky. You will suffer the most cruel revenge, eternal revenge, and unlike me, Uranus, he will stay under the sky for a long time. So, listen to my plan, or do you plan to count on Zeus to protect you? No, only you can protect yourself. And I am here for this. Everything is under control. Erebus waved his long sleeves and shrank the power covering the seabed. He planned to continue communicating with Pontus, but at this time, a subtle movement from the underground immediately attracted his attention. The underworld shook, the dust sank and floated, and through the connection with his own domain, Erebus seemed to hear the roar of thunder even through the thick stratum. Lightning was dancing wildly, and the gods were roaring. And what followed was the winding and rugged shadow of gods and demons that had no beginning or end. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 354. Infallible. Underworld. Garden of Truth. When the ground and the abyss were fighting, the underworld under the moonlight was very quiet. It was still a little while before the noise from the abyss came out. At this moment, in the Garden of Truth, you can see endless buildings rising and falling, and silent creatures coming in and out. Everything seemed orderly, like a grand silent movie. In the center of the Pluto Palace, Hades was holding a wine glass and drinking by himself. The queen of the underworld went to the ground to inquire about the situation, and the other gods of the underworld were deliberately not called. In front of him, only Charon, the ferryman of the river of pain Acheron, was sitting upright, with a respectful look on his old face. "Your Majesty is really smart." He knew that those guys were unreliable. "Without your order, Eris could easily do things for the God King behind your back. This is the difference between us. In this underworld, only I, Charon, was born because of your birth." The voice was sincere and sincere. Charon seemed to be really accusing the gods of the underworld of betrayal and speaking up for Hades. But what he said was not without reason. The gods of the underworld were born with the power of the two original gods, so they would naturally be closer to each other. In addition, there was an absolute gap in power, so it was not surprising that they would choose to betray at this time. Of course, strictly speaking, this cannot be regarded as betrayal. Just like Hades himself is one of the main gods of Olympus, it is really difficult for others to say anything about the situation where the goddess of disharmony acts under the orders of Zeus. I just don't know if Hera knows that the golden apple was from Zeus's instruction? Probably he doesn't know. Hades thought with a calm face. Okay, there's no need to mention this kind of thing anymore. Everyone has their own ambitions, so today, you're the only one here, right? After drinking the pomegranate wine, Hades put down the wine glass and waved his hand slightly. The gods in the world often forget his existence, but he won't forget them. Regardless of other things, at least Persephone, the queen of the underworld, spends half of her time every year on the sacred mountain. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to pay attention, many things in the world can't be hidden from him. Of course, the matter of the golden apple was not learned in this way. In fact, as the lord of the underworld, although Hades has not achieved great divine power, his perception in some aspects is still superior to that of the gods. Like the abnormal fluctuation of the world's power, it's like this. So even though Hades, like Zeus, doesn't know why this is happening, and he can't even judge whether this fluctuation is the tilt of the world's power to the outside, Pluto can still detect that there are probably changes in this world that he doesn't know about. So the subsequent events were logical. Hades was not blind, even though he was on high alert. The golden apple incident was completely planned by Zeus, and Erebus was only responsible for getting the gods of the underworld to serve him. Without the cover of the authority of the Lord of Darkness, Hades, who held the power of the underworld and wore an invisible helmet, easily investigated the unusual movements of the gods of the underworld. But even though it was clear, there was no law in the underworld that prohibited the gods from doing things for the king of gods. So for this situation, Hades couldn't do anything directly for a while. But since they were unkind first, he had to be unjust later. Since you don't recognize yourself as a minister of Hades, you don't want to share the benefits of the underworld at all. Charon, how are you preparing? Putting his worries aside, Hades asked lightly. For this matter, he has been preparing for a long time. When he heard this question, Charon, who had been waiting for a long time, flashed a hint of joy in his eyes and answered as calmly as possible. Your Majesty, after all these years of accumulation, the power of the river of pain has accumulated enough. After all, I have no other place to use them, because now the souls flow into the underworld through the river of oblivion. the existence of Acheron is basically meaningless. Your Majesty, as long as you give an order, I will expand the territory for you. Haha, it can't be said to be expanding the territory. That originally belongs to the underworld. We just go to occupy it. Nodding with satisfaction, Hades' mood obviously improved. Among the rivers of the underworld, there are only 3 rivers that are born naturally, not counting the river of fire that he divided himself. Styx of oath and hatred, Cocytus plus Lethe of oblivion and lamentation, and Acheron of pain and immobility. The first 2, one flows into the abyss, communicates with the outside world, and holds the power of oath. It is the most well-known river of the underworld among gods and men. The other carries the souls of the dead, reaches the depths of the spirit world, can wash away the memories of the past, and only leaves the dead with the lament and nostalgia for the past. But only Acheron, it seems to be useless. As the Styx born with Hades, the river of pain is actually like the other 2 Styxes and has some authority over the underworld. However, perhaps in the original myth, because the soul's destination is still the underworld, Charon, as a ferryman, can still guard the gate of the underworld and make any ferryman pay him a price. But now no one needs him to cross the river. Mortals will not come, and the gods don't need them. So although he is also a natural Styx, Acheron's power is surprisingly weak, and no matter who looks at it, they can't find any direction for his growth. After all, he couldn't possibly go to the earth as a river god and try to unify the many rivers. Not to mention whether the king of gods would have any objections, nor the reaction of the lord of the ocean. Styx alone was a threshold he couldn't bypass. So Charon was an idler in the underworld for quite a long time. Hades thought so at the beginning. Even for him who is short of manpower, Charon really had no sense of existence. This situation continued until the Typhon disaster, when the undead Evans reported his discovery to him. From then on, the River of Pain had practical significance for the first time. C3 to 168. Because after personally sealing the Crown of Silence at a great cost, Hades, who finally found the entrance to Helheim, the land of the dead, encountered trouble again. In this foreign interface full of the breath of death, he encountered rejection again. Unlike Asgard and any fragments of the 9 realms, that world rejected living things, which was determined by its innate laws. Unfortunately, as the god of chaos, Hades does not have the possibility of dying like the gods of the 9 realms. However, for Hades, encountering troubles is a normal situation. After all, his life as a god has always been on the road of constantly solving troubles, and he has never eaten pie in the sky like Zeus. Therefore, after just a little thought, Hades came up with a solution. Since the environment rejects him, either change yourself or change the environment. As the king of the underworld, Hades has no ability to change himself on the one hand, and even if he has, he can't turn himself into a dead person. In this case, changing the environment is the only solution. For this reason, he summoned Charon and decided to use this useless Styx to achieve his goal. There are 3 Styx rivers. One flows into the abyss, one flows into the spirit world, and the third one flows into the land of the dead. Since the fairy fee cannot be collected at the gate of the underworld, go to the gate of Helheim to collect it. As the Styx with some authority in the underworld, letting Acheron break into Helheim means that the laws of the underworld will erode and assimilate this interface. Although Helheim is strong, it is impossible for it to be comparable to the entire underworld without the world tree. The result of erosion is unquestionable under the gap in power. And once this assimilation led by himself is really completed, Hades doesn't know what kind of benefits he will get. However, before Poseidon, the sea had a master. Before Zeus, there were 3 generations of gods in the world, but only the underworld has only one master from beginning to end. He is Uranus of the underworld, the original Hades, the incarnation of the land of the underworld, and the one who has made the greatest contribution. So for him, strengthening the underworld is strengthening himself. Let the Styx open the way, and even later, he will select the undead who can enter and the capable demigods in the world to enter, speed up the occupation of Helheim, and then...
Boomstreepje.
With a slightly changed expression, Hades suddenly stood up from the throne. Just now, a huge vibration suddenly came from a distance, causing the underworld to shake, and even the palace shook. And that direction seems to be the abyss? Sharon, did anyone enter the underworld just now? Hades asked seriously, grasping the key point at the first time. Sharon sensed it from a distance and exchanged senses with the Akron River. Your Majesty, yes. Not long ago, the God King just entered the underworld. I knew that whenever he was there, nothing good would happen. Hades cursed secretly, and he never thought that Zeus could still cause trouble for him, even though he didn't care about his golden apple. But thinking of this, as another bigger vibration came, Hades couldn't help but snorted again. But fortunately, I was prepared for this. The earth shook, and the huge earthquakes continued. The previous vibrations were obviously not isolated, but Hades just walked forward slowly and reached out to knock on the pillars in the palace. The crisp sound echoed in the hall. Ordinary people might not understand why, but when Sharon heard this sound, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ha, it seems you heard it too? That's right. Few people know that as the god of the underworld, I also control a considerable part of the underground mineral deposits. The materials that ordinary gods regard as treasures are nothing more than that to me. So, Sharon, I learned from the previous lessons and made sufficient preparations when building this Hades palace. Before, Hades clenched his fist and said word by word, "Do you know how many times my palace has been destroyed? 3 times. And every time, it was an unexpected disaster. But this is only in the past. From now on, it will never collapse again, because this palace was cast by me in the way of casting artifacts. Except for the lack of authority and power from the material point of view, this is a supergiant artifact. Humph. In this way, unless there is a great power directly attacking my palace, the aftermath alone will never hurt it. Let Zeus fight it himself, it's best." Hades didn't say that it's best to have a few legs broken. As for being beaten to death, it is naturally impossible, and Hades would not dream of such a thing. Your Majesty is really amazing, farsighted and wise. This time, it is bound to be foolproof. The voice of praise came from the side, and Sharon, who had made up his mind to hug his thigh, flattered without any embarrassment. If you don't take into account the huge difference in appearance, he actually looks a bit like Shepheros now. Ahem. Don't be in a hurry to celebrate. Let's wait until the matter is over. After coughing slightly, Hades realized that he was a little too emotional. But this is normal. Anyone whose home has been torn down time and time again will have this reaction. Sharon, since something has gone wrong, don't leave in a hurry. Other places may not be as safe as here, and I also want to see what kind of enemies Zeus has provoked in the abyss. Boom. At the portal at the junction of the abyss and Hades, the huge vibrations became more and more intense. Inside Tartarus, Zeus was slowly retreating. Although he was initially angry and a little over the top, Zeus was Zeus after all. For a person like him, unless he is forced into a desperate situation, it is simply impossible to put aside the pros and cons and fight to the death with others under other circumstances. So after gradually calming down, Zeus began to approach the gate of the abyss. As the god king, during the battle, Zeus gradually discovered that the abyss was not only repelling himself, but also the other party, but it was not as big as himself. The closer you are to the portal, the less pressure you have on yourself, and the greater the pressure on the other party. In this situation, there is no need to say more about how he should act. It is impossible to lose if he loses, and it is impossible to escape if he escapes. As the king of the gods, even for the sake of the stability of the king's power, he could not lose to a nobody. It's just that the battle of 300 rounds is slightly better, and I have to temporarily retreat due to the conflicts among the gods on the sea. The script was arranged silently, and Zeus's hand still did not relax. Everything is perfect. There will be no accidents. It's just that in the middle of the battle, Zeus didn't notice that underneath his body, a huge thing that was almost integrated with the chaotic and deep void of the abyss was quietly moving. Get closer to him. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 355, Heaven and Amp. #039, S-Fall. Hualala. Zeus, is all you can do about running? You, the God King, seem to be just like this. The chaotic void rang like water under the disturbance of power. Near the entrance of the abyss, Asmodeus looked at Zeus, who was leaning against the gate. It must be said that compared with 1,000 years ago, Zeus is much stronger now. Maybe there is a credit for the fruit of the day, but no matter what, the power is real after all. Run? If a being like you dares to step into the world, I can suppress him with a flip of my hand. The Lord of Hell is just a person who hides his head and shows his tail. In the abyss, in the void outside the Wanyuan plain, Zeus responded with a sneer. The 10,000 feet of true body surrounded by thunderbolts and the huge world celestial sphere slowly rotated above his head. Who doesn't talk big? Although the opponent's power is strong, it is far from being beyond his ability to deal with. The reason why Zeus retreated here was just to choose an environment that was more favorable to him. In front of the portal that connects the two worlds, the suppression of the interface has been weakened by more than one level. In the battle just now, except for Zeus's few mistakes at the beginning, he quickly recovered his state and quickly recovered some of his disadvantages. After all, strictly speaking, what he said was not all lies. The abyss is not his home court, although it does not seem to be the opponent's territory, but since Zeus can tie with this existence that claims to be the Lord of Hell here, it means that if the battlefield is on Earth, the opponent is definitely not his opponent. Putting aside the biggest concern, Zeus can't help but feel fortunate for his stability and caution while relaxing at this moment. Sure enough, his strategy of probing little by little is correct. If there is no golden apple as a buffer, and he directly shows off his chariot and horses to subdue the gods, who knows how many obstacles will jump out. Now it is much better. He can completely follow the plan, expand the conflict little by little, consolidate his authority, enhance his strength, and by the way, figure out who is the enemy he is facing and who is the help he can win. This is just the beginning. He has to find out the other party's background and see if there is anyone he can win over. Like now, since this being in Tartarus but rejected by the abyss has shown hostility to him, it means that the native life here may be able to be won over by him. It's hard to judge, but there is still a chance. Because some intuition tells Zeus that he should have something to do with him here, just like the inexplicable closeness he had to the abyss when he was not yet the God King. Now it seems that it is not an illusion. Buzz. Backhand suppression? Then you can experience it first. Thinking in his heart, but the fight between the two sides did not stop. Accompanied by the echo from the depths of the abyss, a dark halo swept across from afar, and deep evil thoughts approached Zeus from all directions. Looking around, there are threats everywhere, and the only gap is behind Zeus. But can he retreat? Of course it is impossible, and there is no need. The other party can't do anything to him, but he, Zeus, may not be. If he wants to leave, he must win one move before leaving, and the opportunity is right in front of him. Zheng. Ha ha ha. As expected, you don't understand the power of the God King at all, and you actually dare to chase here. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Come and witness my power. The exit is behind him. The Lord of the Nine Hells obviously wants to force Zeus out of the abyss in a mess, but at this moment, Zeus' eyes are shining. The abyss rejects the present world, just as chaos rejects order. But in fact, there is one thing that has always been overlooked by ordinary people, that is, the power of the God King is so special after all. The giants in the past could be imprisoned in the abyss by Uranus, even if the price was to reduce the kingship of the Father, but this was still done. Perhaps it is because the God King is granted from the present world. It can often show supernatural powers that do not belong to the current level in some places. So in fact, Zeus has always known that as long as he is willing to pay some price, he can actually mobilize stronger power here. And at the entrance of the abyss, the price he paid is undoubtedly the smallest one. Then, accompanied by a loud laugh, The tricolor scepter belonging to the god king appeared in Zeus's hand. At this moment, his power instantly increased by a large margin. One punch is better than 100 punches. A king does not need to have the power to defeat all the people in the world together. That is a stupid choice that only tyrants like Uranus would make. For real power, deterrence is the most cost-effective choice. Whether it is to win over potential allies or to deter this ancient god who had secretly intervened in the world in the Bronze Age, Zeus needs a real victory. Open! With a loud shout, the celestial sphere fell, facing the spreading black light. The Lord of the Nine Hells did not seem to expect Zeus to suddenly burst out with such power, and he could not help but subconsciously dodge backwards. However, the confrontation of great divine power is not something that can be smoothed out by a small distance in space. Unless it is a great person who truly condenses the symbol of time and space authority, this distance is simply meaningless. Haha. What are you hiding from? The laughter spread under the power of the god king and echoed in the chaotic void. Zeus intended to attract the attention of more beings. He could only achieve his goal by defeating the opponent in public and then retreating. Hiss. Huh? Who? The tide of the battle was reversed. The situation was hanging upside down, and Zeus gained the upper hand in an instant, preparing to leave an indelible lesson to this enemy. However, the next moment, the face of Zeus, who was charging forward, suddenly changed, while Asmodeus, who had just retreated to try to avoid, reversed his previous retreat and faced his attack without hesitation. In the originally deep darkness, something seemed to surface instantly. Zeus suddenly realized at this moment that he had more than one enemy. Yes, there seemed to be a difference in power between Ceto and that human being, but he had previously thought that it was just a difference in using different powers of one person. Who would have thought that from the abyss, which had always been regarded as a prison, two beings capable of threatening him would pop out? Zeus, as I said, those tricks of yours are too immature. Facing the enemy head-on, the arms of the Lord of the Nine Hells squeaked under the pressure of the huge falling celestial sphere, but he faced the enemy head-on, as if he didn't care. Zeus, you can't. Boom. At the junction of the underworld and the abyss, roars from shallow to deep continued to come out, shaking the void. The mere collision between materials is not enough to shake the world. This is the manifestation of the conflict in laws on the material level. The continuous turbulence caused the entire underworld to sway from side to side, like a ship in a heavy rain. Of course, the underworld is a relatively complete interface anyway, and it will not cause any real damage. It only brings a great threat to life in the underworld. Fortunately, after the shaking continued for a while, when a powerful force of royal power flowed down the channel into the abyss, the shaking was briefly stopped. This is the power from the God King that comes from the order of the world, but it also stabilizes the time and space of Hades. After all, although the underworld, like the starry sky, already has certain areas that are not covered by the laws of this world, its main body is still part of the order of chaos. Under the power of the God King, those originally unstable laws immediately return to normal, as if the shaking just now was just an illusion. The noise of the world disappeared, and the vast dust seemed to quiet down. Only the river of fire was still rolling, and the low-level undead lingering on the ground continued to wander unconsciously. It seems that the disaster is over, but it also seems that it has just begun. The whole world is like the calm before the storm. Boom! A dull sound came from the entrance of the abyss again. The creatures on the dust looked up at the sky blankly, but obviously everything would not stop because of them. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, 3 more sounds came one after another. There were low sounds, each one was duller than the other, but each one was louder than the other. Behind the door of the abyss, there seems to be some terrifying existence knocking on the door. But the gate of Tartarus was so strong. It was not until the 3rd blow that the gate that isolated the chaos in the world finally seemed to be overwhelmed and collapsed under the oncoming torrential rain. Endless light shone from the edge of the underworld, and even the underworld moon was temporarily obscured. The next moment, a scorching sun seemed to shine on the netherworld.
Boom, boom. Click.
In an instant, the galaxy turned upside down. The sky of the underworld was surrounded by thunder and lightning for thousands of years, and a huge figure fell out of the portal of the abyss. The revealed true body was even bigger than the 100-armed giants of the past, but for some reason, its lower body was empty. Hiss. Zeus, you can't.
Boom.
The giant fell from the portal, but was followed by a huge shadow. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. 1 second, the great change had just begun, and the next second, the entire underworld seemed to have a wall that was too high to reach the top. At this moment, only a few gods with the authority of the underworld could see this terrible change from a higher perspective. An endless snake actually coiled around the underworld for 3 times in an instant. Its body is still in the abyss, but its huge head has already touched the giant's body. Hiss. Asmodeus is right. You are indeed still far behind.
Boom.
The sound is loud, but the elephant is invisible. In the eyes of the creatures in the underworld, they could not see the figure of the giant snake. They could only see 2 rounds of light beside the dark moon, and the sky suddenly dropped. The giant seemed to want to resist. He tried to support the sky with his remaining arms, but his old strength was exhausted, and new strength was not born. At least at this moment, he could only use 1/10 of his strength. So like a mantis facing the wheel with its arms raised, and like a mayfly trying to shake the earth, after just a moment of resistance, the giant fell under the pressure of the sky. And the place where he fell was naturally the center of the underworld. Let's go. It's Zeus again. You dash. Almost yelling, in the palace of Hades, watching the gods and demons colliding in the sky, Hades waved his sleeves without hesitation and took advantage of the moment of stalemate between the giant and the sky to bring everyone in the Garden of Truth with him, and then mobilized the authority of the underworld to disappear directly from the place. What did he just say? Unless there is a great divine power that directly attacks his temple. He didn't take action directly, but Hades felt that if Zeus fell, it wouldn't be much different from taking action directly. At this moment, Hades has begun to doubt whether there is something wrong with the place he chose to build the temple. After all, Khaos' fate is real. Maybe he should go to the human world and ask the 3 goddesses of fate on Mount Nisa for a suitable location? And to be honest, Hades at this moment doesn't know whether he should say that he is lucky or unlucky. Because it's not just the palace. Looking at Zeus's current situation, there is no doubt that his other prophecy has also taken effect. Looking back, Hades, who had already fled thousands of miles away, continued to move away while looking at the location of the Garden of Truth. Sure enough, the figure of the giant was falling, and he did not block the falling sky at all. With a slight breath, Hades could not help but swear in his heart. Next time I must build a temple connected to the origin of the underworld. At that time, even if all the great powers in the world come here, they dare not destroy my temple at will. It's ruthless to be ruthless, but you still have to run away. Helplessly moving away, Hades' only consolation at the moment was probably that several of Zeus' legs were indeed broken. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 356 Lies. Hades' figure flashed quickly on the land of Hades. The sky seemed to tilt for a moment, and the stars fell to the earth. He was trying to stay away from the center of the impact and try his best to mobilize his strength to stabilize the land of the underworld. In other words, the sky of the underworld is not the real sky, and it does not need tools to support the sky. Otherwise, it is likely that more than the Garden of Truth would be destroyed by the fall of Zeus. Whoosh! The meteor streaked through the air, and after a short stalemate, the celestial body continued to droop. Black flames wrapped around the periphery of the meteor, and the fire of hell continued to burn on Zeus' body. That was one of the symbols of hell. The divided Muspelheim brought fire to the 9 hells, and the innate darkness of the silver humans gave the fire a tendency. Together, they constituted the magic fire belonging to hell. Of course, although the origin seems to be not small, it does not mean that the fire has the ability to burn Zeus. For Zeus, the flames burning on him could not actually cause him any harm. In fact, the only thing they could prove was that he really had no time to care about anything else. Get up. With his hands raised, Zeus looked up, his eyes flashing with lightning and fire staring at the huge snake pupils in the sky. Only this big snake, as expected, although he was tricked just now, at least a small part of it was successful. The Lord of the Nine Hells who took his attack head-on was definitely not feeling well, and the fact that the opponent did not take advantage of the victory now is proof of that. Now, as long as he could block the attack of this terrible monster, he would still have a chance to save the situation a little bit. Yes, monster. In Zeus' eyes, the serpent of the courtyard was undoubtedly like the giants and Typhon, an existence that did not belong to the system of gods, and a demon that was not recognized by most gods. Get me up. With all his strength, under Zeus's wide eyes, his falling speed did not seem to increase that fast. When he left the abyss and returned to the realm of the living world, his strength was increasing at a very fast speed. If there was enough time, he would be fully capable of blocking this attack. However, the next moment, Zeus realized in despair that he might not have so much time, because although his falling speed slowed down, the distance between the heaven and earth in the underworld was far less than that on the ground. Before he could fully recover his strength, the earth was already close at hand. Even faintly, Zeus felt that his lower body seemed to be about to touch something hard and sharp, and the sharpness of the metal was so clear. But this was probably an illusion. There were no enemies in the underworld, and he did not detect the existence of other gods under him. Excluding the possibility that someone below was holding a weapon and preparing to attack him, it couldn't be that the geology of the underworld had changed. In the unstoppable fall, Zeus's face suddenly changed. The pain continued to come from under him, and the flesh and metal collided with each other. When did the ground and palace of the underworld become so hard? Tisk dash. In an instant, blood splashed. Zeus, who was fighting the snake with all his strength, had no idea that he would be backstabbed again from below. The sharp edges of the Hades palace were like sharp blades, stabbing into him fiercely under the force of Zeus' own falling. The expression on his face twisted instantly. If it were normal, these buildings would be hard, but they could not do anything to Zeus's body. If he still had even a little bit of strength left, his instinctive defense would not let him be hurt so easily, even if the owner of these palaces was not the lord of the underworld, and Hades did not mobilize his strength to stabilize the land of the underworld. Then the greatest possibility for them was that they would be blasted into a lower place during the collision and buried in the ruins by smoke and dust. But in reality, Hades did not dare to let Zeus hit the ground of the underworld without preparation. So standing in the distance, watching the trajectory of Zeus's fall, Hades only hesitated for a moment and continued to maintain the toughness of the ground. Well, Zeus just suffered a little, not to mention that he came to the underworld without saying hello. In any case, this is much better than the underworld being hurt and him suffering the backlash. So when the earth was strengthened by the power of the entire underworld, the originally endless buildings were like or sandwiched between iron felt and forging hammers, either melting themselves or breaking the two hammers that hammered them. And the result this time, naturally all three suffered varying degrees of damage.
Boom.
The world was still for a moment, and then a huge earthquake resounded through the void, echoing under the sky of the underworld with the roar of the God King.
See?
A collision turned most of the Garden of Truth into a basin. The originally endless buildings have disappeared, but Zeus, who caused all this, is also not doing well. Although the gods can regenerate flesh and blood, it also takes some time. At least Zeus, who is suddenly in trouble, did not have time to reshape the missing half of his body. So at this moment, a large amount of specially cast divine metals are interspersed in his flesh and blood. These materials with a strength close to that of divine weapons are not so easy to be erased. But Zeus couldn't figure out why Hades spent so much money just to build a palace, and what was his purpose. Could it be that Hades still has hidden prophetic abilities, and he knew that he would be injured here today, and then deliberately built such a building? This joke is not funny at all.
Boom.
In the center of the huge basin, Zeus stood up among the ruins with another shock. The muscles in the bloody body squirmed, constantly expelling broken metal fragments. That damn building had completely turned into nothing, and at this moment the God King looked up into the sky. He looked at the giant snake that had stopped attacking since he fell, and his heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. The other party did not continue to attack because Zeus, who had left the abyss and returned to the present world, was no longer so easy to deal with. The advantage of one move was enough, and continuing would only give him a chance to make a comeback. Even Zeus himself can be sure that if this big snake dares to continue to attack him, then the order of the world will react and start to strengthen itself to restrict this enemy from outside the world. But just as he saw, the opponent stopped in time, and stopped after an almost absolute advantage. As the God King, Zeus had just forcibly used his royal power in Tartarus. He could not do it in a short time. Time once again violated the order and started fighting in the world. This was obviously his own plan, to defeat one move in the abyss and then retreat directly. But now, the life in the abyss may have seen his heroic appearance in repelling the Lord of Hell, but how he was knocked to the ground he is also seen by the beings in the underworld. Even it's not just the underworld. At least the primitive gods enveloping Hades definitely see all this in their eyes. This snake and Hades. One unexpected thing after another, and this damn feudal system. If the underworld was under his direct control, then as soon as he left the abyss, he could instantly mobilize the power of the entire underworld to bless himself. So how could he be driven underground in such an embarrassing manner by the other party? But things have come to this, and there's no way to change. The breath rises from the body and spreads in an almost provocative manner. However, the big snake in the sky does not react at all. It is like watching a clown perform, and its long body is winding, twisting. Call. Zeus slowly exhaled, knowing that the other party would not continue to fight him according to his ideas, and at the portal of the abyss, the aura of the previous opponent was also faintly revealed. Although I don't know why he didn't stand up together, at this moment, Zeus had no choice but to suffer this loss. Who are you, and why do you want to sneak up on me? With a flash of light in his eyes, Zeus asked loudly. He was looking forward to a response from the other party, whether it was a war never tires of deceit, or even a direct laugh at him for not discovering it in time. He could accept it. However, the humanized head of the big snake high in the sky seemed to reveal a smile, and a ray of malice flashed across his body. When he grows up, I will test his abilities a little and finally decide whether to entrust him with an important task and let him go into the abyss to complete his mission. After all, it was easier to say that in other places, even if there was a mistake, he could make up for it in time. Perseus used to cheat all the way with the artifacts of the gods. But Tartarus, that was beyond his control. Once inside, don't expect outsiders to help. For a child who is not that old yet, Zeus doesn't care that much whether he dies or not now, but if things go wrong in the future, it will be a difficult problem to solve. Earth, Acropolis. Zeus' journey to the underworld was temporarily over, and in the Acropolis venue, Gaia, who was obviously not present but was mentioned repeatedly, finally looked at the masterpiece in front of her with satisfaction. At this moment, the crowd in the venue built along the mountain was a little confused, because although the brief confrontation in the underworld not long ago did not completely affect the ground, it still left some traces. A minor earthquake is not a big deal on the plains, but for a city built on a hill, it is a big disaster. Yes, it seems you succeeded.
Pandora, right?
How do you feel about it? Or, to be more specific, how do you feel about it now? In the corner of the high platform, a woman in her 40s looked at Pandora in front of her expectantly. Just now, when the earth shook for a moment, Gaia could clearly feel that these divine fragments that originally symbolized the authority of material destruction suddenly flickered. The will that originally belonged to Perseus suddenly woke up a little, briefly containing the chaos in the fragments. At the same time, because of the birth of the earthquake, people in the entire Acropolis felt panic in an instant. Many of them began to pray for God's blessing, hoping that this would not be a large-scale natural disaster. In the process of praying, many people mentioned the saying, "Ask God to drive away the disaster." In this case, Pandora's own spirits seemed to be lifted. The moment she came into contact with the divine fragment, she seemed to have the ability to connect with the power of faith to a certain extent. Although this is not as good as God's, there is a difference between having and not having them. So her spirit, which was on the verge of collapse, stabilized instantly, and as expected, she successfully accommodated this fragment of divinity. Slowly opening her eyes, in Pandora's eyes, the world seemed to have changed. Things that were originally blurry became clear, and many things that she had been unable to touch in the past became touchable. And the most important thing is that after so many years, Pandora has mastered power beyond the mortal world for the first time. The power of destruction flows through her, and she is now a true demigod in every sense of the word, not by race, but by pure power. You must know that although she lived for a long time in the past, in order to prevent her from having the ability to resist herself in the human world, Epimetheus never allowed her to have access to the truly powerful extraordinary knowledge. So, until today, she had never mastered true power. But now, everything is different. Yes, I succeeded, I survived. Holding her hands empty, at this moment, Pandora, who had just completed her promotion, felt as if she could tear apart the sky and the earth, possessing the power to destroy all things. But soon, reason overcame this feeling of swelling. She can never be Gaia's opponent, and she may not even be able to defeat Epimetheus now. The fragment of divinity she contained was not the largest, so she took a deep breath, suppressed her thoughts, and turned to look in the direction indicated by Gaia. There, countless light spots still flickered, but it was obvious that Gaia was referring to the largest one. That was the core of the authority of Perseus, the former god of material destruction. Whoever controls it controls this top level of divine power. Pandora had no feeling for it before, but now, perhaps due to the fusion of the divine fragments, an inexplicable connection was born between the two. I feel like I can affect it, but only a little bit. It can also affect me, and it's a big part. But, after hesitating for a moment, Pandora continued. It seems to sense that there is a destruction that has just occurred under the ground beneath its feet. Yes, I understand. You are able to communicate normally without any signs of being seriously affected. Pandora, you are doing much better than I thought. Without paying attention to the last sentence, Gaia naturally knew what had just happened in the underworld. She was naturally happy that Zeus was injured, but the state of Pandora in front of her made her even more excited. It seems that my guess is correct. Fate is indeed favoring you. If it hadn't been for this sudden disaster, you might not have been able to complete this step so easily. It would also be difficult to know what to do in the future to increase the level of Qin fusion, the success rate of divine fragments. But it's different now. The destruction of matter can actually stimulate the consciousness in the fragments and reduce the chaos, and if life connects this disaster with yourself, it can stimulate your spirit and anchor your state. This looks a bit like a different kind of ceremony. Pandora, looking at it this way, you can be regarded as setting a precedent for future beings in the world to integrate fragments of divinity. The voice softened, and Gaia gently stroked the ordinary-looking pottery jar. This is the power of fate. Although she didn't know whether it was fate or not, since the result was good, she would take it as it was. Since I succeeded, can I leave? Although the most critical step had passed, Pandora's mind was still constantly impacted by the spiritual realm. The destruction of all things, the shattering of rocks, the diversion of rivers, and everything related to material destruction in the world for tens of millions of years were impacting her will, but not as fiercely and crazily as when she just merged. She just wanted to take a break now and stay away from this ancient god. But obviously, Gaia didn't intend to let her go. You can't leave yet, Pandora. I came to you this time, not just to let you merge a divine fragment. This is just the beginning, and there is still a lot for you to do. I know. Slightly lowered her head when the information brought by the divine fragment surged in her mind, Waves of desire for destruction also rose in Pandora's heart. But she endured it because she didn't have the ability to resist. But when she lowered her head, the witch who brought disaster and curse glanced at the brightest one among the millions of stars, which was also the core of the authority of material destruction. She told Gaia about her feelings and said that she felt the destruction of the underground, but in fact, she didn't tell the whole story. Because this authority seems to be able to sense not only the past destruction, but also the upcoming one. And the other destruction that she didn't mention seemed to be in a corner of the world not long after. In that direction, I remember a small country that obeyed Athens. The impression had long been blurred, and Pandora just kept it in mind. The reason why she concealed this matter was not that she thought this destruction could affect Gaia. She just wanted to know how much Gaia could control her, these divine fragments, and even the authority of destruction. If there was not much, the power that tried to destroy all the matter in the world was flowing in her body. Things like spirits always affect each other as long as they are close enough. No one knows what this witch, who has become a tool for creating disasters since her birth, is thinking at this moment. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 359, War and Victory. What happened to Pandora was just an episode. The Olympus god system knew nothing about this incident. In contrast, on the Sea of Pontonoris, above the palace of Poseidon, the battle between the gods has intensified. The dome of the temple was lifted, and light shone into this ancient palace. Huddled in a corner, as the only mortal in the field and the trigger of this divine battle, Andrea looked up at the gods in the sky. At this moment, the war between gods has turned from a trial to a fierce battle, and some people have been injured and bleeding. Surging power vibrated in the sky, and various artifacts shone brightly. Andrea even clearly saw that for the first time, even Hera's white arms had blood stains. You know, just as Athena is known as the girl with bright eyes in the world, the Queen of Heaven is also known as Hera with white arms. This is both a compliment to appearance and a description of authority. Because in the hearts of wise men in the world, eyes are the windows of wisdom and soul, and arms symbolize the kindness of mothers in nurturing their children. Fertility and wisdom are things that mortals long for and cannot live without. But at this moment, the masters of both of them were duking it out in the sky. Did I do it? Her eyes widened, because one of her choices caused a conflict between the gods, but Andrea only looked confused. Before she came here, she heard Iwan tell her a lot about the situation among the gods and the dangers facing Athens. He told her that if she couldn't choose a proper owner for the golden apple, the world would be doomed to be a river of blood, because this was the will of the god king and the unspeakable consensus of the gods. But now, Andrea discovered that things didn't seem to be like this. Because even if she handed the golden apple to the Poseidon, the result didn't seem to change. In other words, she even began to doubt that if she gave the golden apple to the goddess, would this fight really still happen? This is an accident, Andrea. I have to say, this is something I didn't expect either. According to my original intention, Khaos should leave directly when he gets the golden apple, instead of causing such a big trouble. A familiar voice flashed through her heart, but this time, Andrea did not accept it so simply. She was just silent for a moment, and then asked in her heart, "I know, this is not what you want. But Evan, why do you think a war will definitely break out among the gods? Could it be that the God King cannot prevent the outbreak of war? Why can't he stop all this? Besides, gods created all spirits. Although I questioned this in the previous debate, and I think what you said makes sense, is there a possibility that they are not as bad as you say? After all, there are many absurd rumors about gods, but there are also many, if not more, about nobles and kings. I heard my father mention them everywhere, but kings and nobles still rule the world. And gods, will it really start a war in the world and make tens of millions of people bleed? So you think that the problem actually lies with Ceto and me letting you choose her, is that right? No, I'm not blaming you, Alvin, but the choice made by this Poseidon is different from what you thought. Biting her lip lightly, Andrea took a breath. In front of her, there was a seemingly thin but impenetrable barrier. That was left by Athena. Maybe others have forgotten it, but she still remembers this believer who brought everything in the first place. It is precisely the existence of this barrier that allows her to watch this divine battle from the perspective of a bystander. There is something wrong with that Poseidon, and you may not have expected that the God King left because of it. But it is precisely because the God King is absent that no one can stop the conflicts between the gods. My father told me live this kind of thing. A country needs a strong king. Only in this way can it subdue discord and rule over all the forces at its disposal. So, you think that what you did before may be wrong. You should give the golden apple to Athena. Even if some gods are really dissatisfied, the God King will definitely be able to suppress the conflict between the gods. I don't know if this is right, but at least the current result, this is not what I want. Andrea spoke softly, feeling that her life in recent times was really a bit absurd. Because of an unexpected hijacking, he came into contact with an unexpected person, and then single-handedly caused a divine war. The divine war may even cause conflicts among humans. For a moment, she felt that everything was a little unreal, and she had doubts about many things. After all, she is still too young. I see. The voice sounded in the bottom of my heart, and then gradually became deeper. Listening to Andrea's question, Ryan couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Although it seems that everything has not deviated too far from the right track, and the source of the accident is the Lord of Hell, which can be avoided in the future, Ryan still reflects on himself at this moment. Yes, what he knows doesn't mean others know it. Just because others know it, doesn't mean they can understand it and follow it. Even Keto would obey Asmodeus' orders at a critical moment and eventually change his plan. Now the war in the world is inevitable. If he also turns a blind eye to the opinions of mortals like the gods of Olympus and arranges all kinds of things in a self-righteous way, then in this upcoming war between humans and gods, let alone Athens, even Silvermoon City, will it really be as easy as he imagined? Maybe, maybe not. If he is still a complete self now, Ryan doesn't need to consider these things. In the face of absolute power, all problems are not problems. But since there is no absolute power, from the perspective of the embodiment of human nature, Ryan even feels that his understanding of human nature is quite shallow. Just like Andrea is too young, the former, he has never stood at the top of people, and he will naturally not care about these things after becoming a god. Maybe in this regard, I still have a lot to learn. Thoughts flashed through my mind, so at this moment, the plan that was originally changed because of Keto's choice was directly erased in Ryan's mind. He had imagined that if the disputes in the human world were destined to be undelayed, then perhaps he could take the initiative and gain an advantage. He also thought about clipping Zeus's wings and then delaying time, which seemed to be very necessary. But now it seems that Ryan feels that it is not so necessary. For some reason, Cohen's figure flashed in his mind. At this moment, following his spiritual intuition, Ryan gave up these plans. What will happen if the war in the human world fails? Perhaps it will be the demise of Athens and Silvermoon City, and the increase in strength brought by Zeus's surrender to the gods. But what does this mean to him? When his divine incarnation returns, this era will come to an end. And the life and death of human beings, let them decide for themselves. As the incarnation of humanity, he will be an ordinary human being at ease, and then do what he wants to do, such as understanding the development of alchemy. In that case, Andrea, since you still have hope for the gods, then do what you want to do. Go and see what Zeus and the gods will bring to Athens in the future. Speaking in a low voice, Ryan smiled easily on the seat far away in the Acropolis. Well, it's really a waste of worry. If it were the self before separation, I probably wouldn't care about the golden apple at all. But Andrea might still be disappointed. After all, the gods never disappoint people in terms of disappointment. Bang! Just as she was communicating in her heart, Andrea, who looked up at the battlefield in the sky, suddenly found that the war of gods had once again ushered in a turning point. With a soft hum, as the weapons collided, the bronze sword in Ares's hand finally showed some cracks under the continuous collision with the artifact walker's spear. A corner of the sword tip broke off and flew into the ocean, But Ares, who had already fallen into rage under the blessing of power, was unaware of it. He held the dagger and rushed towards his undefeated sister. "No, sister, I am the brother. Victory, I am the embodiment of war. It is difficult for you to be born in the head of the Father God. What does this have to do with me?" The body of the god became more and more powerful. The war between the gods boosted the power of the god of war. Not long ago, the fight in the underworld only stimulated the authority of material destruction. As the god of war, Ares also benefited from it. At this moment, he felt as if he had never been stronger. After all, Zeus and Ares are both members of the Olympian pantheon, so when the king of gods fights as a living god, the law of war will naturally become active and prosperous. "Look, Athena, I am the god of war." With a roar, accompanied by his own authority, a series of phantoms flashed behind Ares. It seemed that it was the shadow of all the gods and people in the world who were fighting at the moment. He even saw two blurred and huge phantoms, which were the big snake and Zeus before. With boundless power on his body, Ares was confident that any existence that had not broken through the limits of the true god would definitely not be his opponent. Ding.
God.
The next moment, the spear and sword collided, and Athena's spear seemed to have retreated a little bit. Staring at his opponent with blood-red eyes, Ares wanted to see panic and disbelief in the other's eyes, but the result disappointed him. In Athena's eyes, he was greeted by only the usual calmness. At this moment, a nameless fire surged into Ares' heart, and the will to fight was like a flame igniting the hot blood in his chest. It's always like this. She always looks indifferent, as if everything is in her eyes. In this case, I will use my sword to... Ka. In a blink of an eye, the long sword suddenly broke into pieces. This sword, which was led by the god of craftsmanship and forged by 3 Cyclops for 100 years, could not match the real artifact after all. Under the power of the two people's collision, pieces of bronze fragments scattered in the sky and the sea. But at this moment, what really made Ares unable to understand was the unfathomable divine power on the other side, which was like the ocean. In just a moment, the spear of Voctor shattered his weapon, and then, in Ares' unbelievable eyes, it escaped from Athena's hand and pierced directly into the chest of the god of war. Athena. The spear then crossed the sky, swept across the sea, and nailed Ares' body to an unnamed mountain on an island. With a roar, the goddess looked away. This is nothing surprising, after all. "Yes, Ares, you are war." Athena spoke lightly, turned around, and grasped the tip of Poseidon's trident. "But I am victory." Because they are both Olympian gods, Zeus's battle brought Ares strength. However, at this moment, because of fighting with Keto, the victory of Hell over the god king is also Athena's victory. So, just like every time before, war was defeated in the face of victory. The goddess of wisdom, who was originally standing at the limit of the true god, also temporarily sensed the vaster realm in pure power under the feedback of authority. It's a pity that Athena didn't show this power, because in her perception, a familiar and powerful existence has come under the sky. The next moment, as expected, the pressure of the god king swept across the sea of Pontonoris. "Stop!" With a low shout, it was hard to tell whether it was joy or anger. Zeus appeared in the sky, and with a casual move, the thunder arrow in Hera's palm fell into his hand. In the hands of the real owner, this artifact immediately showed its true power. In an instant, countless lightning bolts turned into walls, instantly separating all the gods fighting on the scene, and Zeus also looked at the wind god randomly. "My friend Zephyrus, please tell me, what happened here? Why did the gods I trusted most fight in a group when I just left for a while, without the majesty that the gods should have?" With a cold look, Zeus asked knowingly, and while asking questions, he also secretly memorized every neutral god on the scene at the moment. "How can you be neutral? Don't you have any relatives and friends?" The trip to the abyss ended, but Zeus's desire for more powerful power became more urgent. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 360. The Conspiracy Under Humiliation. So that's roughly what happened, Your Majesty. Above the sea, under the power of the God King, the battle between the gods seemed to have temporarily ceased. But this is only temporary. Almost everyone can see that after a bloody confrontation, both sides involved in the divine war have accumulated deeper conflicts. No one knows in what form this contradiction will break out, and when it will break out, but this has nothing to do with the function. Faced with Zeus's inquiry, Zephyros just avoided the important points and recounted the reasons for the conflict between several people. For example, at the beginning, it was the queen who launched the first attack. His statement was very objective, and after hearing this objective evaluation, Zeus was also very satisfied. So, Hera, are you still dissatisfied with the ownership of the golden apple? But this is the result we have agreed upon in advance. The winner among mortals will decide the owner of the golden apple. This is the promise I made before the gods, so I will naturally not break it. As my queen, you should also understand me. He nodded slightly to Zephyros, as if he just knew the whole story or appreciated the other person's attitude. Zeus then looked serious and scolded Hera. Zeus, what do you mean? Her eyes widened, and looking at the injuries on her body, Hera felt a little unbelievable. No matter what happens, I am your wife and the injured party, right? Shouldn't you be on my side at this time? Fiercely flicking her sleeves, Hera pointed in the direction of Ceto. Zeus, it would be fine if it was someone else, but who is she? You actually question me for her? What was the result of your pursuit just now? Who is the person standing behind her, secretly colluding with outsiders? Shouldn't she be punished? Will you take it immediately? Hera, I have never joined Olympus, and it is not your turn to judge me. It is not your turn to question what kind of people I have contact with. Why? The God King invited the gods from all over the world to come. It's really a big joke to attend my niece's wedding banquet and exclude me as the host. Smiling disdainfully, Ketua was not afraid at all at this moment. The goddess of life can be related to the Lord of Darkness, so there is nothing wrong with her being related to the King of Nine Hells. Yes, Zeus could just take her down regardless of all this, but if so, wouldn't the whole drama of the God King be in vain? So, just as she expected, Zeus only hesitated for a moment, and then suppressed the anger against Hel in his heart. He just took a deep look at Ketua, and then said lightly, Hera, there is no law in the divine court that prohibits gods from getting to know outsiders. As long as she does not violate the order of the divine court, no one has the right to judge her. And she is right. Although the original Poseidon family assisted Poseidon in the past, it does not mean that they belong to Olympus. Zeus. Don't you know, what a fair decision. She just dash. Enough. Her voice paused. Hera never expected that the culprit of the war between gods would inexplicably become her. Grievances and dissatisfaction erupted in her heart. This was the first time that Zeus refused to give her face. However, in response to the queen's anger, Zeus just said calmly, Hera, I know you are dissatisfied, but in Olympus, I am the king of gods.
Boom.
As if releasing the depression caused by his previous embarrassment, at this moment, with Zeus as the center, the realm of supreme kingship descended on the sea. On the earth, in Zeus' true home court, at this moment, even the gods outside of the Olympus pantheon deeply felt the power of the vast sea. In their eyes, Zeus was simply the only one in the world. Everyone, this is it. In the name of the God King, the wedding will go ahead as usual, and the golden apple matter is over. There are still too many things that happened today. Nereus, I am extremely sorry for all the surprises. Finally, Hera, and my most intelligent daughter, no matter who is right or wrong, you are fighting each other, and as the person closest to me, I really can't bear to see you fighting each other. Come back with me, come to Olympus, where I will personally mediate your grievances. He announced calmly that Zeus was taking back his power. As his queen, Hera enjoyed the rights and should share his worries. He could secretly support all her acts of revenge in the future, but today, He just wanted this conflict to continue. So, he didn't give any chance to defend himself. As a flash of lightning flashed, the figure of the god king disappeared again. But compared to him at the previous wedding banquet, Zeus at this moment couldn't help but leave another impression on the gods outside the divine court. Decisive decision-making, strict commitment to commitment, and strong strength. No one paid attention to the previous incident of Zeus being led away by the mysterious aura. At least until the news of the underworld came, they all felt that by leaving this trip, the god king must have gotten the results he wanted. Zeus left, but things here are not over yet. The eyes of everyone present then focused on Hera and Athena, even Poseidon, who had always been lawless. Zeus seemed not to mention him just now, but in fact he secretly warned his brother with his momentum. Although Poseidon sneered at this, considering that he was teaching his wife a lesson, he just pretended not to see it. It's better to start a fight. Poseidon sneered secretly. Poseidon hoped that Hera would not be patient. It was best to go back and fight with Zeus. Hera, you.
Ivy Phoenix.
Shaking her head slightly in response to Hestia's concern, Hera felt her body feel a little cold as she stood in the sky.
Zeus.
Athena. Artemis. Ketua. Without saying anything, feeling the gaze of the gods, Hera, who always cared about her face, only felt the burning pain on her face at this moment. They all seemed to be waiting for her decision to see whether they would go against Zeus's ruling as the queen of gods and attack Athena again. Some were as concerned as the goddess of the hearth, some were as provocative as Keto, and some were obviously allies before, but now they were secretly watching the joke. Her towering chest rose and fell rapidly. Hera clenched her silver teeth, and she finally made a move the deputy didn't seem to care. Because she sadly discovered that even if she ignored the rules, her strength was not enough to support her in achieving her goal. Why are you still hanging around here? Since Zeus wants to find me, I won't stay any longer. Zephyros, I'll let you and Nereus make arrangements together. As you command, your majesty. He accepted the order in a low voice. Unlike other gods, the god of West Wind did not react any differently because Hera had just been reprimanded by Zeus. There was no change in his attitude from before. Very good. The palm of his hand slid over the bleeding arm, and some blood drops were stroked away. Following the breeze, they fell on the bodies of the god of beauty and the goddess of agriculture. Without looking at Athena and Ceto, nor at the Poseidon palace at her feet, Hera turned around. Just now, she was interrupted by Zeus before she could finish her words. In fact, she felt that Ceto was not worthy of receiving the golden apple not only because of his identity, but also because she felt that Athena was mocking her. Perhaps it was because of the fleeting momentum collision between Zeus and the Lord of Nine Hells not long ago. Although the two later chased each other to the underworld, the accident finally broke something and made Hera discover that something was wrong. The strong disguise was torn apart by the power of the same person, and Hera suddenly discovered that the mortal who made the decision, didn't he have her power? Yes, it was her, the Princess of Athens. The person she hinted at kidnapping was also the person who secretly made her suffer a loss. At this moment, even though accidents occurred frequently, the results seemed to lead to a destined ending. She originally planned to reveal the truth in front of the gods and tell the mortals' problem, but with Zeus's tough attitude, Hera swallowed her words. If Zeus had made up his mind not to side with him, then everything could be classified as an accident. No one stipulates that clergy cannot participate in debates and eventually win the debate. So the moment she discovered Zeus's attitude, Hera gave up this plan. What's more, the golden apple is no longer important to her now. She just wants everyone to pay the price. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. With a flash of figure, Hera left immediately, and behind her, Athena, who saw her leaving, warned Artemis and followed her away. Soon, the aborted wedding continued, but the gods' minds were no longer here. Artemis decided to escort the princess who came to make the decision back to the world, and Aphrodite also left quietly. This was because of the marks on her face that had not yet disappeared, and also because of an unexpected discovery. Picking a random direction, Aphrodite covered her cheeks with a silk scarf. I have to say that with a layer of cover-up, she looks even more beautiful. Taking Ares, who voluntarily asked for help, she landed on an uninhabited island and began to wait quietly. Whoosh! The sun was setting and the long day was finally over. With the wedding concluded, Apollo returned to his post, and the day finally came to an end. On this moonlit night, Aphrodite sat on a stone, with the somewhat bored god of war next to her. Aphu, who are you waiting for? I'll bring her to you, okay? Pacing around, Ares couldn't help but complain. If you don't want to wait, you can leave. With a soft hum, Aphrodite didn't believe that this licking god would leave. As expected, the only response she received was an apology from Ares. But maybe the prayer of the god of war finally took effect. After a while, a stream of light flashed across the sky. Demeter? Somewhat unexpectedly, Ares didn't know what the goddess of agriculture had in store for her. However, when she saw the person coming, Aphrodite immediately went to greet him. Aphrodite, what do you want from me? The light fell to the ground, revealing the figure of the goddess of agriculture. Demeter seemed a little nervous. She glanced at Ares, but the beauty just waved her hand gently. Ares is not only my husband, but also the son of Hera. What's more, we really need enough fighting power. Stop beating around the bush, Demeter. Let's get straight to the point. Now that you're here, it seems you've also received Hera's message. After saying that, Aphrodite stretched out her hand. A drop of bright red blood rolled in her open palm, and in front of her, Demeter hesitated and took out another drop. Ah! Ares had no idea what was going on and looked confused, but the goddess of beauty obviously had no intention of explaining to him at this time. She just looked at the goddess of agriculture and spoke softly. Very good. It seems that you have made a decision. Yes, the alchemy of Athens is simply questioning your authority as the goddess of agriculture. But you are indeed the god who controls the growth of all things, not the god who controls agricultural technology. I don't intend to be an enemy of Athena, and I don't intend to be an enemy of anyone. Hera said in the message she left me that she has a way to solve this trouble, and I don't need to take action. You are right, and we don't need you to take action with anyone. Nodding in agreement, the goddess of beauty clenched her fists. Until this moment, the goddess who had been severely humiliated before showed her inner unrest. What is the grievance you, Hera, suffered? I was engraved with a line on my face in public. This hatred is simply irreconcilable. You just need to provide all other assistance, Demeter. If Hera wants to target Athena, she must first target Athens. If you want to stop the outflow of those alchemical creations, you must also end everything from the source. Then the question is, the gods rarely interfere in human affairs. Why can Athens still be so unscrupulous? Why can't we do anything to him? Because Athens still has a king who stands at the top of the world. Speaking in a low voice, Demeter finally knew what she was here for. Yes, that's it. It was he who promoted the alchemical technology, and it was also his incarnation of having no respect for the gods, and even daring to defeat the gods. His wife and family were in the car behind, and only he and the 2 mixed-race children he rescued on the road were here at the moment. They were not real Hebrews, but the descendants of Egyptians and their mixed blood. Their mixed blood certainly made them not oppressed like the slaves carrying heavy stones on the roadside, but their rights would not be recognized. After all, Ra punished them for their Hebrew blood, so these mixed-race children were born sinners. No law would protect them. If they hadn't met Moses, they would have died in the wilderness under the bullying of their peers. Thank you, sir. Although they couldn't stand the tempting aroma of the food, the 2 children still thanked them first. Moses waved his hand and signaled that they didn't need to care. After getting permission, the 2 children finally started to eat. Alas! Moses sighed softly and felt helpless watching the 2 children wolfing down their food. Even when he was in the car, he could still hear the whip waving outside. They were separated by 2 worlds, but he couldn't do anything now, because this was an order issued by Pharaoh himself, and they themselves were recognized as sinners. If you want to change this situation, you have to change the gods of Egypt and the pharaoh who ruled the world. Fortunately, the rumors he heard along the way told Moses that the connection between the Egyptian gods had become increasingly blurred since a few years ago, so he only needed to convince the rulers of the world. I want to save them, and I should save them, because in this world, only I have the ability to do so. Thinking silently, time passed quickly in Moses's contemplation. I don't know when the two children finally finished their lunch. The children, whose hunger was relieved, finally had the courage to raise their heads and looked at the old man who saved their lives with grateful eyes. Mr. Moses. Coming back to his senses from contemplation, Moses looked at the little girl who had just spoken. The other party seemed to be a little hesitant, so he immediately smiled and encouraged, "Why, do you have anything to ask me?" "Speak up. As an old man, it is my duty to teach children." "Thank you, you are such a good person." The boy smiled embarrassedly and asked, "Mr. Moses, I want to know, which god is the god you asked us to thank just now? Is it the greatest one who controls the sun?" The girl on the side said with wide eyes, "Or some other god asked you to save us? I heard that we have blood cursed by God. Is the curse finally lifted now?" There was some silence, and Moses didn't know what to say for a while. But after a moment, he still shook his head slightly. "No, you are wrong, kid. The Egyptian gods did not withdraw their punishment on us, even though I came here to hope that they would withdraw it. Pharaoh did not restore our rights in the law, even though I came here for this purpose. At least now, the Hebrews are still sinners in their eyes, so the Lord I believe in is not the Egyptian God. He is the Almighty Divine, the beginning and end of all things. I saw the revelation he gave me in the flames, and I came to the earth at his command to save my fellow countrymen who are in distress." Speaking softly, according to Moses' original intention, he actually just wanted to separate the God he believed in from all the gods that existed in Egypt in the past. After all, the two children in front of him were just mixed blood. They had never heard of the legends of the Hebrews since childhood, and it was easy for them to confuse the two, thinking that different gods were just gods from the same pantheon, but with different opinions. However, after hearing his words, the girl's eyes lit up, as if she had misunderstood something. "So, Mr. Moses, the reason why we are regarded as sinners is that the gods in the past were the gods of the Egyptians. They only protected the Egyptians and hated any human beings outside of Egypt. The gods you believe in are our gods. They will only protect us and punish those who harm us on our behalf. Is that right?" "Of course not." Subconsciously, he wanted to deny it, because Moses knew very well that the Lord had never seen blood and race in his eyes, nor did he care about the good and evil and conflicts in the world. Just as he had told him before, he did not care about the Hebrews, let alone their life and death. He only cared about Moses himself. But that's what he said, but at this moment, when Moses looked at the expectant eyes of the two children, he hesitated for a long time. If he said that, maybe he would extinguish the hope that had just risen in their hearts. On the contrary, if he admitted it, it would not break their fantasy, and such misunderstanding would also help shape their reverence for the Lord. For most ignorant mortals, understanding God as protecting oneself and protecting the enemy can let them know who their faith should be dedicated to as quickly as possible. Let's do this for now. In the future, when things settle down, I will tell them the true greatness of the Lord, which is not limited to human race, species, or the greatness of all things. As for now, it's not bad to let them immerse themselves in dreams. After thinking about it for a long time, Moses finally nodded. His smile is like the warm sun in winter. Even though he is very old, his eyes are still bright. Well, yes, children, you are right. He is the God of everything in the world, but also the God of the Hebrews. Those who bring destruction to us will also be punished by him. This is the covenant he made with me in the revelation of fire. At least it is true in words. Moses does not think he has deceived them. Memphis is very close, and he also has to think about how to convince Pharaoh. Although God said that the road he was going through would be tortuous and that the Hebrews would suffer heavy casualties on their way back to their homeland, Moses still wanted to try. If Pharaoh was willing to release them directly, it would be great. The brief conversation did not interfere with the progress of the ox cart. As time passed, the carriage finally came close to Memphis. But compared to the fantasy city of Khaos, Memphis was far behind. However, the city walls were more than 10 meters high, and the guards in leather armor. When the ox guard approached the city gate, it immediately attracted the attention of the guards. Snap! There was a sound of scattered leather armor colliding. The guards had no intention of checking it, but instead paid respect to the carriage. Because in today's Upper and Lower Egypt, horses are an extremely rare livestock, and they are often used in military units such as chariots. Camels or ox carts are really used for transportation. Of course, it is said that there are more, but in fact there are not many. Compared with the huge changes in Khaos, the mortal world of Hemenu is the real productivity of the classical era. Therefore, they were able to avoid the fatigue of traveling all the way and even avoided the soldiers' interrogation. Even now, even the guards of the Egyptian capital tacitly accepted that they were nobles in the city. Moses really had to thank his wife's family for their extraordinary origins and the respected priests of the Midianites. Otherwise, even if no one remembered his identity as a fugitive 40 years ago, he might have been directly detained as a Hebrew and then arrested to build the temple. Please come in, respected adults. With the courtesy of the captain of the guard, the carriage slowly drove into Memphis. After more than 40 years, Moses once again set foot in the city where he grew up. I remember that the place where Pharaoh lived should be there, and I don't know if it has been moved or repaired over the years. Introducing everything on the road to the two curious children one by one, traveling in this city that is called the royal capital, but is not as big as imagined. Soon, the Egyptian palace was within reach. But when he got here, Moses' carriage could no longer move unimpeded. You stay here first, the things that follow will be a little dangerous. I want to go alone to meet the kings of Upper and Lower Egypt. Reaching out his hand and holding the long staff that had been lying across his knees, Moses gave the two children a word and then got off the carriage. He looked straight at the place where he grew up, and old memories flashed through his mind. It was here that he received royal education and everything he did later. So, in a sense, Moses still hopes to solve this problem as peacefully as possible. Who is coming? Chong. A question came from in front of him, and two spears were crossed at the intersection. The approach of Moses' carriage had already attracted the attention of the guards, but no one thought they were coming to attack the palace. They looked at this strange noble and thought about which city-state he came from. I am Moses, the messenger of the Lord on earth. I have come from Midian to pay homage to His Majesty Ramses II. By God's will, I will discuss the future of my race with him. Holding the scepter in hand, Moses spoke softly. He was not going to let the pharaoh grant them equal status with the Egyptians. He just had to take them away. They will climb over mountains and rivers and return to the place where their ancestors once lived in myths and legends. And the first step is to start here. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 364, Misunderstandings and Shadows. Ding-ling-a-ling. The wind blew, and the silver bells rang. In the palace of Memphis, when Moses was stopped by armed guards at the steps of the palace, the ruler of Upper and Lower Egypt, the son of Seti, the over 100-year-old pharaoh Ramses II, was admiring the scrolls spread out in front of him. His old body was still agile, and in fact, different from the conclusion drawn by later generations based on the records in some scriptures. As the third pharaoh of the 19th dynasty of Egypt and one of the great rulers in Egyptian history, Ramses was a very capable king, and theoretically, he was not the villain recorded in the scriptures. He had mobilized troops abroad and won repeatedly, had many children, and was good at poetry and architecture, and made great achievements in the fields of culture, military, and politics. So much so that later generations even called him Ramses the Great to commemorate his achievements. Of course, compared with these, the most inconsistent point between this pharaoh, who is closest to the gods and historical records, is his obviously much longer life. After all, according to later records, when Moses met the king with his staff, this famous pharaoh should have died long ago, and his descendants should have inherited the position. But obviously, although he is over 100 years old now, Ramses II is still in good spirits. He is still the master of this dynasty, and his successor is still unknown. Abu Simbel Temple is really a miracle created by mortals, and it is also one of my proudest achievements. And now, with the help of the Hebrews, I will create a second one. Taping the table with his fingers, the pharaoh admired the masterpiece on the scroll. It was a drawing of a temple, and it was also a masterpiece he made when he was young to show his achievements. According to this drawing, he ordered people to carve out 4 huge statues from the rocks of the mountain, depicting the holy images of himself and 3 gods. Needless to say, the one belonging to Ramses himself, and the other 3, are actually one god, Ammon, Ra, and Adam, the Sun Trinity, the master of Heliopolis. As a pharaoh, Ramses put his statue together with them, and the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Ra is the sun in the sky, and I am the sun on earth. The gods obey Ra, just as mortals obey me, and I am the only agent of God in the world.
Top.
Your Majesty. There was a sound of footsteps, and Ramses II raised his head slightly. What's the matter? The pharaoh asked calmly. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him at noon, and everyone knew that a centenarian's rest should not be disturbed. So, if nothing unexpected happened, it should be that he encountered an unexpected incident that he had to deal with. Your Majesty, outside the palace, there is a man from Midian who claims to be here at the will of God and wants to see you. Kneeling on one knee, the guard said in a deep voice, he wants to discuss the rise and fall of the race with you. I cannot measure the authenticity of his words. Please decide everything. You said, God's will? The expression did not change. The pharaoh was not surprised by the experience of 100 years. He easily suppressed the shock in his heart, but subconsciously straightened his back and looked at the guard in front of him with sharp eyes. Another messenger of God. This is not the first one, God's will, although in this mythological world, Ramses II lived much longer than later records, but the way for mortals to gain power in the Hemenu world was so pitiful that his life was not that long. The time he lived would eventually come to an end, and the world of the dead was waiting for his arrival. Fortunately, he had been in the world for a long time, so long that he was not afraid of facing death. But what really bothered Ramses II was that when he was in power, the connection between the gods and the human world was suddenly cut off. Was this the anger of the gods, a punishment for casting bronze statues and building temples? He didn't know, but he thought it wasn't, because the glory and achievements he brought to the gods far exceeded these. Until a few years ago, the gods still praised his merits. This might be because of something else, so he must restore this connection before his death, and the last oracle issued by the gods was to gather those foreigners who shed sinful blood. So the pharaoh ordered them to build temples in order to please the gods. You did a good job, let him come to see me. I also want to hear which god ordered him to come, and what he wanted me to do. Ramses closed the scroll and said lightly, if it's true, then everything is easy to say. If it was fake again, and it was another guy pushed out by a noble who questioned that he was abandoned by God, then he would let him know what he had the right to rule this dynasty for so many years. Sir, please come in. The son of the sun is waiting for you inside. In the spacious palace, Moses walked inside under the guidance of the guards. The scepter station made a slight sound, and looking at the surrounding environment, this was where he had lived before. Half familiar, half strange, when Moses stepped through the door of the inner hall, he finally saw the owner here. Your Majesty, the person has been brought here. The guard bowed slightly, and the pharaoh immediately waved his hand to signal him to withdraw. In front of the table, from the moment Moses appeared at the door, Ramses looked at this messenger of God, who gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I heard that you came to discuss with me at the will of the gods. The elderly pharaoh went straight to the point and did not intend to be polite. He wanted to expose the other party's lies or prove his truth, and Moses nodded in response. Yes, Your Majesty, that's why I came. You are the master of Upper and Lower Egypt, but God is the master of this world. I came here at the will of God to spread his glory among the world. Very good. Showing a smile, the pharaoh seemed very enthusiastic. So, this God's messenger. I wonder which gods will you follow? Which one of the 9 pillars of gods is he, and what kind of power does he hold? Just as Khaos has 12 main gods, Egypt also has 9 pillars of gods. Just as the 12 main gods in the original mythology include the god King Zeus, the 9 pillars of gods in Egypt also include the sun god Ra. In addition to the 9 pillars of gods, Egypt has many gods, even the patron gods of large and small city-states, just like Khaos's regional gods.
But
Obviously, the one who is qualified to issue an oracle to Pharaoh must be one of the highest 9 pillars. Your Majesty, I am not a believer in the God you know. With a slight bow, facing Pharaoh's enthusiasm, Moses had a bad premonition. I believe in the Creator of all spirits and offer everything I have to the eternal divine. Everything spiritual in this world belongs to him. All spirits. The smile became more enthusiastic. Ramses II seemed to accept this explanation easily. The elderly monarch asked again. So that's it? The gods in the world are not known to mortals, and it is not surprising that there are things I have not heard of. Then the messenger of God, who came from afar, I wonder what kind of oracle you brought from the gods. Your Majesty, along the way, I saw people like the stars in the sky, suffering on the earth. They were detained nearby and had no freedom to leave. Speaking in a deep voice, Moses' words were sincere and heartfelt. In the eyes of my Lord, all intelligent beings in the world are equal. The noble and the humble are equal, and the evil and the good are equal. So I come here to ask you to release the Hebrews trapped near Memphis. Since their existence is not accepted by the Egyptians, let my people go and celebrate the festival to me in the wilderness. The Hebrews. The smile faded, and Ramses II could notice that the guards around him were a little angry, but he still didn't mean to be angry. Looking at the messenger of God, who made the request in front of him, he finally asked, Messenger from afar, I understand your request, but everything you said has no evidence. I wonder if you have any ability beyond mortals to prove to me that you are indeed blessed by God and come here to convey the oracle? Of course. After a moment of silence, feeling the malicious eyes around him, Moses gently held the scepter. This is a holy object given to him by God. Only when he returns to his tribe and begins his mission will it gradually reveal its power. And the more severe the suffering they endure, the stronger the power of this holy object. Compared with before, from the moment he stepped into Memphis, or even when he just saved the 2 mixed-race children, Moses felt the extraordinariness that began to emerge in this scepter. So, under the attention of everyone, the scepter turned into a black snake the moment it collided with the ground. The wild breath emanated from it, and the bloodthirsty eyes swept across everyone in the hall. This is one of the insignificant powers given to me by God, Your Majesty. Although he had a premonition, Moses still tried his best to persuade. Let my people go and keep the festival to me in the wilderness. Hiss. The hall was quiet for a while, with only the sound of snakes. The guards were shocked by the scene, but Ramses II just nodded slightly. At this moment, the last piece of the puzzle he guessed was complete. Moses, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Well, I remember you. Nodding and smiling, Pharaoh said lightly, My daughter's adopted son, a criminal who fled for murder more than 40 years ago. I even remember the reason why you killed people, because you learned that you were a Hebrew and then saw your own people being bullied? As the Pharaoh of Upper and Lower Egypt, I have received oracles from the gods more than once, and have also watched secret history that is not open to outsiders. I heard that just as the ancestor of the Egyptians is a god, the ancestor of the Hebrew bloodline is actually also a god. It's just that your ancestors were punished in front of the god Ra, so Isis, who was originally one of the 9 pillars of gods, lost her eternity and has since reduced to mortal. Your Majesty, you may have misunderstood. The creator of all spirits, Ramses II said lightly, ignoring Moses' explanation. There are also such tricks of sorcerers. Yes, since the death of Her Majesty Isis, there have been no sorcerers in the world, so people will regard this extraordinary power as divine power, but I won't. That is the pillar of life and magic. It seems that all this comes from her? Sure enough, I was not abandoned by the god Ra. All this is just a conspiracy created by another dead god. No, Your Majesty dash. Moses wanted to explain again. He had thought that the other party refused to believe in the existence of his god, but he didn't expect that the pharaoh would have such a misunderstanding. However, in front of him, Ramses II was no longer going to give him a chance to explain. Catch him. At the command, the guards who were waiting around immediately jumped up and surrounded Moses. Hiss!
Bang!
The big snake swung its body when it saw this, and knocked a guard out with its tail. However, as the pharaoh's guards, all the guards were willing to sacrifice their lives and had no intention of retreating. Your Majesty, this is just a misunderstanding.
I really hope you can understand.
But now I have to leave. Although there are still many things to say, seeing this scene, Moses has no choice. He took advantage of the gap when the big snake forced the guards back and stretched out his hand to turn it back into a snake staff. Then he stretched out his hand and retreated from the palace. Chase! The guards immediately chased after him, and the pharaoh raised his hand and finally did not stop him. They probably couldn't catch up, but it didn't hurt to try. But speaking of it, Ramses thought he was going to be disappointed again before, but he didn't expect that this meeting would actually have such a big gain. Not only the sinners, but also the sinner gods. Thinking of this, Pharaoh looked back at the scroll he had opened before. He was still too kind. He actually provided them with materials to build the temple, even though they could obtain these things themselves. And in this way, he could also see what abilities this god who should have died long ago still had. Guards. Thinking of this, Pharaoh slowly said, "Pass on my order. From today on, all the sinners who build a palace will be born by themselves." After a short meeting, the escaped messenger of God and Pharaoh's order will be passed on. However, in a place that mortals could not see or hear, when Moses met Pharaoh, a roar resounded throughout the world. The monarch of the Egyptians and Khaos, who was originally destined to be the king, met here, and the collision between the worlds accelerated. Then, in the sky, a giant shadow was slowly taking shape. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 365, Holy City and Chessboard. Heliopolis, the holy city where the Egyptian gods lived on earth. This is a city on earth, and also belongs to the realm of gods. It used to have many names, such as the City of the Sun, the home of the gods, the capital of the gods, and even the capital of the 13 nomes, city-states, of Lower Egypt. Io, who accidentally fell to Hermanu in the past, also married the god of the underworld Osiris here instead of Isis, and then was demoted to a sinner and died under the witness of the gods. For thousands of years, there has almost never been a lack of traces of gods here, and the gods of Egypt enjoy the offerings of mortals here. It is like an Olympus closer to the human world, where gods and humans live together until the incident a few years ago. Everything was stopped. First, the supreme god Ra summoned Shu, who was in charge of the atmosphere and wind among the 9 pillars of gods, to the golden palace of the sun, and then not long after, the remaining gods left one after another. At first, no one took it seriously. Even the servants stationed and serving the gods thought it was just a gathering among the gods. They waited for the return of the gods in the city, but day after day, they were greeted by only silence. No god ever came back, and from that day on, the hometown of the gods seemed to be abandoned. The traces of the gods gradually disappeared, and only the empty temples still stood on the ground. Not only the gods, but also the traces of people. At the beginning of the incident, the priests tried to use grand sacrifices to call back the attention of the gods, and even the pharaoh came here to worship in person. But when hope and disappointment intertwined again and again, there are fewer and fewer people in the holy city now. After all, no one will respect the priests and temples abandoned by the gods, which is completely proof of their dereliction of duty. Moreover, in the Egyptians' concept, the pharaoh is the highest priest, a ruler with both secular and non-secular meanings. Since the gods are gone, even those who are truly pious have mostly gone to Memphis to serve the pharaoh. This withered holy city is becoming less and less populated. So, Abu, that's the truth. The truly pious ones have left. They have abandoned everything in the world and are still pursuing the footsteps of God. In contrast, those who stayed are not very pious, such as me. Over the years, I often thought that I was already a devout believer. But now it seems that this is just an illusion. Many people think that I was born to understand the greatness of God, but in fact, the only reason I came to Heliopolis is because serving the gods is the best way out for ordinary people. I don't have noble blood or extraordinary family background, so when I knew I had the opportunity to be a servant of God, I agreed almost without hesitation, and it turned out that my choice was quite correct. In just a few decades, I became the most admired mortal by God Ra, and also the most prestigious priest outside of the pharaoh. Even if it weren't for this incident, I would still be one of the most powerful mortals in Upper and Lower Egypt. You see, this is the importance of choice. In the empty hall, the trinity of the sun god is more than 100 meters high, like a hill, reflecting the mortals kneeling in front of it. How small is it? But at this moment, whether it was the kneeling priests or the apprentices serving the teacher, they did not even look at the statue. Just as Qasim said just now, he has never been a devout believer, and his students are the same. So, teacher, why do you still stubbornly stay here? The gods have abandoned the city and no one knows when they will come back. What's the point of staying here, with some stones? Pharaoh has invited you to Memphis, more than once. Although he just wants to use your reputation to stabilize people's hearts, you still have honors. Then what? Interrupting his student's words, Qasim asked lightly. Then, the young man named Abu was a little puzzled. He didn't understand what his teacher meant. Yes then. You see, no one knows when God will change his mind, but I know that people will learn to get used to it. In the first 10 years after God left, people still missed the days when God was there. In the second 10 years, people still missed him. In the third and fourth 10 years, in the eyes of many young people, God was just a symbol, because they had never seen the real God, and the right to interpret the symbol would only belong to the pharaoh. But the pharaoh is going to die. Qasim spoke lightly while bowing devoutly, just like every time in the past. There were no spectators in the empty hall, but if anyone saw this scene, they would probably only think that he was a true believer. Teacher. The rest of the words were a little hard to say, and Abu was a little afraid. Although God left, the majesty left by God was not enough to dissipate in just a few years. He was still a little lacking in courage to discuss such things in the once sacred hall. It doesn't matter. You are still young. Without looking back, the priest seemed to know the reaction of the students behind him. These are indeed not things you should consider yet, but you should write them down now until you can understand them. The pharaoh is about to die, but I am actually very old. If the gods can come back, then it is the best choice for me to stay here. But if they can't come back, I will not leave at this time and use the reputation I have accumulated throughout my life to stabilize the situation for the pharaoh. On the day he dies, I will walk out of here. I will not leave alone. I will receive the oracle and then tell the people of Upper and Lower Egypt that God is dissatisfied precisely because of Pharaoh's arrogance, so those who belong to God should belong to the priests, and those who belong to the city should belong to Pharaoh. At that time, the successor of His Majesty Ramses II will have to face a choice. The turmoil of the god's departure has not subsided, and the nobles who are dissatisfied with him may use this as an excuse to oppose him at any time. You said, when that happens one day, did he have the guts to declare that I was a false oracle and then attack me? With a low laugh, Qashim's worshipping movements were still standard. If it's Ramses, I think he dares, but for Marenta, I don't think he has this ability. There was silence in the hall for a moment, and Abu didn't know what he should say. He was shocked by his teacher's plan to separate the royal power from the divine power so that the pharaoh no longer had any religious significance. This was really shocking. If he hadn't known about his special identity, Abu would have thought that the teacher was going to kill him to silence him. But he knew very well that in this kind of matter, the teacher might kill the student to silence him, but the father would not kill his son to silence him. Yes, they are not only master and apprentice but actually father and son. So, although Abu was a little nervous, he was nervous for his father. The exchange was temporarily terminated, but Qasim was not in a hurry to instill these things into his heir immediately. After all, there was still plenty of time, so he just continued to perform his own worship. As time passed by, the sun shone into the hall, and the direction of the shadow slowly shifted. The sacrifice to the god Ra was so complicated that the time recorded in later generations was probably between 11 o'clock and 13 o'clock at noon. But Qasim didn't feel bored at all. He just continued little by little. However, when the ceremony was coming to an end, Abu's exclamation broke the silence in the hall. "Teacher, look, what is that?" Frowning slightly, Qasim ignored it and finished his last bow. Then, he looked up to find the reason for the student's exclamation. He planned to take the opportunity to educate the other party again. No matter what he saw, he should stay calm and think about the problem in the calmest way. His pupils shrank, and power seemed to burst out of his old body. In front of Qasim, the statue that had been silent for several years began to glow. The gods seemed to communicate with the statue of themselves again, and the next moment, the entire hall lit up. "Oracle, this is a true oracle." He raised his hands high, and a stream of light fell on his palms. At this moment, all previous plans were forgotten by Qasim. No matter what the oracle said, he is now the only priest who has received the oracle since the god left, and he is also the most devout believer of the god. "Abu, join me in worshipping the god Ra." With a low drink, Qasim looked pious. Having served the gods for so long, he knew the gods well. He was certain that before he lowered his will, God Ra most likely didn't know what he was saying here, but he might be able to see what he was doing. Therefore, as the most devout believer of the gods, he felt extremely proud at this moment. Rumble. The sky is higher than the sky, and the earth is heavier than the earth. It's hard to say where exactly this is, or to explain it from another angle. This is probably a place similar to the source sea of Khaos. This is the most critical place in the world, just like the human heart and brain, or the medulla that makes blood. For any world, this is the most tightly protected place, and even the most powerful of the local gods can only perceive changes through will. Every wave here represents the rise and fall of the world's laws. However, at this moment, if anyone can compare the past with the present, then he can see that this most precious place has changed greatly, and the entire sea seems to be divided into two. Black and gold are intertwined. Ocean currents collide. They are intertwined and distinct. It was like the most magnificent spectacle, but also the most terrifying thing in the world. Because this means that the world has been completely invaded, and the strongest shell has been shattered. Regardless of whether he can successfully repel the outsiders, he is destined to be seriously injured. Ras Hen, you just. Standing on the rolling waves. Golden waves surround you. A sense of closeness continued to come from it, but Hermione's Pluto and god of agriculture, Osiris, felt insecure at all. In the original myth, he married Isis and once ruled the world, and the gods for the god Ra. Then he was jealously killed by his younger brother Set, the god of deserts and storms. Finally, after resurrecting from the dead, he went underground and became Herm, the main god of the underworld. However, in this world line, he was angered by Ra simply because of Isis, the god of sin, and was thrown directly into the underworld. As a result, he had a good relationship with his younger brother Seth, but he was dissatisfied with the god Ra. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. When the great changes in the world suddenly hit a few years ago, the gods were forced to leave the human world and follow the connection of authority to come to the source sea, which symbolizes the core of the world, in their true form. All dissatisfaction was put aside. All that remained in his heart was fear. Although this golden liquid is the blood of the world, it seems to bring him a feeling of closeness and desire, but Osiris knows that for any god, there is only one outcome for direct contact with the source of power: being assimilated by the source force, losing personality and consciousness. Osiris, I just tried to communicate with the outside world. It was very difficult, but I barely succeeded. The source of evil came to Memphis, and the foreign offensive became more aggressive, but this also caused his losses to be greater. I found a flaw. The person who caused all these changes, he must die. Only when he dies, we have a chance to breathe. Clenching his fists on the rolling golden ocean, the sun god with the head of an eagle and the body of a human body looked at the end of the sea. Ra didn't know what was special about that mortal, but he was certain that the crazy and reckless erosion in the foreign land was caused by him. Killing 800 enemies and damaging 3,000 yourself. Even in a world where there is only instinct, one should not do such a thing. Although a world's gain is enough to make up for this loss as long as it finally wins, if the price of gaining more gains is only a little time, then why should a world say no? The other person's world just refused, and the power of the interface targeted that mortal and continued to penetrate this world. Law didn't know what would happen if the two came into contact, but whatever the enemy wanted to do, he had to stop it. Not only that mortal, your majesty, but also him. Shu's voice came from his ears, and the sun god Ra knew what the other party was talking about. Opposite the intersection of black and gold, there is darkness, like an abyss. And just when the foreign offensive surged, and Law took the opportunity to convey the oracle to the world, in the boundless darkness, something seemed to have made some move. As for the results of this action, sharp eagle eyes scanned the surroundings. For some reason, Law suddenly felt that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. The intersection of the black and gold oceans began to intersect with each other. The two were no longer on the left and right of a wavy line, but became me and you and me. The expansion of the contact surface brings greater mutual losses, but this is not what Law really cares about. But with the changes in the power of foreign lands and this world, the rules of Yuan Hai seemed to be slowly shifting. In front of his eyes, a chessboard seemed to come into being from scratch and gradually spread across it. Everything and all things is connected by this, and he, the sun god Ra, is a chess player, but he is also a chess piece. The fate of this world and his own lies in the square inch of black and white in front of him. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 366, 10 Pillars. In Ra's eyes, this chessboard is also a destiny board, and even more so a ritual woven with all the existences on both sides of the source sea at this moment. It is all-encompassing, but it is not generated suddenly. The current changes are only the result of quantitative changes reaching qualitative changes. In fact, it has already begun to be constructed, and as the king of gods in the actual sense of this world, Ra witnessed with his own eyes how this simple and terrible ritual was accomplished. Even he himself was half-forced and half-voluntarily one of the creators of the entire ritual. Of course, Ra did not intend to mention this to other gods. To them, all this was a conspiracy of foreign gods. Your Majesty, what's going on? Since you have successfully sent down the oracle, can we also reconnect with the human world? Can we leave here? Looking a little panicked, Geb, the earth god of Hemenu, whispered beside Ra. How should we expel this foreign invader? Please give me your instructions. Although he tried his best to conceal it, the panic in Geb's voice was still so obvious. Beside him, the sky god Nut also nodded in agreement. This is a goddess, and she is married to the earth god. It must be said that although most earth gods in later myths often have maternal attributes, the world of Hemenu is an exception. Here, the male god is in charge of the earth, while the goddess symbolizes the sky. The sky and the earth are not the original gods, but are considered to be the children of the atmosphere and the lake. In their eyes, the earth does not have the maternal nature of nurturing all things, but the sky has similar characteristics. This may be related to the yellow sand scattered around the Nile River basin. All life here depends on the climate, the Nile River, and the oases. Therefore, their unique beliefs and divine characteristics also correspond to the climate here. Gaboo, don't worry, I was not sure before, but now I have some clues. This ceremony. Do you remember what I said when we first came here a few years ago? The voice was calm, looking at the chessboard with a faint invitation and incomplete meaning. A strange color flashed in Ra's eyes. It is not complete yet, and there are still some things missing. For example, a chess game always requires an opponent. I remember you said this is dangerous, but also an opportunity. Emotions are contagious. Seeing Ra so calm, Geb's nervousness was relieved a little. And hearing Ra's response, not only him, but also the other gods present remembered the scene a few years ago. It was an ordinary day, but it became extraordinary because of Ra's will. The sun in the sky shone brightly, and the power of the sun spread across the sky. Ra, who finally made up his mind, was about to use his power to wipe out the sinners on the earth, but the sudden impact of the foreign land forced him to stop. So Ra turned to Shu to convey his will. He ordered the gods to exercise their authority in the world, create destruction to kill all mortals with foreign blood, so as to gain insight into the secrets behind them. However, what all the gods did not expect was that this plan could not be returned. As the collision between the two worlds suddenly escalated, before the gods had time to do anything, the instinct of the Hemenu world became active first. Faced with a crisis that affected his survival, he began to withdraw all his strength to fight against the invasion, and as the gods who held the corresponding authority, the Egyptian gods were almost at the same time pulled into this intersecting and colliding source sea and cut off contact with the outside world. And it was on that day that they met face to face with the foreign gods who also followed the world power of the foreign riot into the source sea. At that moment, most of the gods of Hemenu were almost desperate. Except for Ra, almost no gods who had just fallen here could adapt to the environment here, and even their own safety was a problem. The power could not be exerted, and the world could not provide shelter. If the foreign gods who followed took action together, I am afraid they would all perish and become the food of the foreign land. However, to their surprise, the foreign god not only did not take the opportunity to take action, but instead temporarily curbed the boiling of the source sea, allowing several of them who accidentally contaminated the source power to escape danger. Of course, no one would let down their guard because of this, even the gods who benefited from it. In short, from that day on, the two sides have been facing each other across a long black gold line, but no actual conflict has occurred. During this period, the gods of Hemenu also tried to communicate with each other, but they were greeted with only silence. Except for the brief attack when he just arrived, he was like a shadow covering everything, just standing there quietly. The outer gods seemed to have been waiting for something, and none of the gods could see the secret. Only Ra at that time seemed to have noticed some clues. So he told the gods that this was a danger, but perhaps also an opportunity. Yes, I said so. It's just that I was not very sure at the time, but now it seems that everything is true. Gaboo, do you know that although we are confronting him here, have you ever thought that even if we can win, what can we get? Ra spoke lightly, as if golden flames were dancing in his eyes. Without waiting for the reply of Gaboo, the god of the earth, he continued to say to himself, "Nothing will happen. This is not the outside world. This is the heart of Hemenu, and the source of all the power in the world. Worlds collide with each other here in the most essential form. Except for us as gods, everything will be assimilated by the world here. Whether it is us or the outer gods, no matter which side defeats the opponent, we will not actually get any results. The opponent's authority and power will be swallowed up and digested by our own world and become a helper to attack another world. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. If the outcome of this war is still suspenseful, it is actually the best way to help our world win." The voice was calm with a little strangeness. Unlike the part of Apollo's origin that was plundered outside the world, La was sure that if Hemenu's gods were killed by the enemy here, their origin and everything would only be absorbed by the other side's world, and the outer god would probably get nothing. Even if he underestimated his power, the other side actually had the ability to snatch food from the hands of the world. But facing such a competitor, how much results could he grab? The same is true for our side. If time goes back and the foreign sun god is injured by Ra here, he will not get anything either. Everything will be taken by the world itself and become part of him to resist the invasion of foreign lands.
This sounds right.
After all, the gods are born from the world, including their authority. At this critical moment of life and death, it is reasonable to fight for the world. But as Ra said, the premise of all this is that this war can still be won. And how much chance of victory is there in this war between worlds? If it were a few years ago, the gods would probably believe in this result. But now, even Ra has begun to waver. In the past, they only saw the power of Hemenu, so they thought that such power was unmatched. But now, this concept has long been quietly changed. So, this ceremony, as if he understood something, the eyes of the earth god Geb flickered. He finally understood why Ra said that this was a danger and an opportunity. And beside him, the other gods were also different. Some had already guessed it, but now Ra's words completely proved it, while others suddenly realized it, as if they finally understood something. He was just going to summon the ministers and order them to report in detail whether there were any changes in the Hebrews in the recent period. Although theoretically, no matter how many unarmed slaves there were, they could not be the opponents of hundreds of thousands of fully armed soldiers, but it is better to be prepared for the enemy. However, before the ministers arrived, the change suddenly happened. The stream of light fell from the sky, and the air became dry. In the distant city, the noisy voices of the people seemed to prove that this was not just a change in the palace. At this moment, Ramses instantly understood something. It was a natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. Is it a divine punishment? For whom? For those sinners, or for me? Pharaoh pondered silently in his heart, looking at the stream of light across the sky, and his mood was a little heavy. However, just as he looked up at the sky, there was another noise at the palace door. The guards approached from outside, and a piece of news came from outside the palace. Your Majesty. The guard who came to deliver the message knelt on one knee, but his face was full of joy. It's a letter from Heliopolis. The high priest received the oracle. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 368 Inspiration. What do you mean, Qasim also received an oracle? In the palace, the red and white crown on the head of the pharaoh, who had just expelled Moses, was shaking slightly. Unlike before in front of Moses, his voice now was cold and icy. In the human world of Hermenu, the Egyptians had always been divided into Upper and Lower Egypt, just like many countries in later generations were divided into East and West, North and South. In more ancient times, the red crown was often worn by the king of Lower Egypt, while the white crown belonged to the ruler of Upper Egypt. But since Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the will of God, the Egyptian pharaohs in the dynastic era began to wear such a unique red and white crown. And in front of this symbol of authority given by God, the guard couldn't help but swallow secretly. Yes, Your Majesty, this is what the urgent report from the Holy City says. God gave an oracle, and everyone who is still in Heliopolis witnessed the miracle of the light of the sun. So Your Excellency the High Priest has sent a message, hoping that you can go to the Holy City to meet him. There seemed to be silence in front of him, but the guard did not dare to raise his head. Although most people in this era have almost no understanding of politics, it does not mean that they are not aware that the pharaoh seems not very happy at this moment. But why is this? It should be a good thing for the gods to send an oracle. The guard didn't quite understand, but as the pharaoh's loyal guard, he still waited for the monarch's instructions. Another oracle. Just as one was sent away, another one came, and this one is probably true. With a calm expression, Ramses II didn't seem to have any more reaction to this, but he weighed it repeatedly in his heart. At this point in time, with this weird celestial phenomenon, it would be best to have nothing to do with him. Did Qasim say anything else, such as the content of the oracle? Without haste or delay, Ramesses continued to ask, "Yes, your majesty. The oracle has a destiny. Those who shed sinful blood are the minions of the evil gods, and they are also disasters originating from Khaos. Therefore, the supreme god Ra ordered the gods to bring down natural disasters to destroy these filth, and to admonish the mortals who have not eliminated them so far." A respectful response was actually what the guard had planned to say before, but the pharaoh's attitude made him a little nervous for a while, so that he forgot about it. The high priest conveyed the will of the god Ra and hoped that his majesty could carry out the order as soon as possible and go to Heliopolis to explain his negligence to the god Ra in the temple. Dereliction of duty? He breathed a sigh of relief, but Ramesses' tone was very calm. Some of the uneasiness in his heart dissipated. Although God did not directly convey instructions to himself as pharaoh as usual, he quickly found an explanation for this. Maybe it's true that he didn't do well enough in the past few years, and those Hebrews are just outside the city. Maybe this is the reason why Ra God is not willing to come here. After all, the evil god, he really rarely hears such a name. Later, at this point, I will pray to God in my palace. As the pharaoh who is the closest god on earth, my prayers can be heard by God anywhere. As for the holy city, wait until God Ra comes again. When he comes to earth, I will go to see you. Ramesses said calmly and walked past the guard. He would not go to the holy city to pray. That would be any different than admitting that the pharaoh had less connection with God than the high priest. He didn't know whether the old guy who was as old as him made this suggestion unintentionally or intentionally, but he would not give the other party this chance. As long as the contents of the oracle are completed, given the historical character of the Egyptian gods, there is a high probability that they will not care about this trivial matter. These old guys came quite quickly. They were much more diligent than before. I'm afraid they were all frightened by the celestial phenomena. Walking outside the palace, dry and withered air currents roared in the sky, and the water vapor continued to disappear. There is no doubt that this is the power of Shu, one of the 9 pillar gods. Ramses II had met this god more than once, and the messenger of the god Ra admired him very much, so the pharaoh could roughly guess the effect of the natural disasters created by the other party. Since the target is not yourself, everything will be easier to handle. Not far away, the ministers who had been summoned before were getting off the carriage and approaching the palace. They came to report to themselves the recent movements of the Hebrews, but compared to the speed in the past, today they can be said to be surprisingly fast. Guards, tell them not to come over. The pharaoh gently waved his hand and ordered calmly, tell them that the high priest's prayer to God was answered. God was angry because of these sinners, so God Ra ordered the gods to bring down natural disasters. However, the power of God Shu is so powerful. Although he will punish these sinners, it will also affect the people of Egypt. Of course, as a pharaoh, I will definitely solve these things that are beyond the ability of the high priest. Order the people of Memphis to go to the Nile River to draw water. God Shu's power will dry up the well water, but the Nile River is the only mother river in Upper and Lower Egypt that will not dry up. As for the Hebrews who are punished by God, let them keep working, but also give them water to show our kindness. But remember, you only need to send 1/3. As a monarch praised by later generations, Ramesses II is indeed much stronger than his descendants who have no other advantages except hardness, according to some scriptures in later generations. Almost instantly, he thought of how to use this divine punishment to successfully deal with the criminals without causing too much damage. Although Egypt did not have a systematic military strategy, after summing up his life experience, Ramses II still knew what it means to victory is inevitable and to surround 3 without one. When attacking the enemy, you cannot force it into a corner, otherwise the dying counterattack will cause them great trauma and may even allow them to find a way out in a desperate situation. Only by giving them a glimmer of hope, then provoking internal relations, and finally using the hilt of the knife can the problem be solved without bloodshed. It would be the most stupid behavior to directly send out a large army to surround and kill. Not only will this cause huge losses, but it will also be easy for someone to spot you and run away into the wilderness. Hundreds of thousands of people are not easy to besiege after all, not to mention the leader who can perform witchcraft. But it is different now. The benevolent pharaoh did not forget to bring relief to these sinners during natural disasters, and he provided sufficient resources. As for why there is only 1/3, who knows, maybe it was stolen by your Hebrew leader himself. For example, the man named Moses who I just met is very likely. This has nothing to do with Pharaoh, anyway. Do you have to choose to face the sword of the army with your life, or snatch life-sustaining resources from your own people? I imagine that the vast majority of criminals will be able to make the right choice. The pharaoh's order was conveyed smoothly, and the brief chaos in Memphis was easily contained under the natural disaster. Today, Egypt has a lot of grain reserves. Although the water level of the Nile River has dropped, the mother river that runs through the world has not dried up. So when the pharaoh stepped forward to pacify the people, and the ministers organized manpower to transport water, the riot was quickly calmed down. The disasters brought by Shu's divine power to the human world are terrible, but after all, he is far away from the human world and shaking the world's weather on a macro scale. Although this simple natural disaster is effective, it is far from destroying a dynasty in an instant. However, the fact that the Egyptians had no problems did not mean that the Hebrews outside the city had no problems. Moses had fled from the city, leaving Aaron to quickly gather his people. He told them that the pharaoh had rejected his request and would probably use force against them. As a result, force did not wait, but increased labor and natural disasters followed. So resentment arose among the people, some of which was directed at Pharaoh, but most of it was directed at Moses. As slaves before, most of them had been forced to get used to this kind of life. If someone can take them out of trouble at this time, it will naturally make them grateful. But if the perpetrators not only fail to get immediate relief, but instead deepen their suffering, then the vast majority of people are probably more willing to blame the good people who did not do a good enough job than the cruel perpetrators. And this resentment only worsened in the days that followed, because as the wells dried up one after another, panic began to spread among the Hebrews. At this time, Pharaoh unexpectedly extended a helping hand to them, but the people who had just breathed a sigh of relief soon discovered that their water was still not enough. Gradually, doubts began to spread among the people. On this day, standing on a hillside outside the city, Moses looked at the Nile River in the distance and sighed in his heart. Aaron, what's the result of the negotiation? Without looking back, Moses knew who was coming behind him, and all he received in response was another sigh. The guard rejected my request. He believed that allowing the Hebrews to go to the Nile to fetch water was not only a blasphemy to the Egyptian gods, but also delayed the construction period. It was more likely that someone would take the opportunity to escape. They claimed that they had delivered enough supplies to us. Raw resources. I tried to tell them that it was totally not enough, and I tried to explain to the people, but most people just saw buckets after buckets of water being pulled into the camp, thousands of them, but the computing power cannot tell the difference at all. It seems that a lot of numbers are not enough for hundreds of thousands of people. I understand, Aaron, it's not their fault. Even I can't calculate on my own how many resources hundreds of thousands of people need. With a heavy look on his face, Moses was actually not worried about this the most. There is still a lot of water stored before. But Aaron, I heard that there have been some bad remarks among the people recently, and they are dissatisfied with the Lord. Yes. Nodding, Aaron confirmed what Moses said. This is what has to be stopped, Aaron. This is a disaster. Turning around, Moses looked directly into his brother's eyes. The revelation God gave me tells me that if the Hebrews want to escape eternal slavery, they must first endure suffering. Devout believers may also die.
Devout.
I know, Moses, but the time you came here is too short. Neither God nor you have established enough prestige. There are even many people who feel that before you and your faith came, they were clearly living better. Momentarily speechless, Moses knew that he could actually explain a lot. For example, as a slave, how can you ignore your status as a slave just because your master throws a bone? For example, the current suffering is only temporary. As long as devout believers unite together, they will surely be relieved in the future. For example, How can faith in God be measured by short-term benefits? But Moses said nothing in the end, because he knows that some words are meaningful to those who have learned knowledge and seen the world, but they are meaningless to the vast majority of civilians. Tell them this, why not give them a mouthful of rice and a bowl of water? So, Almighty Lord, this is not their intentional blasphemy, this is just ignorance, the evil of human nature. They need to be taught to get rid of their wildness, and they need to listen to God's teachings to be good, so as to wash away the sins brought by ignorance, but I don't have so much time. So this is the future that God sees. He doesn't have to let us go through hardships to get rid of them. He just sees through the years and knows that everything will end like this. Taking out the staff given by God, Moses felt the power in it. Although it has become much stronger, it is still far from enough to give birth to real power. He can't use it to call for heavy rain or attract tributaries of the Nile. He can knock on the stone to make the water hidden in the ground surge up, but at this moment, the power of the staff is far from enough to create a water source to satisfy hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, Moses seemed to understand the deep meaning of God again. The power of the staff rises due to suffering. Similarly, those who are not pious and have weak minds will die in suffering. God gave him great power and did not restrict him from using it, but in the end, he could only use it to save his most pious subjects. Think of a way, he said. We will think of a way, at least we can't let so many people die at the beginning. I'll try. Shaking his head slightly, Aaron didn't know what else he and his partner could think of. The dry wind blew in the sky, and yellow sand began to rise in the distance of the earth. If this continues, I'm afraid that 1/3 of the most fertile land on both sides of the Nile River will turn into loess. In this case, what can be done? Huh? Moses, what's going on? With a sound of doubt, Aaron suddenly pointed to a small tree not far away. With the rampant natural disasters these days, the vegetation has long been withered and fallen, but for some reason, there is only a green tree there. Obviously, the two of them had never seen it when they climbed the hill before, and there was a figure under the tree. A figure that was too beautiful to be human. Hey, it seems that you finally noticed me? Then come over under the inspiration of the Lord, I will guide you through this natural disaster. As if sensing the gaze from afar, a smile appeared on the girl's face. She spoke softly and invited Moses and the others. She said that she was inspired, and it was not false. Because just a few days ago, when she saw the 9 pillars rising in the sky and the huge chessboard covering the world, she was indeed inspired. As for the specific process, as a former god, she felt a ray of gaze from the sky and the world falling on the world. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 369 God Falls. The biggest difference between the Egyptian gods and Khaos's innate gods, and even the gods of the 9 realms, is that they can plunder each other's power and can die or be reborn more easily. For the former, Ra itself is the best proof, and for the latter, in the original myth, Set, the god of desert and storm, killed his brother Osiris, the god of agriculture, through simple physical injuries and cut his body into pieces. But later Isis resurrected him. Without complicated steps, she just pieced together Osiris's body and then brought a god back to life. The reversal of the life and death of the gods so easily is not only because the concept of rebirth in the world of Hemenu is very powerful, but from another perspective, this is also a manifestation of the fragility of the gods' nature. Compared with the gods of other pantheons, the Egyptian gods do not have such a deep connection with their own power, so their own nature is not so transcendent. In this case, the price required to make a god die or live is naturally very different. Of course, no matter what, all the appearances of any world are ultimately a manifestation of the underlying rules of this world. And this special characteristic of the gods of Hemenu is directly related to the chaos and division of the spiritual power of this world. Because in this world, whether it is people or gods or even all living things, their souls are actually not unified. In the concept of mortals, The souls of all things are divided into 5 parts, namely the name of a life, the image painted on external objects, the heart with the ability to distinguish and recognize, the ba, symbolizing instinct and desire, and the ka, that protects life. The Egyptians believed that these 5 elements together are the complete soul, ah. However, mortals' cognition is always shallow, and they cannot see through the interaction behind the spirit and the flesh. In fact, in the eyes of God, as a part of the material side, the heart of life is more a symbol of the body's warmth and nurturing of the soul, and the name and image of life are not as meaningful to the soul itself as imagined. The real part of the soul, is actually ka and ba. And this is not only true for humans, but also for gods. The ba of the gods is the embodiment of their humanity and animality, and also the proof of their self-existence and the carrier of their divine power. The Egyptian gods often appear in the form of human bodies and animal heads, which is actually the embodiment of their ba. And they often separate their ba from their bodies and put it on the statues built for themselves in the world. The direct consequence of this is that the statues are activated and become the animals corresponding to the gods, such as Ra will become an eagle, Thoth will become a baboon or a heron. As for the ka of the gods, it is their soul that carries authority. This part is also the reason why the gods can seize the priesthood from each other, and why the gods will age and die. So, as you can see, Moses, the great prophet of the Hebrews, I have insight into the changes of the world from the heavens and the earth, seen his supreme power, and understood the greatness of his creation of everything. Therefore, I was inspired by him to come here to help you. At the other end of the hill, under the green shade, Isis gently held her cheek and said to the 2 mortals in front of her, who could be killed with a breath, "And it seems that you really need my help." Isis looked relaxed. Since the gods entered the Source Sea a few years ago, she has been much more relaxed. After secretly observing Moses for a while, she felt that the gods outside the domain should not be cruel and crazy. All these discoveries made her feel relieved. Now is the time for her to really start doing something. As the goddess who once controlled life, Isis's understanding of life and soul is unmatched among the gods of Hermenius. Even if she now exists simply in the form of Ba, the divine power that once belonged to the gods is still overflowing in her body. Without the Ka, that carries the authority, Isis has only lost the way to regenerate divine power, and her power will be used less and less from now on. However, in the past 1,000 years, in addition to maintaining her eternal youth and life, she has never squandered the legacy she left behind. So, being in the human world, it is not too difficult for Isis to solve the macronatural disasters created by Shu Yuan in the sky. Madam, the righteous person inspired by the Lord. Although he was a little skeptical, the scepter in his hand did not warn him, so even though they met for the first time, Moses still trusted this strange lady. As you said, we really need your help at this moment. The Lord's believers are suffering from the disasters caused by the foreign gods, and their lives are difficult to maintain. Although we can solve other problems, people can go without food for 10 days, but they cannot go without water for 10 days. That's easy. I can solve this problem. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and the girl seemed to smile. But I heard that a person can keep the purity of faith, but a race cannot. The great prophet of the Hebrews, can you assure me that everyone you save with my help is always a believer of God? I can't see through the heart, madam, but I will try my best to distinguish. After a moment of silence, Moses made a promise. Very good, in that case, then I will solve this problem for you. Nodding with a smile, Isis raised her white wrist. There, a string of emerald green gems shone brightly. She took off the bracelet, separated the gems, and held them in her hand. This is my favorite jewelry, but I am now offering it to God's servants. Go find a piece of land and plant them. The endless spring of life will flow from it, healing pain and disease, taking away hunger, thirst, and discord. But please remember, the great prophet of the Hebrews, this is my gift to God's believers. Unbelievers can drink it, this is your right, but those who speak wildly are not included. Life is a gift and a curse. I will remember it, lady. Moses took the emerald gem with a solemn expression. Thank you for your help. From today on, the Hebrews will always remember your kindness forever. Well, I hope so. Actually, I don't care much about this. His expression was a little inexplicable. As the former god of life and magic, Isis had a lot of contact with humans. Since she gave up the throne, this kind of observation has become more. She can be sure that no gratitude is forever. Even the immortal gods are like this, let alone the perishable mortals. Tisk, compared to mortals, it is indeed the most interesting to see you. Shu, who made the first move on the chessboard in the sky, is really an old acquaintance. Signing Moses and Aaron that they could leave, the girl looked up at the sky, with a sweet and sincere smile on her smooth cheeks. Io, the alien mortal who separated my fate from mine. When you sentenced her according to Ra's will, you never showed mercy, Shu. You were the first to make a move, so now you are also the first to pay the price. Your move was resolved by me, so what can you do to resist his move? Although Isis looked far away, unfortunately, she still could not see the chessboard in the sky, the place outside the primordial water. She just felt that the sky was a little dim. It was as if the light was blocked, and under the shadow, it was the chessboard that covered the sky. Since Moses returned to the settlement area designated by the Egyptians for the Hebrews with 10 gems, the crowd that was originally like a boiling pot quickly stabilized. When the gems fell to the ground, they turned into a well with sweet and delicious well water. The well water, shaped by divine power, even made the drinker's body gradually strong and made the thin people become strong. Of course, behind any good thing, there are often some not-so-good episodes. Because of Isis's warning before leaving, Moses asked Aaron to tell all those who came to drink water that the Hebrews who believed in the Egyptian gods were not allowed to drink the water in the well until they converted. Those who had blamed Moses' master for natural disasters could never drink the well water, and the water brought by the Egyptians belonged to them. Because of this incident, Aaron once gave advice. He didn't think Moses' handling was too much. On the contrary, he felt it was too light. Those who attributed natural disasters and sufferings to God should be killed, or, at worst, expelled, to warn those who come after them, but Moses rejected his proposal. Aaron, their previous mistakes were only due to their ignorance. No parents would kill their children for making mistakes instead of teaching them. Your idea is still too extreme. But I understand. Slightly opening his mouth, Aaron wanted to ask, is the relationship between God and the Hebrews really the relationship between parents and children? But when the words came to his lips, Aaron still didn't say it. He didn't receive divine revelation like Moses, so he was naturally not qualified to make a judgment. But in his heart, he always felt that this was wrong. So the matter was settled for the time being. In the human world of Hemenu, the natural disasters from Shu became more and more severe, and the water level of the Nile River became more and more subsided. Pharaoh had to send more people to the river to fetch water, but what he found incredible was that the sinners who lacked water sources had not yet had an internal riot. Under the chaotic natural disaster, a large number of refugees from other parts of Upper and Lower Egypt began to approach Memphis, and the impact of this disaster was far from over. Under the power of nature, the mortals' belief in the gods ushered in an outbreak. A large number of devout believers began to approach Heliopolis to pay homage to the high priest who was said to have received the oracle. The pharaoh and the priests far away in the holy city were silent about this, as if this matter had not happened at all. The pharaoh was still handling government affairs and paying close attention to the movements of the Hebrews. The priests worshipped the god Ra as in the past, and brought the believers who came to pray for God's grace. The number of deaths began to rise, and even in the Hebrew settlements there were many people who died. Some were unwilling to abandon their belief in the Egyptian gods and eventually died of the plague, and some lied that they were devout believers, and were eventually drained of their lives by the power of the well water and turned into mummies. But in any case, at least in this first natural disaster, because of the help of Isis, the losses of the Hebrews were not as great as imagined. So on this day, holding the scepter, Moses stood in front of Pharaoh's palace again and strode in. He knew that this natural disaster was a disaster sent by the Egyptian god, but this was also the reason why he came here. There was no difference in the disasters sent by the gods. If Pharaoh was unwilling to let them go, they would have to bear the same disaster. "I come to visit you again, your majesty." The cane touched the ground lightly, and an invisible force forced back the two approaching guards. Moses looked at Pharaoh in the palace and repeated his previous request loudly. "Your Majesty, please release the soldiers stationed there, and let my people leave and keep the festival to me in the wilderness. If not, the disaster from heaven will probably not subside." When Moses stepped into the palace again, and the monarchs of the two worlds met again in the human world, a light sound spread between heaven and earth. In the sky, in front of the chessboard, on the left side of the god Ra on the sun sphere, Shu, the god of wind and atmosphere, knew that he had lost this game. But he was not worried, because the god's bet was power, which was his card, which was a part of him, but not all of his life. Sitting in front of the chessboard at this moment, Shu just felt a little regretful that he did not cause great damage to those sinners in this step. But it didn't matter, because he had another guess. Maybe after he lost his power, he could return to the human world, and then personally attack those mortals. As for the bet he lost, Shu didn't care that much, because there were 9 rounds in this bet after all. The reason why the 9 gods followed Ra's orders without hesitation and even made their moves according to his request was because Ra and them swore in the Source Sea that as long as they won in the end, the god who lost power would get back what he lost, and the power won would be divided equally according to the original strength. So, at this moment, Shu was not only not worried about himself, but was thinking about how to kill all the mortals who shed sinful blood as soon as possible. But speaking of it, I have already made my move, and this howling natural disaster is proof of it. But what about him? Are they those springs that suddenly emerged? Somewhat puzzled, Shu felt a little irritated. For some reason, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart. It was as if his life would end in the next moment. As an Egyptian god, Shu was no stranger to death. But this time, this premonition was particularly clear to Shu. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 370 Wind and Wilderness. In the material world, the lighter something is, the less force is needed to move it. In the mysterious world, the more powerful something is, the greater the force that wants to push it to change. Even time is the same. Sitting on the primordial water, the power of endless space and 7 layers spiritual realm hovers around the 2 chess players. Under this huge volume, even time and space are bent. 1 month in the human world is just a moment in the sky. It seems that the order of Law Lingshu God to create natural disasters was just a moment ago. In front of him, the hand of God just reached from outside the world. However, at this moment, LA's face has become extremely ugly. He cast his eyes on the human world, looking at the hill outside the city of Memphis. Separated by the Source Sea and the human world, the perception of everything on the earth by the other 9 pillars of gods has become a lot more blurred. But they don't know what happened. In front of Law, the breath of divine power rising from the human world is so familiar and clear. Thousands of years ago, when that sudden dream happened, Law, who was warned by the world, issued an order. It was the first time he executed a god, and it was also the only true god he killed after he devoured the former sun god Adam. From that day on, no new life was born in the world for 3 years, and sorcerers disappeared from the earth, but Ra did not regret it. Everyone would choose to kill the danger at the beginning, but he was a little regretful about it, because Ra always felt that Isis was the most talented and thoughtful one among the 9 pillars. Maybe magic and life can meet in her hands, blooming with more brilliant brilliance, and even breaking the restrictions of the gods and having power close to his. Then on that day, the world of Hemenu will be more perfect under Ra's rule, and there will finally be something in the world that can make him stronger. After all, although the Egyptian gods can devour each other's power, If the strong devour the weak, it will only reduce his divine power in turn. So, after devouring Adam, Ra never did anything similar again. But now, what did he see? Isis, you dare to betray me and this world? Even now, you have surrendered to the outer gods. Ra paused for a moment, in disbelief. Compared to the invasion of the outer realm, he could not accept that someone dared to betray him so long ago. He admitted that he had some bad thoughts, but Ra not only never expressed them, but also never put them into any form of behavior. As a result, Isis chose to betray him before he did anything. After all, since she is still alive now, it means that the one who died was just a scapegoat. There is no doubt that this proves that long before Ra accepted the warning of the world and decided to take action against Isis, she had already made preparations to fake her death and escape. And right under his nose, Ra was unaware of it. Isis, those foreign bloodlines, you have already come into contact with them. Traitor. The angry roar echoed in the void, and the surrounding space also rippled. However, on the empty and endless water surface, there was no third existence who could hear Ra's roar. Only at a great distance, on the earth, Isis seemed to raise her head as if she had sensed something. She did not hear any sound, but at this moment, she smiled as if she had expected it. Not long ago, when she finally decided to intervene in this chess game, Isis was ready to be discovered. The breath of her divine power was unlikely to be hidden from the Lord of the Sun. Perhaps her former colleagues were now scolding her in the sky, resenting her as a traitor. But to be honest, Isis did not think she had done anything wrong. The results have proved that her choice was right. When Ra found that someone had unstable factors, his first reaction was to eliminate them. At that time, even if he reported Io's existence to Ra, he would never be sure to cut off the connection between the two people's fate. At that time, I am afraid that I would not be able to escape death in the end. But as a god, Isis did not want to sacrifice for the overall situation of the world and Ra. What is the overall situation? Whoever can survive to the end and who is the strongest is the overall situation. Isis knows this very well. This is the case with the struggle between Ra and the former sun god Adam. When the power of the sun was transferred, the underground Khaos snake Apophis was no longer restrained, but it caused great harm to the world. But did Ra give up at that time? Of course not, so it was the same with Isis. If you can't even figure this out, then I'm afraid I have become a dish, the first victim on the front line of the two worlds. Traitor. It's Isis. She's still alive. One body is divided into two, and they are in two places at the same time. Ra, who carries the names of Adam and Ammon, is far away on the primordial water, but his part of the sun is parallel to the 9 pillars of gods. At one end of the chessboard, sitting on the great sun sphere, compared to the self who carries Ba, Ra, who is completely composed of Ka, where the power of the sun is also angry, but his emotions are not as violent. His expression was solemn, and Ra felt the gazes that were staring at him because of his reaction. The existence of Isis disrupted his steps, and the previous test might not be able to proceed. Originally, Ra planned to use the 9 pillars as pawns to test the methods of the foreign gods bit by bit, weaken the power of the Hebrews, and finally create the sunfall by himself, and achieve success in one battle at all costs. Even if that would make him die again, it was an acceptable price. The last time he came back from the dead, Ra successfully integrated Ammon's power, and as long as he could achieve the final victory, Ra would not mind doing it again, and then assimilate the remains of the outer god into another part of himself. But now the plan has gone wrong, and Isis is still on Earth. She stood in the camp of the outer gods, and with her help, the tactic of adding fuel to the fire was just a slow suicide. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Isn't Isis dead? Why did you suddenly mention her? With a forced smile, Shu's panic in his heart became stronger on the left side of Ra. Isis traitor. What does this mean? In fact, he already had a guess in his heart, but Shu still looked up at the eagle-headed human figure on the celestial sphere, wanting to seek comfort. Even if it was really as he thought, it should have nothing to do with him. However, Ra did not look at him, but a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Nut, Set, and Tefnut, you will all work together to bring down heavy rain and sandstorms and drive all life in the sky so that the morning star will fall to the earth. Thoth, you have inherited Isis's position, so it's up to you to deal with her interference. Try to reduce the chances of her intervening and then create as many deaths as possible together to prepare for the next step. Don't worry, without Isis, the outer gods can only protect those mortals in foreign lands personally. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Interrupting Ra's words, Shu asked loudly, without caring about his previous prestige. Do you mean that Isis is still alive? But you said that without her, the outer gods can only protect those mortals personally. What about now? What will he do? Targeting the pharaoh's dynasty on Earth. There was a silence, no answer, and Ra didn't know what to say. But he soon didn't need to say it, because just above the world, on the surface of the primordial water, a huge shadow had already covered the chessboard. The world is shaking, and the laws are ringing. When the hand of God fell from the void, the source seemed to have foreseen something, and it could not help but stir up a huge wave. According to the rules of this chess game, the winner will obtain the authority of the loser. But the bet should be exchanged after the end. Even if Shu lost at the beginning, his divine power should be temporarily placed on the opponent's table as a bargaining chip, waiting for the moment to win it back. However, God did not want to wait until that day. As an external existence, his intervention in the human world could never be comparable to the local gods of Hemenu. So he gave up the opportunity to intervene in the human world, but kept it in his hands to cash in the harvest that should belong to him in advance. Wow! The primordial water that enveloped the world parted in front of him, and the shadow enveloped the world. Above Egypt, among the 9 pillars hanging in the air, God's hand held the one covered with wind.
No.
La, you said that we would not die. What's going on? Finally realizing his fate, and as if he no longer had a fluke mentality, Shu shouted madly. In the impression of the Egyptian gods, he has always been an elegant and calm god, often accompanying Ra and conveying his orders. However, at this moment, he seemed to be no different from those lowest mortals. Just like a prisoner about to face death, struggling with all his might, but to no avail. Save me, Ra, save me, you said. Wait, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to be loyal to you. Let me go, let me go. Kacha. A light sound. It is the breaking of the pillar of God and the collapse of the law. Under the rules of the power of the 2 worlds, nothing can be changed. The origin of wind and atmosphere was extracted and fell into the palm of God. In an instant, the foundation of the entire Hemenu world trembled slightly, as if a complete house had a wall extracted. Although it still stands, it no longer seems so stable. Shu's Ka and Ba were extracted, and the spiritual part was blended together by the supreme authority. In this process, Hemenu's scattered and messy spiritual essence was analyzed, reorganized, sublimated, and destroyed. As if he had suffered 1,000 cuts, the pain that reached his consciousness made him feel that death was a luxury. But everything was obviously not subject to Shu's will, and this erosion continued. Until a certain moment, the consciousness was on the verge of collapse, and the pain gradually disappeared. Shu knew that his life was coming to an end. Opening the eyes of consciousness, he seemed to see a vast world with a 7-layer structure opening in front of him. Its origin was cheering, leaping, and welcoming the arrival of nutrients, and he was that nutrient. Is this a foreign land? At the end of his life, looking at the source of fear that the gods had always had in front of him, Shu's consciousness shook for the last time. He looked back at where he came from, but there was only emptiness. La, I curse you. You will be like me. You will watch yourself die. Watch yourself become food for the outer gods. The voice gradually faded and finally disappeared. From this moment on, Shu's consciousness completely disappeared. Spiritual world, 5th layer. Compared to 1,000 years ago, This once desolate place has changed a lot. Divided into inside and outside, on the outside of the fifth layer of the spiritual world, there are spaces as small as stars, but actually as vast as continents. Faith and souls from the outside world flow here continuously, becoming the cornerstone of these countries. And sandwiched between these star points, several huge interfaces composed of emotions are like stars, attracting these scattered stardust. This Seven Hills paradise, that gathers all good emotions and beliefs, is the largest one among them. Perhaps because it was born the earliest, its existence is also widely spread in the world. The celestial race comes and goes here, and these former golden humans have turned into lives that travel back and forth between many countries. It can even be seen that as time goes by, some other lives have begun to be born inside the interface. They are just like the characteristics of this interface itself, born with positive emotions, love kindness, and hate evil. Seven Hills Paradise. How can such a place exist in this world? In the tiny country flashing with flowing light, a giant bear stood on the edge and looked at the void in the distance. As a person who had just accumulated enough faith and power and came to this mysterious realm where the legendary kingdom of the god of faith was located, the giant bear was originally very excited. As a result, he landed on the edge of Seven Hills Paradise as soon as he came in. Then an inexplicable war broke out. Those native creatures rebuked him for using blood sacrifice to gain power, and then fought against him. This reason was simply ridiculous. I am a beast, and I don't eat blood, so what do you want me to eat? Besides, if I don't do blood sacrifice, where can I get the power to break free from the restrictions of the totem spirit and come here? It's incomprehensible. The thinking of both sides is simply not on the same line. Fortunately, those native creatures will not be too far away from that interface, so the giant bear just ran a distance to get out of danger. The place where he just came up couldn't stay, so he had to search in the void and finally found this place, a place similar to Seven Hills Paradise, but it was just formed not long ago, weak and lifeless. The beliefs gathered here are more free and casual, without such strong positive emotions. So the giant bear happily named it Unrestrained Wilderness. Relying on its existence, he can finally start to weave his own domain. Now this tiny flickering country is the result of the giant bear's efforts. The strong wind blows through the streets and backflows in the narrow space, like a night owl screaming, hard and sharp. The strange weather seemed like someone was wailing, cursing, venting his malice to all things. Moses couldn't help but sigh in his heart, because not only he noticed his movements, but Pharaoh also heard them. Middle, guard, expel him. This is not a place where he should set foot. In the tall and gorgeous palace, Ramses II looked solemn. Seeing Moses again, murderous intent surged in his heart. But after the last experience, Pharaoh knew very well that it might be difficult for him to kill him. This is a sinner favored by evil gods. He can cast magic spells, evoke water, and even create curses. Not long ago, some of the more loyal slaves among the Hebrews secretly ran away from their gathering point to tell the changes there. The pharaoh was informed and even offered a basin of water. It was precisely because of this loyal slave that Ramesses II knew why his strategy did not work. It's not that there's something wrong with his plan, it's that the other party has supernatural powers playing tricks on him. However, hearing is false and seeing is believing. In order to verify the slave's words, Pharaoh ordered the criminal to drink the basin of water to see if it really had the ability to discern beliefs and bestow curses. The result was no surprise. People who still had faith in the Egyptian gods died of old age the moment they drank the water, while some unfaithful criminals were left unscathed. Your Majesty, your persistence will not get you what you want. I do not intend to be your enemy. We just want to get out of here. With a wave of his cane, the surrounding guards retreated. Moses' voice was still loud despite the wind outside the palace. Egypt has lost a year's harvest because of this, and all the vegetation in the fields has withered. What kind of price do you have to pay before you are willing to let us leave here? You can't keep stopping us. One day dash. No way. The voice was cold and determined, and the pharaoh's tone was as firm as steel. You are the wealth given to the Egyptians by God, and you are sinners who were relegated by the gods. No one can leave until your sins are atonement. Chong. Huron stood up and raised his hand to pull out the bronze sword beside him. Ramses found that the other party's magic was stronger than last time. But it didn't matter. The reason why he was not afraid of Moses' methods at all, and didn't care about the snakes he conjured or the winds he summoned, was because these powers had no effect on him. He is a pharaoh, a god on earth in the eyes of the Egyptians. This is not a way to fool or maintain a sense of mystery and prestige. In fact, this is just an objective description. Because the pharaohs and their descendants of all ages are protected by divine power, no folk magician can harm them with magic. The divine power originating from the sun has always surrounded Ramses. Although he cannot use it, he can still be protected by it. Brush. He strode forward and slashed with his sword. The eyes behind the golden mask were filled with murderous intent. Mortal soldiers cannot hurt you, but your magic can never hurt me. You have courage, do you think I don't? When the air was cut open by the blade of the sword, and Moses was caught off guard. The guards around him were also stunned for a moment. No one expected that as the Lord of Upper and Lower Egypt, Pharaoh would actually do it himself. He raised his hand to parry, and his cane blocked the edge of the bronze sword. But under the opponent's attack, Mercer couldn't help but take a step back. Ha! Sinners! Where are your sorcery and your gods? You have repeatedly tried to ask me to let you go. Isn't the best way to take me down and capture the master of Upper and Lower Egypt in your hands? Now the opportunity is right in front of you, so why don't you do it?
Boom.
Another heavy blow. Although Moses' body was not weak after decades of shepherding life, he had never learned martial arts. When neither side's supernatural powers are effective against the enemy, he is almost left with the power to parry. In front of him, Pharaoh was still merciless. Come and fight back. As long as you are better than me, I will admit that your God is better than mine. You can hold me hostage and let the soldiers retreat and lead your people away. But why don't you do it yet? Is it because you can't do it? Brush. The long sword swept across, and Mercer dodged the sword in embarrassment. With a slight wave of his cane, an invisible force immediately pulled him away. However, he strode forward, and the pharaoh struck again with his sword. However, after several rounds, Mercer finally reacted and did not take the sword. He just flashed and arrived at the entrance of the palace.
Ah!
The distance was instantly widened, and with a sneer, Ramesses too stopped pursuing after seeing the enemy go away. He was also very old. Standing in the center of the palace, Pharaoh stood leaning on his sword. At this moment, he felt the changes in the eyes of the surrounding guards and ministers. The morale and confidence that had fallen due to the previous defeat were restored in just a few swords, and the fear of the evil god was also wiped away. Yes, the pharaoh is still there. Even if the other party is protected by evil gods, the Egyptians still have gods on earth. Your majesty, your swordsmanship has opened my eyes. But gods will not be stopped by mortal power. Standing at the gate of the palace, Moses never expected that as the pharaoh of Egypt, Ramses would dare to draw his sword to meet the enemy. What if he has some hidden tricks? How should he deal with it? But at this moment, Mercer couldn't admit that although this was risky, it was indeed the best way to deal with it. He also saw the changing gazes around him, and the people's hearts that had become loosened due to the loss of contact with the gods seemed to be getting closer again. My idea of leading the people to leave may be even more difficult to realize. Moses, what you call God's will is nothing more than the power of the evil god. In contrast to Moses, standing in the center of the palace, Pharaoh spoke with a strong voice. The glory of Ra shines on the world, just like the sun rising in the east every day, never ending. What's more, as the manifestation of God in the world, I am here. If you have that ability, then come and kill me. But as long as I don't fall down for a day, then the Egyptians will not yield to you. Crash. Suddenly, as if in response to the pharaoh's declaration. With a flash of lightning, the land that had been dry a moment before was ushered in a heavy rain. Heavy rain fell from the sky, instantly washing away the dust. Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards seemed to recall the past achievements of Pharaoh Ramses II. As he said, he never flinched once. "Your Majesty, it seems that I can't convince you, but I believe that one day you will change your mind." Moses looked around. In the palace at this moment, the ministers who originally had twinkling eyes became firm at this moment. He took a step back and disappeared into the rain. Such heavy rain is okay for the city, which has already had measures to deal with the rain, but for the hundreds of thousands of Hebrews outside the city who live in rudimentary housing, it would be a huge disaster. He waved his staff again, and the increasingly magical snake staff immediately took him away, and the palace of Memphis fell silent again. Clang. Inside the palace, Ramses II took a few steps back, sheathed his sword, and sat back on his golden throne. He swept his eyes over the ministers present, and no one dared to look at him. Very good, because the turmoil caused by the oracle of the high priest before was easily quelled, and nothing can unite people more than a victory. However, this heavy rain came somewhat coincidentally. Is this another punishment from God? Regardless of whether it is or not, it is indeed urgent to eliminate these sinners. Everyone, you have seen it. These people who have been punished by God are becoming more and more rebellious. So if I decide to raise an army to eliminate all the Hebrews, how long will it take to prepare? With a calm expression, Pharaoh asked lightly, as if he was not talking about a massacre. "Your Majesty, if you mean crush, then it is not difficult to do. But if you mean to kill them all, the number of the enemy's civilians is much larger than our soldiers. Unless we are in a city and can guard the gates and walls, it is basically impossible to kill them all." A minister responded, and what he said was exactly the reason why the pharaoh did not use violence directly before. "Well, so as long as there is a city, it will be fine, right?" Ramesses II's eyes became more and more indifferent as his fingers stroked the hilt of the bronze sword. At a certain moment, as if he thought of something, he asked, "I remember that those criminals were responsible for building the temple before?" "Yes, Your Majesty. It's just that the construction period was temporarily stopped because of the previous natural disaster." "Very good." Nodding, the pharaoh seemed to have discovered something. He raised his hand slightly and signaled the minister to write it down. "Isn't that evil God-believer who knows sorcery very capable? Tell him that I have changed my mind. The Hebrews are the sinners declared by God Ra, so they cannot leave, but if they redeem their sins, it is not impossible to consider. One temple is not enough. If they can build a city like Heliopolis and worship God Ra's sun city, perhaps their sins can be exempted and God will allow them to leave." The high priest's previous oracle also reminded Pharaoh that the holy city seemed to be a little far away from Memphis. Give the sinners hope, build a city, and then use this city and their lives to dedicate to God Ra, and eliminate the potential crisis by the way. "Go," Pharaoh said calmly. "If they don't obey, there will only be war. Their blood will dye the Nile red, and their bones will make the grass and trees more fertile next year. This is my last mercy." All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 373, Sacrifice and Poetry. Strong winds are followed by heavy rains, and the continuous natural disasters show no signs of ending. Mortals in the world of Hermione have never had such an experience. The heaven and earth seem to be venting their anger and punishing the ant-like creatures. On the thick clouds, the stars twinkled slightly, as if echoing the heavy rain in the world. Their trajectories began to deviate little by little. In the desert far away from the Nile River, poisonous insects, rats, and ants gathered into a tide, but as if they were waiting for something, they did not move their positions. At the same time, Pharaoh's order was also conveyed from the city of Memphis and quickly came to the Hebrew settlement outside the city. The heavy rain continued, and the roads became muddy. However, along with the messenger came 100,000 elite guards. Even in the heavy rain, they still obeyed the orders of the god on earth and were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Ridiculous. This is simply murder. Snapped. The speaker's anger was clearly visible as he banged the table loudly. It is simply impossible for us to build a city in such heavy rain. The rain will wash away the foundation and prevent the materials from drying. Such a project is simply a dream. A tall middle-aged man said loudly in the temporary meeting hall, and many people around him nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's true. We were exhausted before braving the wind and sand to build the temple. But the wind and sand only made the construction more difficult and caused a lack of water. But the heavy rain, I have never heard of any construction being done and it was built in heavy rain, let alone a city. Yes, in such weather, if you have to worry about falling into a pit even when walking, how can you go to build a city? Dong dong dong? Quiet, I know you are angry, but everyone, we have no choice. Frowning slightly, Aaron knocked on the table amidst everyone's discussion. Pharaoh's army is outside, and there is no way we can stop them. Of course, they can't kill everyone, but most of us will die here. You are all famous and capable people among the Hebrews, and you should know how dangerous the situation is. Do any of you want to go? Want to bet on your luck? The voice was serious, and Aaron knew that Moses was not good at dealing with this. This blood relative of mine always has some unrealistic and beautiful illusions about many things, and therefore is often unable to make some decisions. However, Aaron didn't change his mind about this situation. He just chose to stand up and help him deal with these problems. After all, this kind of fantasy may be one of the reasons why Moses came here. Without these, he might not have risked his life to save his own people whom he had not seen for decades. For this reason, he went to meet him several times. Pharaoh gave up everything early and became one of God's chosen people. Compared to him, Aaron is more pragmatic. You are right. Pharaoh's army is indeed powerful. But Sir Aaron, I think there may be some fallacies in what you said. Perhaps you should use the word you instead of we to describe it. With a sarcastic tone in his voice, a young man said, As far as I know, Lord Moses, who came from afar, has some extraordinary abilities. He can even sneak into the Pharaoh's palace and be wanted without dying. We may die under the blade of Pharaoh's army, but you probably won't. Although, before you arrived, I never knew that I would have to face a life-and-death crisis. But this is a revelation from God. Speaking in a deep voice, Moses said loudly, This is the omen God gave me in the flames. The gods of Egypt will send down divine punishment on us. Yes, Lord Moses, you said so a long time ago. With a sneer, the young man continued, But thinking about it from another direction, maybe it is because of your arrival that we will suffer divine punishment. Just like the previous disaster, drinking the water sent by Pharaoh, didn't I still live to this day? There was no politeness in his words. Although the young man's words were sharp, they did arouse the approval of many people. The future may be beautiful, but if possible, no one wants to be a slave for the rest of his life, which is why they easily believed in Moses at first. But a bright future cannot be eaten for a living. Even though many people still support Moses, pressure is gradually gathering invisibly. Seeing this scene, Aaron couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had said before that those who attributed disasters and suffering to God should be killed, or, at worst, expelled. Even the solution is simple, just poison the water sent by the Pharaoh to put people who drink it in danger. At that time, the believers of God can be cured by drinking the spring water sent by the lady, while the pagans can only wait for death. This could further arouse the Hebrew people's gratitude to God and their common hatred towards Pharaoh. Invisibly, they used the hands of their enemies to cleanse them. But Moses refused. He believed that those unbelievers could still be civilized, but they could not be cleansed so simply. But to be honest, Aaron is not denying the usefulness of education, but it requires sufficient time. Where do they get so much free time now? What's more, God is far away in heaven, so how can he understand people's hearts all the time? Putting away the messy thoughts, taking a step forward, Aaron looked at the young man and asked calmly, So, what are you going to do? Tell Pharaoh that the Hebrews are not capable of these things, and that you are willing to surrender to the Egyptian gods, and then you think he will let you go, sparing you and your followers the labor of building a city. If you think so, then you can go ahead and carry it out. I will never stop you. Huh, that's easy to say, but you have already caused trouble. How can you avoid it by hiding? It's just that since you created the problem, you must be able to solve it. Raising his hand, the young man pointed to the clouds in the sky outside. The city is built by all of us, but you must be responsible for solving this heavy rain. Isn't the so-called power of God reflected in this? You are right. I will solve this matter. After interrupting Aaron, Moses spoke calmly. Moses walked down from the wooden platform and walked through the crowd, all the way out of the house, standing in the heavy rain. The wind and rain wet his clothes, and water flowed across his body, like a pool of water. Although many people did not understand him, Moses was not angry about it. He just felt sad for them. It's normal that you can't understand the existence of God, because you don't accept divine revelation like me. But I still hope you can understand, because this is the only possibility for you to survive.
Tear.
He cut his palm with a sharp instrument, and blood fell on the cane along with the rain. This divine vessel would be strengthened by the calamity that befell the Hebrews, but it was not strong enough now to contain the disaster. Aaron had suggested that he clean up those unbelievers, but he actually wanted to help him enhance the power of this sacred object. But for Moses, if he had a choice, he would rather bear this disaster himself. God said that he was more important than the entire Hebrew people, so the harm he suffered should be equal to the harm suffered by the entire Hebrew people. Buzz. There was a sound, and when blood fell on the cane, a force was indeed stirred. Visible to the naked eye, intertwined patterns of gold and silver circle around the body of the snake staff. As if it had absorbed something, the holy object suddenly shone brightly, and Moses also felt an omnipotent power being held in his palm. Omnipotence, it's just an illusion. But it should be more than enough to block the heavy rain. Looking up to the sky, his pale hands raised the scepter, and Moses thrust the scepter into the ground. The next moment, 9 of the 10 springs that previously contained life force dried up in an instant, and the scepter immediately took root like a plant. In an instant, the plant transformed by the scepter rose up from the ground and transformed into a giant tree with an umbrella covering dozens of miles. The heavy rain was instantly blocked above the giant tree, and underneath it, everything returned to normal climate. Ahem, that's enough. After coughing twice, Moses, who was in his 80s and had always been healthy, felt uncomfortable at this moment. Moreover, the cane turned into a giant tree, so he had no other means for the time being. Aaron, arrange for everyone to build the city. I hope Pharaoh will keep his promise. As you command. Looking up at the huge tree that was born in that instant, Aaron was in a daze for a moment. Although he had seen Moses' methods before, this was the first time he had seen such a shocking one. But the effect was really good. Looking around from the corner of his eye, Aaron clearly saw the changes in the demeanor of the people around him. Sure enough, the vast majority of people are afraid of strength, but not virtue. Let's get started. You should have no objections now. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Aaron said to the young man before him, if there are remaining springs to restore strength, and if there are giant trees to cover the sky and build a city, it may not be impossible. But will Pharaoh keep his promise? Aaron actually doesn't have hope. Meanwhile, on the hillside outside Memphis. It was here that Moses met Isis, and he came here again later to thank this righteous man for his help. But unfortunately, he never saw her again. But in fact, Isis never left here. Moses couldn't find her, but she just didn't want to see him. I really didn't expect that the cane could have such power. The fall of Shu did make the power that descended upon it stronger, but it shouldn't be able to do such a miracle all at once. The damage suffered by the Hebrews actually allowed it to gain strength. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and Isis felt that there might indeed be some secrets in the blood of these people. But Moses has secrets from his bloodline to his soul. However, The birth of the Hebrews happened after she passed on the Ka that carried her authority. Without authority, she naturally had no way to detect the deeper mysteries. I don't know what the bloodline of that woman from a foreign land is, the divine descendant she is carrying, and what kind of status it has in the foreign land. But no matter what, it looks like a blood sacrifice ceremony. Using their bones and blood to enhance the power of this God-given rod, perhaps this was the great man's original plan. He didn't count himself in it, but that didn't affect his success. Because the more Hebrews died, the stronger Moses had the power, and the less likely he was to die. He might even have some special secrets within himself. So he agreed to Moses's wish to save his people, because he knew that most of those people were sacrifices to achieve his own success. Forget it. This is not something I should consider. He is the enemy I should deal with now, Thoth. Isis shook her head gently and disappeared. After a while, she came to the top of Heliopolis. As soon as she arrived here, she noticed that strands of divine power were descending from the sky, and along with it, the familiar magic was pouring in from all directions. Thoth, who replaced herself as the nine-pillar god, the wisdom of the god Ra, was descending here. Now, Isis could even stop him, but it was meaningless. In a chess game, you can eat the opponent after he makes a move, but you can't interrupt him before he makes a move. If you do this, the opponent can just take out a new chess piece. So, Isis just waited on the top of the city, waiting for Thoth to come.
Bang!
Hua! Time passed slowly, and at a certain moment, the sun was in the middle of the sky, and a hole appeared in the dense dark clouds. The sunlight shone into the holy city like a beam of light falling from the sky. When Ra came down from heaven to earth and breathed life into people's nostrils, people stood up. When Ra came down to earth again and gave people reason, people built cities and cultivated fields. Praise you. Your beauty is incomparable. Your light illuminates the earth. You rose from the east. Your light illuminates the whole world. Great God, your power is endless. Your wisdom is unmatched. You created everything. You rule the world. Praise you. You are our creator. You are our protector. We pray to you. May you bless us with peace. Praise you. Your name will be remembered forever. Your glory will last forever. We will always praise you. We will always love you. Note 1. Poems praising Ra on earth rose and fell, and at the front of the crowd, a man in gorgeous priest robes was singing and dancing to please God. The whole ceremony was as if God had not descended Thoth, but Ra. This is history. In the eyes of mortals, Shu is the breath exhaled by Ra, and Thoth is his wisdom. In fact, only Amon Ra Adam is the source of all things in this world, and the rest of the gods are his creations. If time is long enough and there are no foreign invaders, perhaps Ra will develop into a true monotheistic belief. Isis sat on the top of the city, without commenting on this. She looked at the temple with increasingly magnificent divine light, silently waiting for Thoth's arrival. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 374, Inspiration and Tacit Understanding.
Ding.
Jingle bell. Woo. In the solemn temple, bells and drums played along with oboe tunes. Under the watchful eyes of many musicians and believers, Qasim danced a dance in sacrifice to the gods, calling for the wisdom of Ra. Your light shines on every face, but no one knows it. For thousands of years, you are the source of enthusiasm for new life. The truth of language, the tranquility of heart, rise and drink your light. Just because you are yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Praise be to you, Ra, who awakens life from its lethargy. You rise, shine, and reveal your glorious form. Millions of years have passed, and we can't count them all. Tens of millions of years are coming, and you will shine forever. Ancient poetry depicts the piety of the dead praising the sun, and rituals spread in the Book of the Dead. Sure enough, although it was a little difficult, When Senate looked back at the rolling black tide, he still made a decision. He didn't know what it was, but to be honest, when he made this choice, he seemed to be relieved. Dinglingaling. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Wow. What enemy attack? Are the Egyptians coming? On the flat ground, in the city under construction, a sharp whistle suddenly crossed the sky. In order to prevent a sudden attack by the Egyptian army, Aaron had already arranged enough people to be on guard day and night, and even selected a number of people to train day and night. And at this moment, it proved that his choice was indeed reasonable.
Top.
Lord Aaron, enemy attack. Pushing the wooden door open, the sentry said loudly in a trembling voice. And Aaron, who was originally checking the building plan, frowned slightly. He felt a little surprised. Are the Egyptians coming? It shouldn't be. Pharaoh's previous actions seemed to be an attempt to slowly consume them and wait until the most critical moment to kill them with one blow. Therefore, Aaron had long suggested that Moses give up his fantasy and directly organize people to break through and take as much as he can with the help of a scepter. But Moses said that he would never give up these people on his own initiative, and Aaron had no way to think about it. But now, the Egyptians can't sit still? Tell me. The tone was steady, and under such a voice, the young sentry also calmed down a little. My lord, it's like this. I was originally on guard against possible changes in the Egyptians. But not long ago I saw. What? His expression changed slightly, and Aaron felt like he was listening to a myth he had heard in his childhood. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants formed a large army, and the black tide was controlled by people. Thousands of Egyptians were almost wiped out by 1/3 in an instant, and the rest seemed difficult to resist.
No.
Calming down and suppressing the idea of reprimanding the sentry, Aaron suddenly realized that he was now acting out a myth. God's believers were condemned by foreign nations, endured hardships and tests, and finally found a way out under the guidance of the prophet. Since this is a myth, what else is impossible? Notify the guards to assemble. We have to know. The hastily made stone spears may not be able to cause harm to people. They can fight against large beasts, but they are useless against those rats and ants. Besides, they are coming from all directions. We can't deal with them. Subconsciously made a judgment, but then overturned it. Aaron pushed the door open and climbed directly onto a simple wooden tower built nearby. This was originally used to observe the layout of the building, but now it is used by Aaron to observe the situation in the distance. There is what he called the enemy. Looking from a high place, Aaron saw the scene outside the city. Time passed for a while, and the camp of thousands of Egyptians was almost submerged by the tide. Only a few people were still holding on, but they seemed to be struggling to death. People have an absolute advantage when facing a small number of insects and ants, but such a number, just looking at it makes Aaron's scalp numb. Let Moses think of a solution. His divine grace. No, his scepter has turned into a giant tree. Don't move it before the city is built. And if we always seek God's help, what else does God want us to do? And I don't care about this city. The reason for repairing it is just to let Moses see that the Egyptians are untrustworthy and make up his mind to cut off his arm. Once it is impossible to do anything, it's gone. In that case, let the people I just trained climb the wall to defend. No, this won't work either. Not to mention that the wall has not been built at all. Even if it is built, what use will it have to those insects and jackals? They're used to deal with the Egyptians. We can't let them die here early. One thought after another flashed through his mind, and then they were eliminated one by one. To deal with such a life that is obviously driven by supernatural power, you can only use supernatural power to deal with it. But where do they have supernatural power now? In addition to Moses, Aaron has only seen the woman who gave them spring water not long ago. But she doesn't know now. Yes, it seems that we still have it. As if he remembered something, Aaron looked at the only remaining spring of life. The spring water emanated outward, making the air sweet. Only believers can drink it, and any existence with malicious intent will be turned into a mummy by the spring water. It's just that this spring water is not infinite, and the daily output is not much. Aaron knew this early on, but in addition to this, he also knew another thing. That is, the output of spring water can actually be increased after birth. Its production requires life energy, and this energy can be solved in addition to daily natural recovery. That is, to exchange life for life. The lives that died from drinking spring water are all like this. Their bodies that turned into mummies are actually sucked away by all the life force. Just to prevent panic, Aaron never mentioned it. Guards, I remember asking you to separate believers and non-believers? Aaron asked calmly. Yes, sir. I don't know why he asked this at an emergency, but the guards still answered respectfully. Well, very good. Nodding slightly, Aaron knew that as believers, there were actually big differences. For example, the general believers and shallow believers were not very pious, but more like beliefs a little bit, and they might not even remember all the deeds of God. But even so, there were still many Hebrews who were unwilling to make a faith. Aaron felt that Moses was still too kind. He might be suitable to be a spiritual leader, but he was indeed not suitable to lead a nation with internal and external troubles. So, don't tell him about this matter for now. I think God will understand me, for some unbelievers. Once this happens, the rest of the people will not be so easily shaken. My work will also be much easier. Walking down the tower, Aaron made a decision. For the future of the Hebrews, for the glory of God, for victory and justice, someone has to make some sacrifices. Moses was not aware of this, so I will bear the blame. With enough spring water of life, this thing that can directly suck the lives of pagans dry can completely deal with those ants. I just hope that the gods of Egypt will not cause any more accidents. At the beginning, there were only natural disasters, but now there are natural disasters plus man-made disasters. If there are more disasters, Aaron will be helpless. Outside the human world, above the source sea. Everything on the earth is not clear here, but the main traces can still be seen clearly. 9 pillars of God stand here, of course. Only 8 pillars are left now. Sure enough, these mortals alone cannot solve the Hebrews, nor are they enough to make him take action. The pressure we give is still not enough. Above the source sea, the sweat of the goddess of the sky almost soaked her clothes. Tefnut and Set attacked one after another, but the outer gods showed no signs of retreating. Instead, they just sat and watched their actions. No way. He shouldn't leave the opportunity for them to attack. Those Hebrews are facing a crisis. Don't you plan to save them? I will shake the stars. As if she had a good grasp of it, the sky goddess smiled and said, a meteorite will fall from the sky, directly hitting the tree that has withstood the heavy rain, and then it will turn into dust. The outer gods will definitely take action when the time comes. We have nothing to worry about. It is impossible that he will just sit back and watch the Hebrews die or get injured when the game is only halfway through. No one responded to her. The remaining gods looked at the ground nervously, especially Tefnut, Thoth, and Set, who took action together. It makes sense, but who knows if the outer gods are reasonable? It is better to say that although the gods of Hemenu will die, they are still far away from death. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 377 Earth and Water. Rumble. There were bursts of thunder, as if God was angry. In the distance, the lapping sound of the Nile can be faintly heard. In the entire Hebrew settlement, only the most central place was rarely visited. This is the root system of the giant tree and the place where Moses prayed. At this time, every day, Moses would silently pray to God and tell him his thoughts when making every decision. This is my choice. Many people don't understand me. Even Aaron doesn't understand my choice. But, O omnipotent and eternal Lord, when I gave up eternal life in front of you, I have seen my heart clearly. Even though I was forced to flee Egypt for 40 years, not a day goes by from the day I leave that I don't regret my incompetence. So I finally came back here. May your light be spread on the earth as it is in heaven, so that every devout believer can be saved. No one would disturb Moses while he was praying, whether they believed in God or not. The mystery and nobility of the priests are engraved in the bones of people of this era. If not for this, as an outsider who has been away for 40 years, Moses would not be able to easily gain the trust of his tribe. People who can communicate with God are the most revered beings in this era. People revere this specialness as much as they revere God. This is true for both Egyptians and Hebrews. The sacrifice lasted for a long time, and Moses spoke for a long time under the big tree where the snake staff was transformed. Every time, he looked forward to seeing a holy fire ignite in front of him, thus receiving another revelation from the gods. However, until the moment he stood up, nothing happened. God did not respond to him, as if the divine revelation had already said enough. Moses was willing to exchange his eternal life and everything for the salvation of others, and God gave his answer early. He didn't need to say the same thing a second time. Maybe this is fate. My choice was also expected by God. Maybe when God saw me, he knew that I was not destined to choose eternal life, because both the past and the future are in front of his eyes. Standing up silently, Moses sighed. The giant tree planted by himself is right in front of him. It can not only cover the rain from the sky, but also dispel most severe weather conditions, such as storms and heavy snow. It can even stabilize the earth, and its roots can prevent ground cracks and lava. With it, the power of the Egyptian gods will no longer be used, and they can build the city safely and wait for the pharaoh to let them go after completing the agreement. This is a holy object given by God. Even though it is already so tall, it can still absorb nutrients and grow taller and taller. Growing taller? His expression changed, and Moses seemed to realize something. He stared at the giant tree. It seemed to have grown a little taller than before. But how could this giant tree made of the power of spring water and snake staff grow taller out of thin air? Has the power of the spring water increased, or has the power of the snake staff become stronger? What happened? Has another disaster struck? Aaron should have gone to deal with it, but he never came to tell me dash.
Boom.
Before he finished speaking, the earth shook and the giant tree trembled suddenly, making Moses almost lose his balance. A loud noise came from the tree canopy, and some rainwater leaked out through the cracked cracks, splashing mud on the ground. Moses looked up, but the dense branches and leaves still blocked his sight. For a moment, he didn't know what hit the giant tree. But following the connection with the snake staff, Moses knew that this attack came from the sky. But the attack in the sky just happened. Why is it still growing? What happened outside? Isn't Aaron outside protecting the people? Everything changes with the source of power. At this moment, Mercer discovered that although the giant tree was attacked, it was still growing. A certain sense of joy at completing the task inexplicably rose from the bottom of his heart, but at this moment, Moses was only filled with anxiety. He didn't know what was happening outside, but looking at it now, they were probably attacked from the sky and the ground at the same time. This world is still unwilling to let him go. God has revealed my destiny for me. Among those devout believers, 3 out of 10 will die in their prime of life. 5 out of 10 will die among women and children. 7 out of 10 will die among those who are old and sick. Is this destiny? Then what's the point of what I'm doing? No, it makes sense. At least, I will make more people become devout believers. The confusion disappeared in a flash, and Moses' eyes returned to determination. Looking at the growing giant tree, he stretched out his hand and tried to control its branches. Thousands of branches immediately began to dance, some upward trying to hit the meteor, and some outward trying to attack the enemy. Moses gave it a command to destroy any danger that came near. The miraculous creation immediately started to move, like a mountain moving its body. At the same time, it was outside the protection of the giant tree. People around Memphis could see big holes ripped out of the thick clouds in the sky. There are meteors falling one after another, falling towards the sinful people in the world. Let me go. I'm willing to convert. Let me go. Laugh. Ra is the God of gods and the source of everything. You will be punished by God.
Stop it.
Don't resist in vain. We are born with original sin, and the suffering we endure is just the process of atonement. When the disaster is washed away, laugh. Where is the great prophet? Where is Moses? Let me go. Don't you always say that all Hebrews are brothers and sisters and should love each other? Liar, liar. Puff. Lord Aaron, why are you doing this? What good will it do you to let us die? I can listen to you. Sneak. Evil gods, you will not die well. Sneak. The earth will be stained with sin and blood, and you will pay the price. No one can escape, no one can. Standing on a mound, listening to the prayers, wailing, cursing and curses in his ears, Aaron's face did not change. Before the city was built, there was a moat in the city planning, but no water was drawn before. But the heavy rain solved all this, and the ditch of the moat blocked the accumulated water flowing from other places. And now, a short canal leading directly to the outside of the city is being urgently dug by thousands of people. After all, even if the fountain of life produces enough spring water, it is still beyond the ability to transport it by hand. Besides, the spring is so big that even if there is more spring water, it may not be able to stop the huge black tide. However, no matter how terrible those snakes, insects, rats, and ants are, their individual power is still small. Even the diluted spring water is enough to use. Speed up the progress. Don't pay attention to what they say. If they have a pious heart, they can prove this point long ago. God does not need to use killing to force them to believe. This is just a small decision of my personal. With a calm voice, Aaron looked at the spring in front of him, which became clearer and more holy under the nourishment of life. The blood of sin watered the sacred flowers, and the holy spring that healed life was full of corpses. Maybe this is the case behind every glamorous person in this world. It's nothing more than active and passive. At least it's like this for people. Walking down the slope, Aaron estimated that the Egyptians should be almost dead. Whether his plan can succeed depends on the next evidence. Having devoured so many bones and blood of the same race, facing the alien race, they must let them die a little more. You have been trained for a while. Although the enemy is not human, we still have to take up arms to defend our lives and wealth. After a while, when Aaron walked up to the top of the city wall, the surging black tide was already in sight. He seemed to see the figure wrapped in the black tide, a man on horseback. He might be a priest of the Egyptian gods, or perhaps the king of a certain country. Draw your sword. No matter who it is, it cannot change the fact that this is an enemy. Aaron climbed up to the top of the city wall and stood with the soldiers. God is with me. God is with me. Outside the city, riding on a horse, Khaos prayed in a low voice, and then looked at the building in the distance that was not even a city. He saw the alert soldiers above. Well, he would rather call them a mob that took up arms. He could not see any excellence in either equipment or training. I thought the enemies in the Oracle were so powerful, but it turns out that they are just these insignificant sinners. I have heard of them. They are the people cursed by the god Ra. Their ancestors committed great sins. I didn't expect that the Egyptians couldn't even deal with them. Blood was still dripping on the blade. It was the only thing left in the world of the Egyptian nobles killed by Khaos himself. Although he would not go directly to the Egyptians at this time because of the Oracle, since the other party was in the way, he would just destroy them. And this brief battle undoubtedly proved that even well-trained soldiers were vulnerable to his army. As for those sinners called Hebrews, there would be no difference. They don't even have leather armor that looks good, and they don't have enough weapons. Stone spears. Ha! Are we still living in ancient times? Ha ha ha. Khaos's words caused a burst of laughter. Along the way, even though they knew that these insect ant armies would not hurt them, every Nubian still accumulated a lot of negative emotions in their hearts. The massacre of the Egyptians just now gave them a little vent, but this venting was far from enough. Get ready, everyone. Complete the mission of God as soon as possible, and then directly defeat Memphis. I will use Ramses II as a sacrifice to God to prove my ability. At that time, everything in the city will be ours. Swinging his sword forward, Khaos moved his mind, and the rolling black tide rolled forward. He saw the city walls, the moat, and the vigilant guards, but these were meaningless in absolute numbers. No one knows how many lives there are in the desert. But for Khaos, its number can only be endless. Sha-sha. In the dense crawling sound, the front end of the tide touched the shallow circle of the moat. The tide plunged forward without hesitation. They did not need to hide, they just needed to fill it up with numbers. Looking at this scene, Khaos began to wait silently. His expression changed slightly, and the front of the tide continued to pour into the shallow moat, but the clear water surface was like an abyss, swallowing everything. If it wasn't right in front of him, Khaos would even think that his army had stopped here, instead of advancing continuously. Your Majesty, there seems to be something wrong with this water. The voice came from the side, and Khaos nodded slightly. He also saw that this might be a trap. However, he was not angry about the defeat. On the contrary, he was slightly relieved. The oracle asked them to destroy this tribe, and the other party seemed so vulnerable. However, if the other party was really so weak, the Egyptians should have killed them long ago. And this obviously abnormal giant tree. Although Khaos believed that the army given to him by God was invincible and showed great confidence, he was still very alert. So, the first level is the moat, no problem. Let the ants build a suspended ant bridge and send other lives over. They have this ability, I have seen it more than once. Issue the order, although this would greatly slow down the march, but Khaos didn't care. His army is endless, and this small city can't stop him for long. Swoosh. 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 The collision on the ground has begun, and the power of Nut, the last of the four pillar gods, has gradually emerged. In the sky, hundreds and thousands of stars began to fall towards the human world, aiming directly at the huge tree. Strictly speaking, the sky goddess does not have the power and authority of the stars, but she has bred the stars and has the power to mobilize them. So, under her guidance, the meteors are like another heavy rain, bringing destruction and burning to the earth. Why doesn't he do it? Isn't he afraid that those mortals will be slaughtered by the stars? Nut knew that they actually had the advantage in this chess game. In any case, this is the world of Hemenu after all. If they interfere with the human world, the power of both sides will be weakened, but the other side will be weakened more, and there's another problem. That is, he does not hold the divine power of Hemenu. This is also one of the reasons why the Egyptian gods chose to accept the chess game at the beginning. They believed that although the foreign gods were powerful, they still had a good chance of winning when both supernatural and human powers had advantages. However, since Shu's incident, almost all the pillar gods began to feel uneasy, and the power shown by Moses also puzzled them. He did not rely on the power of the foreign gods to show all kinds of miracles, which directly subverted the comparison of human power. So, at this moment, no one else said, at least for Nut, she just wanted to drag through this round, and then pin her hopes on the god Ra. So, why don't you do it? Looking at the falling stars, Nut was much more anxious than Moses at this moment. She hoped that the foreign gods could reach out to stop them, but only disappointment was waiting for her. Until the first star fell on the tree, the world remained the same. The gods from foreign lands did not intervene, but watched all this happen. The stars fell on the tree, and even fell on her heart. In an instant, Nut's heart began to sink. She forced a smile and looked in the direction of Ra. However, all she could see was the golden mask covering the eagle's head. Don't dream, Nut, he is here. A low voice came from beside him, and Set looked at the sky expressionlessly. It felt exactly the same as when Shu fell before, and he seemed to be doomed. Anubis, my unborn son? With divine power surging, Set did not seem to be willing to sit back and wait for death. Looking at the big hand that seemed to cover everything, Set, as a god who symbolized the land of Hemenu together with the god of the earth Geb, soared into the sky. The divine light flickered, just like an ant trying to shake a tree. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator.
Chapter 378 Formation. Voilà là.
On the source sea, black and gold rolled and intertwined. I just don't know when the golden tide seemed to be a little quieter than before and no longer as agile as at the beginning. Seth. On the endless abyss, looking at the light rising into the sky, there was only indifference in Ra's eyes. Compared with the complete world, Shu's existence is actually insignificant, even with the three gods who are now taking action. After all, even the weakest world is still a world, and the great power seems insignificant in front of him, let alone ordinary gods. However, many times, the simple size cannot represent everything, and existence is far more important than quantity. Just like Khaos's law of death, no matter how incomplete it is as a complete world, he still has the god of death, and in the world of Hemenu, the proportion of wind may be far less than that of water and fire, but it is also indispensable. But now, with the intersection of wind and earth, Set, the god of desert and storm, rushed to the sky. As one of the fulcrums that constitute the world, wind may be at risk of completely disappearing from the world of Hemenu. Such a sophisticated instrument, even if it only loses a screw, will inevitably lead to disasters in the future if it cannot be handled in time. Your Majesty, what should we do now? With a pale face, the earth god Geb asked for help from Ra, who was sitting on the sun's sphere. It is not his turn yet, but he knows that it may not take long. His wife, who has been with him for 10,000 years, is about to fall, so how long can he hold on? After they are over, Ra may not be able to escape either. Doesn't he feel panic at all?
Boom.
While speaking, Set, who was like a moth to a flame, was shot down without resistance in the sky, and the rain god and the sky goddess had to fight to the death. The battle happened around them, and for a while, the power of the three gods was like a candle in the wind. However, due to the rules of this place, although the flames were shaking, they would not be completely extinguished. Don't worry, wait and see. Ra raised his eyes slightly, as if he responded. The scene on the source sea now is not just a confrontation of strength. The power of the outer gods is enough to easily crush the resistance of the three gods, but the reason why they can still resist a little is because the war in the human world has not yet been decided. Therefore, the power that constitutes the chessboard is vaguely protecting them, but everyone can see that the struggle of the three gods may not last long. The chessboard has been unfolded, and no one can leave, unless one of you can break free from the world power that constitutes the chessboard, and then defeat the outer gods in a head-on confrontation. With narrowed eyes, LA's eyes swept around. Now, apart from Law, there are only three pillar gods who have not taken action. Geb, the god of the earth, Osiris, the god of the underworld, and Nephthys, the protector of the living and the dead. In fact, this is also the result of his intention. The enemy's means are more than he imagined, but Law is not without a way to deal with it. You can't do it, and I can't do it either. All we can do now is to make as much preparation as possible for the next step. Tyr. On the ground, under the tall giant tree, the cruel fight is continuing. Khaos underestimated Aaron's preparation. The poisonous spring water could be affected by human beings. The ant bridge he built was quickly destroyed by the waves, and the offensive was stopped again. However, Aaron's means obviously stopped there. When Khaos ordered his army to use the most primitive method to transport soil and gravel and bring these things into the ditch in a way of mutual destruction, trying to fill up the moat, the close combat entered the countdown. The fountain of life has no effect on dead things. Even if the water is rolling, a road is easily filled by endless worms and jackals. The vast army surged like a tide and joined the soldiers who had been soaked in the spring water beforehand. Then things slid in the direction that Aaron least wanted to see. Although the worms and jackals in the desert could not do anything to the soldiers soaked in the spring water for a while, their number was thousands of times that of the guards. They crossed the defense line fearlessly and walked freely in the tents in the rear. The camp was boiling, people rushed and fled in all directions, trampling, pushing, and even deliberately tripping others to make way for themselves. The sins of human nature were clearly revealed. Accompanied by bursts of roars, loud noises came from the sky, and the patter of rain dripped from the hole. "Will we fail, sir?" Having long abandoned the sword used to kill people, Aaron used a wide door panel to smash a group of poisonous insects in front of him to death. The gap was quickly filled by the subsequent surge of the same kind. They did not care about life and death, and were not tired. No, it's hard to say for others, but you will definitely be the last batch to die. Exhaling a breath, Aaron felt like a reef in the sea. If things reach the most dangerous point, he will decisively lead people to retreat to the vicinity of the spring and establish the strongest line of defense. But it's not that step yet. He is still waiting for things to turn around. The power God has bestowed on the great prophet may be beyond our imagination. It just depends on whether he is ruthless enough. Oh, but speaking of it, I don't know whether I really want him to be ruthless or whether I want him to stay the way he is now. People are so contradictory. What Moses could discover, Aaron could naturally do too. When he used those unbelievers as sacrifices, he also discovered the changes in the towering tree. Is this a coincidence, or if there is some relationship, Aaron doesn't know. But at least he knew they wouldn't fall here.
Boom.
It was another meteorite, even much bigger than the previous one. A hole was made in the branches of the giant tree, and rainwater poured down. The crowd's panic became more and more serious. At this point, Mercer may have realized the seriousness of the problem. No matter, let's continue, and you can give me a chance by the way. What? That's the one. Looking at Khaos in the dark tide, Aaron smiled. Whether I want to retreat or not, I will always kill him first. Snakes cannot move without a head, and birds cannot fly without a head. Without a commander, these insects and jackals will be much easier to deal with. The number of them is certainly endless, but as their master, I wonder if this person is immortal? Immortality is naturally a joke. Hermione is not immortal. So he lowered his body and pretended to be in a panic. Aaron motioned to his most capable assistants to charge with him. Speaking of which, he really had to thank the Fountain of Life. Otherwise, as Moses' brother and at Aaron's age, he would not have the ability to charge. But now, feeling the surging vitality in his body, just like when he was young, Aaron pressed his sword forward. Click. It was like a thunderbolt passing through the boundless water, setting off huge waves. When Aaron planned to attack Khaos in the insect wave, the power that originally protected Seth suddenly dropped in the void. The power derived from the entanglement of the two worlds began to flow away. Although the matter had not yet begun, the results seemed to have been revealed. In this case, if Seth chooses to huddle beside the rain god and sky goddess, he may still be able to survive for a while. After all, the power of the world is so powerful that no one can kill him here before he truly loses. However, feeling this change, he still moved forward without hesitation. Just like the knight challenging the windmill, although reckless, he is very brave. Set. Why didn't I see it before? It turns out he is so brave. If I had known better, I should have reversed the order and let Gabe take the first step and save him for later. Law felt a little regretful, but it was only fleeting. Just as he did not notice Isis's betrayal, R.A. admitted that he was still lacking in some areas. Of course, this is all secondary. Looking at the foreign god who took action for the second time in front of him, unlike the sun god R.A., Amon-Ra's reaction on the primordial water seemed dull and indifferent. He stared at the scene at Yuan Hai. Seth's final counterattack was still useless. When the outer god gives up on the human world again, his life and death are the destined outcome. The moment Seth was held in the opponent's hand, R.A. felt the weakness and whine of the world of Hermione. But compared to the last time, Law was not so angry at this moment. On the one hand, he knew that he could not stop it, and on the other hand, it was because unlike the first time, the death of the gods was rewarding. The death of those mortals with the blood of gods from outside the realm was secondary. The most important thing was that although Shu Gang did not notice it when he died, as time went by, Law unexpectedly discovered some changes. For example, when the power of the world is traumatized, the power that causes the gods to be restrained in the Sea of Origin also decreases, so they can invest more power. Of course, at this point, the outer gods are the same as them. Another example, because of the complete death of a god, Law was surprised to find that along the absolute space that he had partially mastered, it seemed that more power began to pour into himself from the world. Even with Set about to follow, the rays became a little quicker. This is not the first time, and Law is familiar with this change. The reason why he was able to transform from the sun god into a Mon-Ra atom and then steal the power of the 8 gods was precisely because he was blessed by Hermione when he was fighting against the outer gods outside the world, and took the opportunity to intercept the flow. Part of the Force. Based on this, after Dang Law was reincarnated, he successfully added Amon to his name, gaining even more powerful power. And now the feeling is so similar. So, do you think of me as the savior? His breath converged, and Law didn't reveal his changes at all. At this moment, instead of feeling that this was Hermione's care and favor, he felt it was a little ridiculous. The blessing of the world. He has already done something. If he hadn't just given himself a vague revelation thousands of years ago when the bloodline of the outer gods first entered the world, Nala would have been able to nip those sinful bloodlines in their bud and even use this to analyze the alien world. Of rules. By then, the situation will not be so bad. It is obviously a battle between worlds, but the opposite gods can actually invade the interface where they are. Even if this opportunity is missed, if the world had given him such blessings thousands of years ago, then his power could go one step further and truly cover every corner of the world. With this kind of power, Isis, the traitor, has no way to hide, and he can also calmly plan, detect problems in advance, and then make various responses. Even now, if the world is willing to give him all the power at once, then RA can overturn the chessboard in front of him, break the so-called rules, and let the foreign gods know that this is not a foreign land, but Egypt that belongs to him. Then he can also keep the foreign gods here forever, and even turn them into a nail that drives into the other world, changing the offensive and defensive situation. However, at this moment, RA feels the increase in the power in his body. He can probably judge that if a progress bar is divided into the realm above the true god, then the other 9 pillars of gods will probably die, and the power given by the world will probably not be able to read the progress bar to the full. The scene was a little deserted. Nephthys was silent, Osiris' eyes flickered, and Geb seemed to be frightened. After all, his wife, the goddess of the sky, Nut, was captured beside him. The prestige that RA had built up over tens of millions of years was almost gone, and none of the remaining gods were willing to take action again. Everything before seemed to prove that taking action was a precursor to death. It's meaningless to delay. If we continue in the current state, when the world perishes, everyone will naturally be judged as the loser. Sitting upright on the celestial sphere, RA said calmly. He seemed to realize that he could not force the gods to take action, so he chose to persuade them with words. But if we both have to die, dying late is better than dying early. And no one can guarantee that there will be no turning point in the future. The field was quiet for a moment. Seeing no one to answer, Osiris did not look in the direction of RA, but stared at Thoth on the opposite side. Besides, if there is anyone who is more likely to win the last game, isn't it you, Your Majesty? Among the remaining gods, Geb was at a loss, and he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death. Thoth might be Ra's diehard, and it is unknown whether he has any plans. As for Osiris himself, he originally had no backup plan, but when he found out about Isis's betrayal, he suddenly realized that this might not be the case. You know, who was the person who had prepared a wedding with Isis? Wasn't that him? Although he later learned that it was just a substitute created by the other party to fake his death, it was precisely because of the other party's involvement that he, a god of agriculture enjoying the sun on the ground, became the god of the underworld underground. If Osiris felt wronged before, and even secretly angry about Isis's foreign offspring from nowhere, it's another story now. Traitors are good. When others suspect you are a traitor, you'd better be a real traitor, not a fake one. From all the current signs, Isis has indeed boarded the ship of the foreign gods without knowing when. As a member implicated by the other party, I don't know if I still have a chance to turn from darkness to light. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 381 Book of the Dead. With his eyes lowered, facing Osiris' seemingly unintentional questioning, Ra seemed to still pay attention to the situation in the world. The impact of the fall of the four pillar gods was direct, but more potential. Most of the insects and beasts summoned by Set were destroyed, and the rest fled in all directions. After a period of powerless resistance, with the fall of the goddess of the sky and the lake goddess Tefnut, the climate of Hemenu changed permanently. This is not like the natural disasters under the control of the gods before, which were horrible, but orderly and targeted. But with the death of the gods, the origin they represented was extracted, and the cycle of the world seemed to be affected. Frogs and flies fled from lakes and swamps, and mosquitoes spread everywhere carrying plagues. Ra could already foresee that another disaster would be rampant on the earth, and the earth would be full of corpses, regardless of race and status. This is irreversible. Unless the world makes up for the missing parts and regenerates the corresponding gods, or if he completely fails and becomes part of another world, there is no possibility of stagnation. But Ra didn't care much. The disaster in the world looked terrible, but in fact it caused Hemenu to gradually lean more power down. Moreover, in a short period of time, these influences would not defeat the core of the Egyptian dynasty. This was enough. He protected the Egyptians for a long time and helped them build a strong dynasty. Now it was time for them to repay themselves. Not only these mortals, but also these gods. Everyone knows that Ra defeated the previous sun god, Adam, the original god of Hemenu, and became the new sun. But how many people remember that most of the 9 pillars of gods today already existed in that era? They were born because of the original gods, and the name of 9 pillars was also passed down from that era. In the battle between the new and old suns, few people knew what roles the other gods played. And when Ra successfully became Ra Adam, no one cared about these things. Just like in the myths of the old times, Shu and Tefnut were the first generation of gods created by Adam, but as Ra ascended the throne of the sun, the myths of the world also changed easily. People believed that Shu, the god of the atmosphere, was born from Ra's breath, Tefnut was born from his cough, and the heaven and earth were born from these two. Everything seemed to have not changed, only the name of the original creator had changed. But Ra still remembered these, and they should all thank him for his kindness at that time. Osiris, so you don't want to go down. You want to stay here and pray that the outer gods will spare your life? Without even raising his eyes, Ra saw through Osiris's little thoughts. Although Set's murder of Osiris did not happen in this world, the event itself is not important, but the internal logic of its reaction is important. Being murdered by his own brother when he had the upper hand shows how ordinary Osiris's ability is. With this little ability, he also wants to learn from others to surrender to the enemy. After being deceived by Isis, Ra admitted that the other party's wisdom was worthy of being the one he favored. But Osiris, silently, under the cover of his sleeves, a long scroll fell into Ra's hands. The part of Thoth's eyes that remained on the source sea moved slightly, and he noticed the gently swaying robe.
Just thinking about it, he guessed what it was.
Among the 9 pillars of gods, only Osiris had changed his main priesthood, from the god of agriculture to the god of the underworld. This poor guy actually dared to resist Ra at this time. I'm not praying to him to spare my life, God Ra. I just think we should talk about it. As far as I know, you were seriously injured 1,000 years ago, and you recovered from the injury through reincarnation. Is that true? Osiris asked again, unaware of the movement in the field. Yes, you want to say whether my opponent is he? Yes, there is indeed he. Still without raising his head, Ra gave a calm answer. If that's the case then, dear Ra, is there a reason why the gods from other lands are unwilling to communicate with us? Compared to us, the existence of Isis proves that the foreign gods are not incommunicable. Or, you don't actually want us to communicate. The tone became more and more impolite. Osiris didn't think Ra could do anything to him on this source sea. And it's not certain whether the other party can survive in the future. The foreign gods may not kill them all, but Ra, who has been an enemy of it for a long time, is likely to be unable to escape. As for the other party's ruthless killing of those gods before, in fact, from the perspective of the Egyptian gods, without knowing the existence of Khaos, they have a different understanding. The creation myth of Hemenu is very different from that of other worlds. It is rumored that one of the symbols of the primordial water, the eight-element god Nun, gave birth to the original god Adam. He fell from the lotus, and the sun has shone on the boundless water ever since. However, as the first god in the world, Adam was the strongest god at that time, but in fact he was also the weakest god because all the priesthoods of Hemenu were superimposed on him at that time, so his power was not only not made extremely powerful, but weakened due to the special laws of this world. The priesthoods other than the sun greatly reduced his power, so driven by instinct, Adam began his so-called creation journey. He separated the wind from the atmosphere and created Shu, and separated the lake from the rain and created Tefnut. He ordered the two to marry, and then gave the priesthood of the sky and the earth to their offspring Geb and Nut, and ordered them to marry and give birth to more beings that carried his priesthood. With each reduction of his priesthood, Adam became stronger, until a certain moment he felt that he had the power to surpass the gods, and then stopped this division. He believed that all things in the world were born because of him, and the gods were also created by him. They had neither reason nor power to resist him. So even if there were still some priesthoods other than the sun, Adam would no longer separate them, and Hemenu's creation ended. And this also provided an opportunity for Ra to usurp the throne later. Thinking back, Osiris knew that when Ra became the new sun, he learned the lesson of Adam and stripped off the remaining priesthoods, such as Bathet and Sekhmet, who were born from his eyes. The purity of the priesthood gave Ra a power that no other gods could challenge, and no one dared to challenge his position until the arrival of the outside world. However, according to Osiris's understanding, although the gods outside the domain killed the four pillar gods, that should only be the result of their choice to be enemies with him. Even if they died, perhaps the outside gods would separate them again to create new gods in order to maintain the pure power. No way, it shouldn't be. There won't be the example of Adam in front, and there won't be gods who want to master so many relatively weak divine powers at the same time, right? Absolutely impossible. How could anyone do such a thing that goes against common sense? Ra, that's it. This may be Hemenu's war, and it is also your war, but it may not be the war of all gods. We should think in a different way, rather than resorting to force for everything. Glancing at the other gods, Osiris saw that Thoth seemed to be looking at him supportively, and Geb agreed, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Sure enough, it was not just him who thought so. Everyone had the same idea, but they just didn't dare to say it out loud. In short, I hope to stay here for the time being and wait for the situation to change. Of course, if you, God Ra, are willing to show your supreme power and wipe out everything, that would be great. The voice echoed over the source sea. Under the golden mask, Ra's expression was not very clear. He was still looking at the human world, but Osiris felt that this might be a kind of escape. After all, no one had dared to contradict him like this for tens of millions of years. Osiris. After a moment of silence, Ra raised his head slightly. His eyes were calm and indifferent. Perhaps it was the authority accumulated over tens of millions of years. Osiris actually felt some subconscious palpitations. I'll give you another chance. Obey my orders, do your best, and destroy the sinners in the human world. If you can do it, I will forgive your behavior. No need, Your Majesty. I stick to my opinion. What you think may not always be right. Taking a deep breath, looking at the eyes like dead water, Osiris spoke. Very good. Nodding slightly, under the golden mask, the corners of LA's mouth seemed to move. Then Osiris, since you want to stay in the source sea, I will fulfill your wish. As long as you don't regret it. The fingers under the long sleeves moved slightly, and the long scroll exuded a magical light. In the human world, in the tombs of the pharaohs of all dynasties, similar creations are not uncommon. It is called the Book of the Dead by mortals. It records the praises of gods, the curses of threats, and the life and achievements of the pharaohs as a certificate of their merits in life. People believe that the god of the underworld, Osiris, will use this to judge the good and evil of mortals in their lives, and then take a boat to spend the next life. Everything is so orderly, as if it is a heritage passed down from ancient times. However, there is one thing that many people have forgotten, that is Osiris. It seems that he is not a natural god of the underworld. He was originally the god of agriculture in the human world, controlling the prosperity and decline of all plants. If nothing unexpected happens, the underworld has nothing to do with him. Then the question is, almost all the important powers in the Hemenu world were born at the beginning and then split off by Adam. So before him, which god was the one who exercised and held the power of Hades? Naturally, it was Ra, or it was one of the powers that Adam had not separated. Ra's sun boat has some divine power. Whenever the sun sets, it sails in the water system of the underground and the netherworld. When it sails out, it means the rising of the sun. The sun is constantly intertwined between the world of the living and the world of the dead, so it also has the symbol of rebirth and new life. However, when Ra took over the throne, in order to ensure the purity and strength of his power, he decided to give up the power of Hades. As the god of wisdom and writing, Thoth knew this very well, because he was helping Ra in the process of giving up the power of Hades. Because of the connection between the sun and the world of the dead, although Ra decided to give up this divine power, he did not choose to directly create a corresponding god after all, because this would make him completely lose control of this power. So he asked Thoth for help, and the two worked together to create the artifact, Book of the Dead. Mastering the Book of the Dead, Ra can have the ability to influence the afterlife without weakening his power. He absorbed the power of the 8 elements through rebirth and relied on the power of this power. Corresponding legends and myths were circulated in the world, and the power given to Osiris by him actually originated from this. Even Thoth knew that the magic separated after Isis's death belonged to him, but the life in it was refined into the Book of the Dead by Ra. He tried to create a divine weapon that was as superior to all things as he was to the gods, but unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. However, this did not affect the power of the Book of the Dead, nor did it affect its restraint on Osiris. Buzz. The long scroll made a subtle sound. At the same time, Osiris' body also made a sound, and some invisible connection began to form. Osiris's face suddenly changed. In this source sea, how could Ra attack him? You think too much. I didn't hurt you. I was just taking back what's mine. Although that thing is everything you have. The voice was calm, and the scroll flew out of Ra's hand. Unlike the original myth, Osiris became the god of the underworld because he was murdered by Set, and the part of him that originally belonged to the god of agriculture was not lost. But now as a god who was banished to the underworld by Ra, the authority of the god of agriculture has long been taken back. Ra tried to merge with a life with similar divine power, and then failed as expected. But no matter what, Osiris has no power to resist in front of him now. Wait! Snap! There was no extra confrontation, and it was even more straightforward than the process of the outer gods taking action. Osiris, who had just tried to challenge the status of Ra, turned into a picture in the Book of the Dead, and the fear of dying was vivid on it. What's abandoning darkness and joining light? Osiris fell on the spot without even seeing Isis. The outer gods are certainly scary, but as the lord of the Egyptian gods, is the sword in my hand not good? Now there are only 4 left. Ra casually pulled out some power from the Book of the Dead and threw it to Nephthys, the patron saint of the dead and homes. According to my order, set off the last disaster and let the dead spread all over the earth. All those who died in the past, are dead now, and will die in the future, must come back to life and serve as weapons to execute my will. Let the earth split apart and bones run rampant on the ground. Plague, pain, and curses are spread over rivers and mountains. Regardless of Hebrews and Egyptians, all the dead are included. Nephthys and Geb, do you have any opinions? Except for Thoth. No one knows how Ra killed a pillar god in the blink of an eye. Geb only felt that the common sense he had built up before was constantly broken recently. Compared with Ra and the outer gods, he was a chess piece crossing the river, advancing but not retreating. As you command, Your Majesty. The other party's smile looked uglier than crying, but Law didn't care much. Whether they succeeded or failed, Law could accept it. He had seen the means and power of the outer gods more and more clearly. Although powerful, they were not invincible. If the world can push me to the top of this field, then... With a calm expression, Law glanced at Thoth. It's okay to dawdle. Anyway, he is not missing one more. After all, Thoth had done a lot for him. At least before he really failed, Law believed that the other party would not dare to do anything. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 382 7 Difficulties. The World. Heliopolis, the Golden Temple of the Sun. The surging Nile River, the fertile black soil. Her water irrigates the black soil, and her milk nourishes Egypt. Praise the black soil, praise the Nile River. Long live the source of all waters. You came to this land, arrived safely, and gave life to Egypt. O hidden God, you have led the night to the day. We celebrate your guidance and praise your authority. You planted the garden cultivated by the god Ra, giving life to all walkers. Never stop watering the earth along your journey down from heaven. The treasure of food, the one who gives grain, you bring light to every family. Above Heliopolis, the dark clouds have dissipated, and the devout believers are singing. In recent days, more and more believers have gathered near the holy city. He either brings his family with him or makes a pilgrimage alone. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered here, singing hymns praising the gods day and night, or songs that record the deeds of gods, or words recorded in a certain volume of the Book of the Dead, carrying hymns praising the Nile River. The pious singing reached the clouds, making the city seem more sacred and extraordinary. Da-da. In a corner of the holy city, as the organizer of everything, Qasim looked gentle and distant. His fingers tapped the wall lightly, as if he was accompanying the hymn. The believers in the distance cast their reverent eyes one after another. This is the most perfect servant of God in the world, the priest who has always stayed in the land of gods. Ibu. Teacher, what do you want? You have been busy for a long time to settle these believers who came from afar. Then Ibu, do you know why they are so pious? After a long time, the sun set. Qasim seemed tired, and his eyes closed slightly. Beside him, Abu stepped forward to support his father and teacher. That's because God exists. Since it exists, it's natural to believe in it. This is Abu's idea, and it is also the cognition of most people. As an objective thing, why don't people believe in it? Really? Think about it again. With a gentle smile, Qasim continued to ask, if you have to believe in God just because he exists, then there are many gods in this world. Egypt has its own gods, and those sinners have their own gods. Tell me, why do we believe in the gods of Egypt and not their gods? That's because Ra will protect us and guide us forward. Foreign gods will only protect his people, so our faith will only be dedicated to Ra. After a moment of silence, Abu gave his answer according to logic, but this answer is so straightforward. People are willing to believe in gods because they can bring benefits, not because of their great power and greatness. Haha, Abu, many qualified priests actually know this. Even if they don't know it at the beginning, they will gradually know it in the process of spreading faith. But this can only solve the reason why people believe in God, but it can't solve the current problem. Look. The melodious singing is still ringing. As the nominal leader of the holy city at this moment, Qasim is talking about the source of faith. In the past, God has brought good weather and driven away disasters to the Egyptians more than once, but there has never been such a huge pilgrimage. Now there are hundreds of thousands of people gathered here, and even people from Upper and Lower Egypt are still rushing here. Tell me, Why is this? Because they encountered a disaster. Take a deep breath. Abu seems to understand what his father wants to teach him. I understand. As far as God is concerned, the beauty given to believers is best only temporary. When people first come into contact with God's grace, they will be ecstatic. When they receive God's grace for the second time, they will thank God for the gift. But when they continue to receive God's grace, they will only get used to it. So the gift of God must not be quantified, and it must not become a conventional rule. If you do this, it will only make God lose its mystery and make believers lose their awe. Let the current situation give them fear, and let God become the hope to avoid fear, and this hope is ethereal and vague. Therefore, the rewards of criminal law cannot be fully known, and its power cannot be measured. Of course, the premise of all this is that the gods really have supreme power. The more he said, the more Abu felt that his faith in God was shaken. This is a way to help the gods develop believers, but knowing this, he himself cannot become a devout believer. Thinking of this, Abu felt a little ridiculous while sighing at his father's experience and wisdom. Everything in this world is like this, Abu. The most capable officials of the dynasty do not believe in the law, but the people do. The most capable servants of the gods do not believe in God devoutly, but the believers are devout. Of course, there are exceptions, but they are too few. Abu, the reason why I asked you to think about this is to let you see through the logic behind it. In this way, you can become the most trusted servant of any god. The voice is calm, and Qasim never hesitates to express his aging and weakness. He told Abu a long time ago that he would not live for a few years. Okay, let's get down to business. Now it's your turn. Tell me, what do you want to say when you come to me? Today's teaching was completely coincidental because Abu suddenly came to see him at this time. Qasim was also a little surprised. What was he doing here? Teacher, father. Changing his words midway, Abu gritted his teeth. I saw those hallucinations again. I saw the sky being torn apart, and in the distant land, where I could never see, the yellow sand was evacuated and flowed to the edge of the world. The stars are swaying, storms are extinguished and reborn. The water vapor flowing between the sky and the earth is split into 4 parts. Darkness spreads to the world, and black smoke rises under the sun. The pillars in the sky disintegrate one after another, and the falling fragments will kill 2/3 of all living things on the dead earth. Is this really an illusion? Father, I feel that it is so real, like a wonder that happened in the past, present, and future. I have always had an uneasy feeling in recent days. This is an illusion, Abu. After interrupting, Qasim looked calm. Only Ra is the all-seeing God. What you see is naturally not the truth. Maybe the recent busyness has made you not in good spirits. Well, you can go and take a rest for a while, think more about what I told you before, and by the way, help the believers around you who are in trouble. Thinking and practice are indispensable. I understand, teacher. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Abu bowed slightly and left with full of doubts. Behind him, Qasim watched him go in silence. After a long time, the high priest of Heliopolis returned to the Temple of the Sun. He stood in the corner and did not join in the prayers. Instead, he quietly listened to a hymn and then raised his hand to signal. High priest, what are your orders? I'm sorry to disturb you in your reverence for God, but I had to come here. Smiling, Qasim faced the statue and turned his back to the crowd. I am going to pronounce an oracle. Wow. There was an uproar in the venue, and they didn't expect the gods to send another message. The temple seemed to have shone with golden light this morning. The believers in the city thought that this was just a change caused by the gaze of the gods, but they did not expect that it was another oracle. As you may have imagined, I received Ra's command in the morning. I interpreted it at noon. I proclaimed it in the evening. What Abu said flashed through his mind, and Qasim turned around and looked at the people kneeling in the temple. God said, "The foreign people with the blood of sin still linger on the earth, and the foreign gods will send a curse on the people of Egypt. Frogs will come out of the waters and fill the houses, fields, and roads. Lice will come out of the earth and bite people, livestock, and kings. The beetles will come and destroy the pastures, and the plague will make the livestock sick. Anyone who is infected by it will die, and those who are not infected by it will have sores on their bodies. In the end, the foreign gods will turn the water into ice and turn it into ice from the sky to the earth, and turn the sand into locust flies to eat up our food. This is the sin of the evil god. He will bring 7 disasters to this earth and curse all the people raised by the Nile. Wow. The crowd was in uproar again. They looked at Qasim in disbelief and at the statue behind him. Each of the 7 disasters is enough to make them suffer, let alone the 7 together. If this disaster really befell them, they don't know how many of them would survive to the end. High Priest, God Ra sent down the oracle, should tell us how to solve it, right? Someone asked tentatively, and looking at people's expectant eyes, Qasim smiled and nodded. The people on Earth have disappointed God and have not been able to destroy the sinful alien races, so far. Then the god Ra called up the creatures underground and brought them back to Earth to carry out his will. Blaspheming the undead. This is a taboo in the Egyptian god's teachings, but if the god himself did it, then Qasim didn't know what it should be. But compared to these, he thought of other things more. The curse of foreign gods. I don't know whether this is a curse directed at the Egyptians, or whether they are just fish in the pond. Crash. In the world of Hermione, the 8 gods are a certain embodiment of the world. On the original water, all things came into being. However, everything in the world has good and bad sides, and wherever there is order, there is chaos. Compared with the stable and quiet Tartarus of chaos, Hermione's chaos is scattered among the laws of the world and gathered in the darkness of the world. Crash. In the river flowing underground, in the time and space that exists and does not exist, a huge thing lies there. On its body, little bits of gold and silver flames were still burning, colliding with strands of black air and extinguishing them. The power of the flame is so powerful that it often takes several points of strength to destroy 1 point of black energy. However, as time went by, the black energy seemed to become stronger. It seems to have received some kind of blessing, and its power becomes purer with each breath. Click. Kaka. The body twisted, and the body and the invisible chains collided with each other. The giant thing obviously felt a little uncomfortable, but its eyes were closed, and its consciousness was still sinking. The 2 sun gods' biggest worry was finally completely suppressed by Ra. According to Ra's previous estimate, it would be difficult for it to break free for at least hundreds of years. Apophis, the chaos serpent of Hemenu, is said to be the source of chaos born with the sun. If the first generation of the sun god Adam represents the beginning of all things and the source of all births, then Apophis is the end of everything and the demon that destroys everything. Its only meaning since its birth is to destroy all order in the world, so that in the most ancient times, the sun god Adam at that time had to fight it every day. It is said by word of mouth that when the sun sets, it is the sun god who drives the celestial sphere to the back of the world and fights the chaos serpent for life and death. When the sun rises, it means that the god has defeated the demon who wants to destroy everything and reigns over the world again. However, unlike other gods of Hemenu, Apophis has no reason. As the embodiment of chaos, it is also immortal. So, no matter how many times it is defeated, it will still be reborn on a new night. Therefore, Ra in Egypt was not as authoritarian as the god-king of chaos, because for a long time, their most critical job as the sun god was to suppress the monster that destroyed the world. Of course, all this ended with the arrival of Amon-Ra Adam. When Ra stole the power of the 8 primordial gods, he truly possessed the power to suppress Apophis. With just one move, he left the chaos serpent with unimaginable trauma. For hundreds of years in the human world, it was difficult for it to wake up and cause chaos again. However, with the recent changes in the world of Hemenu, the chaos serpent seemed to be changing with it. A crack, crack. The sound of the chain breaking became more and more frequent, especially when the climate and celestial phenomena in the human world were in chaos due to the fall of the pillar god, and it collapsed more and more quickly. As the opposite of order, when this world was shaken, Apophis seemed to have taken the most perfect tonic. Even if the power of the world did not lean towards it like Ra, it was increasing day by day, and instinctively broke the shackles that trapped it. Hiss! Huh! Apophis's eyelids trembled slightly as he hissed and breathed unconsciously. It seemed that it was about to wake up, but it seemed that something was missing. Indistinctly, as the yellow-brown light spot got closer and closer to him, the feeling of mutual attraction became clearer and clearer, and Gabe seemed to hear this voice. Then, the next moment, his consciousness completely fell into darkness. Separation, blending, reorganization, sublimation, the Ka and Ba belonging to the Egyptian gods slowly transformed into another state in this process. Buzz.
Boom, streepje.
The light shrank, and the surroundings returned to nothingness. Then, in an instant, the light spot exploded. The three elemental interfaces that had already taken shape did not escape this step. It seemed that with the arrival of Geb and the Earth, something was completely made up. Just like the explosion at the beginning of creation in the imagination of mortals, after endless contraction, there was endless expansion. The core of the fifth spiritual world seemed to have 4 more suns in an instant, announcing its existence to the surroundings. At the same time, this fluctuation even began to spread from top to bottom along the layers of spiritual world. The fourth spiritual world, as the closest place, the well of samsara, was the first to bear the brunt. Under the traction of the dark, the power of circulation quickly completed the interaction between the two. The rotation between black and white became more agile, and vaguely, the part belonging to life and death seemed to have opened a certain upper limit. If it is said that the power of the cycle of reincarnation before was likely to be stagnant by the more powerful power of life and death, then this problem no longer exists now. At the same time, when the changes in reincarnation occurred, changes also began to occur in the elemental plane that exploded and expanded. Previously, the fall of the 5 Egyptian gods brought the origins of earth, wind, and water to the spirit world. As gods who once held power, their Ka and Ba also fell into the corresponding levels under the power of the spirit world, shattered and scattered among the elements. In any case, as former gods, even if the essence of the Egyptian gods is not strong, their fit with earth, water, wind, and fire is not false. At this moment, when the well of samsara was connected to it, the previously suppressed changes began to occur at 1,000 times the speed. The scattered and broken souls instantly fell into the well, and then returned again along the invisible line. In this brief process, the souls of the foreign land were completely cleansed of the traces of the past, and were shaped according to the rules of the spiritual world. From 1 to 10,000, the souls of each god were decomposed into thousands of soul seeds in this process, and the parts that once belonged to the gods were only stained with a little trace in them. They returned to where they came from, absorbed the power of the elements to build themselves, and were reborn together with the 4 exploding and expanding elemental planes. Wow! The Liuxing fell like rain, and in the new inner world earth element plane, the first elemental life woke up from confusion. He instinctively looked around, looking at the elemental lives that were born before and after him. Intuition told him that these were his own kind. But there was another instinct that told him that if he could absorb their power, he might become stronger. Where is this? Who am I? Subconsciously asking, an incomplete image flashed through his mind. It was a mountain, and in the eyes of the new Earth Elemental Lord, it seemed to be his former self. So, that's it. I am the heart of the mountains. With a loud shout, although it didn't understand what a mountain was, it seemed to have found the meaning of its existence. The next moment, voices came from all over the Earth elemental plane that was still expanding outward, and countless elemental lives were announcing their arrival to the world, and the same scene was also staged in the other 3 elemental planes. Life exclusive to the elemental level was born, and at the same time, at the core of the 5-layer spiritual world, these elemental planes seemed to have completed the last step. Shu and the goddess of the sky gave them a closeness to the wind, The rain and lake god Tefnut gave them a closeness to the water, Set and Geb gave them a closeness to the earth, and as the beginning of the spiritual realm, they naturally have a closeness to the fire. And this is just the beginning. Just as the fourth layer of the spiritual world constantly harvests external power through the circulation of souls and becomes part of the internal circulation of the spiritual world, these elemental lives are also the same. The original unique soul structure of the Egyptian gods has been retained in part. For elemental lives, names, images, hearts, Ba, and Ka are also of great significance. The core of their energy and consciousness has become the elemental crystal core, which belongs to them as their heart, and is a bridge to maintain life and communicate will and elements. Their Ka is intertwined with the elemental plane. The part that the gods originally used to carry authority is used by them to carry the power to dominate the elements. The more powerful the elemental life, the more elemental power their Ka can control. And just as the authority of Hemenu has never belonged to the gods themselves, the rights of elemental life always come from the elemental plane. As for their names, images, and Ba, in the future, the names of elemental lives will become the key to summon them, and the images will become the cornerstone of their projection in the outside world. Their will to descend on the outside world is a structure similar to Ba. Through the sacrifice and summoning of external life, the elemental plane will also continuously absorb the essence of the outside world, gather sand into a tower in the long years, and become one of the sources of its own growth. The elemental plane was reopened, and their lives were born one after another. The alien gods became part of the spiritual world, their origin became the material for building the plane, and their souls became the source of life in the plane. Every bit of power of the Egyptian pillar god was squeezed out cleanly. This is the logic in the eyes of divinity. Everything is for the perfection and strength of oneself, no matter who or what, it is the same. At the same time, with the completion of the final evolution, the transformation of the fifth level of the spiritual world is about to begin. The vast and great symbol seems to be about to be bred, and the overall power of the spiritual world has vaguely reached a higher level. Not enough. At the end of the distant void, the will of God cruised on the primordial water. The four elemental levels were initially formed, and the positive and negative poles balanced their gaps. The cycle has been formed. As time goes by, the earth, water, wind, and fire will gradually converge, and there will no longer be a phenomenon where one side is higher than the other. So the new power fills the will of God, but for God at this moment, this is far from enough. Original water. The most powerful and fundamental power in the Hemenu world is the 8 Yuan gods, which are also the 4 outermost barriers of the world. In other words, the name Hemenu itself is a general term for the 8 Yuan gods. And the primordial water, as the innermost of the 4 barriers, is the source of all things in Hemenu. It is both a part of the 8 Yuan gods and can be considered the foundation of creation. Then the question is, as the core of the 5th spiritual world, when did the construction of the positive and negative energy interface really begin? Of course, it was after the discovery of Io's departure. In this chaotic space and time, the 5th spiritual world could have many options. Even the initial sun devourer wandering here also foreshadowed some of the intentions of the pioneers. Earth, water, wind, and fire are just alternatives. After all, the results of several attempts have failed. The idea of the inner and outer interface was once abandoned by him. In comparison, the interface dominated by emotion and energy such as Seven Hills Paradise was born first. But in the end, Ryan's idea changed. And there was only one reason for his change. That is, it has greater benefits, greater advantages, and it is possible to achieve. In the entire spiritual world, only by forming a circular elemental level can we try to digest part of the power of original water. Outside the Sun City, the ground crack has not yet subsided, and the undead are still like a tide, but Ramses and his party have already arrived outside the city. These long-dead lives do not distinguish between enemies and friends. They will destroy all lives indiscriminately. Even the pharaoh is no exception. But Ramses II does not need to worry about this, because he has already had a solution. Benben stone, a sacred object placed on the largest, oldest, and most sacred pyramid in Egypt, a building like the spire of a pyramid. It was taken by the pharaoh and accompanied by him. So all the obstacles on the road were no longer a problem, and they arrived in front of the city smoothly. According to legend, before the birth of the original sun god Adam, a hill-shaped rock rose from the primordial water, and there was a primordial egg on the stone, and Adam was born from it. And this stone later became Adam's companion treasure, called the Benben stone, and then after Ra became the sun god, he turned it into the shape of a pyramid tip and placed it in the world. It has all kinds of magical powers, and it is just an ordinary ability to make the dead avoid and disasters stay away. It is not even the power of the Benben stone at all, it is just a little bit of its scattered corners. But even this little bit is enough to make the pharaoh walk on flat ground in the natural disaster. But, can I take it down? A trace of doubt flashed in Ramses' mind, and then he threw it behind his head. Benben stone was placed in the world by Ra himself, just like the existence of Ra, shining on the world and ruling everything. No one or God has ever been able to shake it. It is like the eternal sun, shining on everything, but untouchable. But this is a disaster that Egypt has not encountered for thousands of years, and I also have the power left by Ra. I am not here for my own selfish interests. Even if Ra can come for this, I will gladly accept it. It seems that there is no problem for the pharaoh to take down the Benben stone. Moreover, Ramses II had already made all preparations, so he took down this sacred stone without hesitation. At this moment, the Sun City is in front of us, and the city is where the Hebrews are. This city, which was built to be dedicated to Ra, has been constantly baptized by natural disasters, but it is the Hebrews who are protecting it. It has to be said that this is somewhat ironic. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 386, Seeing the Sun. Go in. It seems that these dead spirits still can't do anything to them, so you should also put away your thoughts. If 2 of the 8 gods are combined into one, it would be the pinnacle of great divine power. I even suspect that once it really reaches that point, the combined 8 gods may have some higher-level characteristics, which will involve the power of the root of the world. As for the complete unification of the 8 gods, that is almost close to the world of Hemenu itself. After all, the name Hemenu is actually the transliteration of the divine text of 8 gods. The best result is that I can completely carry the power of absolute void and then forcibly control part of the primordial water through Benben stone, but the possibility of achieving it is not great, so it can only be regarded as a goal. The second best result is to only inherit absolute void. As long as I can do this, I will still be invincible. Even if I can't keep all this power in the future, as long as I have reached this height, maybe many things that I couldn't see clearly before can be seen at a glance. It's still difficult to do this. But it's difficult, but not impossible. Now Hemenu has no other gods recognized by the world. The golden flames burned fiercely. The previous moment was just the sun, and the next moment it was the entire starry sky. Stretching his hand and grabbing, Hemenu's moon rose from a corner of the starry sky. It was like a shield, firmly blocking the sun, which was much larger than it. Thoth was once an ancient moon god. At that time, he walked the world in the form of a baboon bathed in moonlight. But he later lost this authority. Ra originally planned to give it to a new god who met the requirements in the future, but now it seems that there is no need. There is no future. It should be destroyed by the foreign gods together with all the previous ones, and this is all because his power is not enough to fight against the foreign gods. So in front of Ra, as the invisible force passed by, Hemenu's silver moon was like a fragile bubble, easily extinguished. Kill. In the name of Ra Adam. Light. The silver moon and stars blocked in front of him, and the wind, rain, earth and sky had been taken away by the foreign gods. At this moment, I don't know how many years have passed. In this broken world, the sun god once again showed all his power in the world. Infinite light, infinite heat, the golden flames that burn the world are ignited. The sun is the center of all things, and everything is circling around it. The lack of various powers is a loss to the world, but in a sense, this also makes the sun occupy a larger position in the remaining part of Hemenu. Whether in heaven or on earth, whether on earth or in the void that trapped the devil of destruction. At this moment, all life saw the bright light. It illuminated everything and pointed the way for all living beings. Countless creatures knelt down to sing the glory of God Ra, and hymns rang out in one nome after another. If it weren't for the voice that followed, I'm afraid this day would be recorded as an eternal holy day by all Egyptians. Separate. The sun brought light to the world. God saw the light. God saw that the light was good. He separated the light from the darkness. On the primordial water, everything was exactly the same as at the beginning. Amon-Ra felt the increasingly powerful power in his body, and opposite him, God was no different from when he came. Neither the death of Moses nor the retreat of worldly power caused any ripples in God's heart. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 390, Swallowing the Sun. Like a center line, dividing yin and yang. The world on the primordial water seemed to be cut in half. Half of it was filled with infinite light, burning with an inextinguishable golden flame. The other half fell into darkness, without a single ray of light. Day and night seemed to be born on the same day. Watching the scene, Amon-Ra was actually very horrified. Without moving his body, he directly achieved this step in the form of a word spirit. If he had not embezzled the power of absolute void, he, as the sun god, would probably be like the scene in front of him. Once the opponent's full force was used, he would have no power to fight back. And if there was no favor from the world brought by the fall of the 9 pillars, he, as Amon-Ra Adam, would still find it difficult to compete with the opponent. After all, it was the massive invasion of foreign lands that allowed Ra to completely master the positive symbol of absolute void in the 8 primordial gods, Amon, and then erode the negative symbol, Amunet. Before this, a mere reincarnation was far from enough for him to replace the real 8 primordial gods. But there are no ifs in reality. The most important thing about the priesthood is purity. Adam didn't understand this truth, so he died. I understand this truth, so I only kept the sun and dominated the world until now. Now, it's my turn to make the third choice. Amon-Ra, who had been silent for a long time, sighed slightly and then took a step forward. The whole void shook with his breathing. When the foreign power retreated and the sun fought in the human world, the god-king of Hemenu seemed ready to go all out. In an instant, the unique authority of God Amon was displayed in this world for the first time. This is the divine power that has never appeared in the world of Khaos, and it is one of the cornerstones of the world's survival. The underlying order of all things began to be erased layer by layer, and even the existence of the incarnation of divinity seemed to be shaken. This is the absolute void, the existence born from the nothingness outside the world, and the nothingness corresponding to all the existence in the world. Everything that is not recognized by it is false and does not exist, and everything that is denied by it will lose its foundation in the world. In an instant, it seemed as if the form was reversed, the strong and the weak were replaced, and the position of the divinity became blurred. But soon, under Ra's gaze, this blur was stopped. A reciprocating force surrounded the outer god out of thin air and resisted his attack. It's true. His face changed slightly, as if he was shocked and angry at the enemy's strength, but Ra was actually not surprised in his heart. He did not really use his full strength. In fact, at this moment, Ra only used the power he had at the beginning. With the world's favor brought by the fall of the 9 pillars of gods, he did not use a single bit. At this point, Ra no longer wanted to stop the other party from destroying the sun. The sun of Hemenu is the real pillar of the world. It also occupies the divine powers of resurrection, light, flame, celestial body, and omniscience. It is the result of their integration and unity, and it is also the only power and authority of Hemenu that is superior to the true God besides the 8 gods. It is so important and so powerful, so only if it is destroyed, Hermano will really be at the end of his rope and pour more power into RA. Reluctant? Somewhat. After all, in terms of the versatility of authority, even among the Chaos gods, no priesthood is more omnipotent than the Egyptian sun. But when it comes to making a decision, RA will never be soft-hearted. Let's stop here.
Boom.
Thinking does not affect action, and the sky and the earth cooperate with each other. When Amon Ra on the primordial water began to exert force, the sun shone brightly again. Endless divine light shone into the darkness, as if to drive the existence of the foreign gods away from the world. The earth seemed unable to withstand such power, and cracks continued to emerge on it. The surging Nile River slapped the banks, and the bloody river water foreshadowed something ominous. Ra's actions seemed ruthless, but it was difficult to reverse the situation because of the difference in power. The power in the body became stronger, but what Ra showed did not change at all. He didn't want to stop the outer gods now, but he had to take action. Watching the other half of the sun fall without any reaction was the biggest unreasonableness. So Ra could only make the most standard reaction, angry, to attack the outer god.
Boom.
The position of the sun began to move, crashing into the dark area. And in front of its moving trajectory, all matter turned into dust. I have almost touched your power. This is the other world. But when you are about to succeed, you need to be most careful. Before the decisive battle, no fish can slip through the net. With a slight flash in his eyes, Ra's eyes glanced slightly downward. He was naturally not looking at Isis. When everything was over, he would personally end the life of this traitor, but at least now the other party was not qualified to affect the great power. He was looking at the hidden void on the back of the world, and the chains that were gradually breaking. Apophis, the ancient snake of chaos, the embodiment of the world's destruction. It has to be said that in most myths and legends, snakes often play some negative and terrible roles. In the world of Herminius, Apophis is such an existence. Perhaps because the world itself is weak, order cannot completely dominate the world. This demon god, who was born at the beginning of creation, is immortal and has brought endless troubles to 2 generations of sun gods. Now it is the last one who has a chance to influence the situation, and even Ra can notice that the opponent's power is also rising. If the sun is the beginning of all things in Hemenu, a positive and positive embodiment, then Apophis is the end of all things, a negative and negative embodiment. Its purpose of birth is to destroy the world and restart all things. So even if the world does not give it the same favor at this critical moment, it is still getting stronger as the destruction of all things intensifies. Even across the distant void, Amon Ra heard the breaking of the chains on the giant snake. If he wanted, he would have the spare power to continue to suppress it. But he did nothing. Instead, he drew the power of the seal, as if he was no longer able to maintain the seal under the pressure of the outer gods. Silently, the light released by the sun became stronger, and its moving trajectory was constantly adjusted slightly. At a certain moment, under the cover of the endless void, Ra smiled slightly. For hundreds of thousands of years, you've been trying to swallow the sun. Now you have the chance. Under the earth, in the dark void illuminated by light, Apophis opened his eyes. Hiss. In the chaotic darkness, there was no light. But as the sun god exerted his full strength, even on the back of this world, the light finally shone in. The pale golden sunlight seemed to contain the will of Ra Adam and the power of 2 generations of sun gods. It brings vitality to everything in this world and dispels all dangers and disasters. But Apophis doesn't like this light because it is inherently dangerous and inherently a disaster. The only meaning of its existence is to destroy the world, and if you want to destroy the world, you must first destroy the sun. Since the day when the ancient Adam was born from the stone egg next to the Benben stone, it was born in the darkness where the sun could not shine. When it saw the light for the first time, it knew that only one of the two could exist in this world. So even if there is no wisdom and no reason, for thousands of years, Apophis still remembers one thing. Destroy the sun. Hiss. Opening its chaotic and confused eyes, the giant snake had long forgotten what had happened before. His old enemy suddenly became so powerful that he was no match for it. But Apophis didn't care about that at all. He only knew that he had to fight again. Walala. The sound of the sliding chains rang out as the giant snake twisted its body. The shackles that had once bound it tightly did not seem so terrible at the moment. Chains broke one by one under its movements, and after clearing away the things that bound it, Apophis finally began to look for the things that made him feel uncomfortable. The sun. The light of the sun. A low roar came from the snake's cavity, with excitement, murderous intent, and joy, but there was no fear or hesitation. In the past, whenever it woke up from its slumber, the gods who ruled the world would drive the sun boat here to fight it, and never give it the opportunity to go to the ground. But this time, Apophis found that there was no obstacle in front of him. It's the sun, the sun, the sun. The voice echoed in the void. Apophis' intelligence was not even as good as Typhon. The demon god of destruction had no ability to communicate, and sun was the only word it understood. But it didn't need to understand. The snake moved, and with a click sound, all the remaining shackles tied to it turned into smoke and dust. Looking around, even at a long distance, Apophis's chaotic eyes could see the source of light shining on it. It was the sun, and it was right above him. As long as he leaned forward, it would be in his pocket. Roar! The endless, winding body first coiled, and then suddenly rose up. The world after the death of Egypt was easily penetrated, and the Yalu, where the gods once placed the souls of believers, collapsed one by one. A hole opened in the earth, and the giant snake poked its head out. And above it, the sun was moving at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. It tried to crash its body into the dark realm and disperse the power projected by the outer gods on the earth. Then the next moment, Apophis opened its mouth wide, and the sky seemed to have a crack. With one bite, the source of light of Hemenu, the beginning of all life, became its food. On the primordial water, when the sun was swallowed, Amon-Ra's face changed drastically. He seemed to subconsciously take a step back and raised his hand for defense. The destruction of the half-power seemed to scare the Egyptian god-king, but in Ra's heart, feeling the power rising again, he felt as stable as a mountain. This is just the beginning. Apophis swallowing the sun does not mean that the sun is destroyed. In fact, in the long history of the past, it has also gained the upper hand in the battle with the sun. The so-called solar eclipse in the world comes from this, which shows that being swallowed in it for a short time will not really lead to the destruction of the sun. But this is not important, because looking down at the earth, Amon-Ra clearly saw that when Apophis swallowed the sun, its body seemed to expand again. Black light flashed in its chaotic pupils, and it first looked at the ground under its feet, and then looked at the sky above its head. It is looking for other enemies, those little things that once opposed it. But what Apophis cannot understand is that the power corresponding to these two places is long dissipated, and it is meaningless whether it is destroyed or not. In today's world, those once delicious snacks have long gone to nowhere, and only one or two exist sporadically. Only above the sky, it seems that there are still two big meals. Hiss dash. The burning pain of the sun in the stomach makes Apophis more excited. For any rational person, the most important thing to do at this moment is to silently digest the sun in the body until it is completely destroyed, or bring destruction to the world, so that the symbol of its own destruction rises. But Apophis doesn't think so. It raises its snake head again, and its scarlet tongue swings in the air. In its eyes, there is no fear, only greed in the face of things.
Amon-Ra.
That is the power of the void, and there is no conflict with the Khaos serpent. Even if it wants to return everything to chaos, it needs the void to carry everything. So in Apophis's instinct, Amon-Ra was automatically pulled to the last priority, and it set its sights on the existence on the other side. The world was dark at the moment. Out of the instinct of life, it could feel the horror of the other party, which was more powerful than it was now. But this was not within Apophis's consideration at all. It only knew that if it destroyed him, then it might be able to enjoy the joy of truly destroying the world. Hiss. Roar. The body moved again, and Apophis's body expanded thousands of times. Its head poked out of the world, and above the primordial water little by little, and then rushed towards the target without hesitation. Success? Failure? That was not in its consideration. For thousands of years, it has failed countless times, but as long as it is still alive, it will not stop. Oh, I knew it, it is true. He took a step back, as if he wanted to watch the two enemies fight each other, and a trace of joy floated in Amon-Ra's heart. Although Apophis wants to destroy the world, it is actually part of the world. Just like in Scandinavian mythology, Ragnarok is also the end of the world, but that end of the world can actually be considered part of the world cycle. So looking at Apophis's resolute figure, Law knew that his last puzzle piece was complete. The last two, I will pack them together and give them to you. Then I will stand on the top of the world and send you to meet them. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 391. Forging the Sword. Wow. Penetrating the sky, passing through the ocean, passing through the place where Amon-Ra had fought with the gods before, nothing can stop Apophis. As the world-destroying demon god born almost at the same time as the first generation of the sun god, wandering in the void outside the mortal world, Apophis is as comfortable as returning home. It has been restrained for too long, and swallowing the sun only slightly appeased its endless desire for destruction. So another delicious supersized snack is in sight, and the Khaos snake's eyes can't help but shine. It looks hard to mess with, but it is the hardest one to mess with. Opening its mouth again, like a python swallowing an elephant, endless chaos and destruction entangled between its lips and teeth. The implication of the end even made Ra on the side feel a little frightened. In other words, the sun has not been really destroyed, and the symbol of the world's destruction has not yet reached its peak. Otherwise, even Ra can't be sure how powerful Apophis will become. Roar. The roar is like a dragon and a snake, and a little golden light emerges from Apophis's belly. The sun was still struggling. From the perspective of God, it was like a black snake holding the sun in its mouth and coming out of the sea. I don't know how high it is, I don't know how long it is. The primordial water is raising huge waves. The snake, which is growing bigger every moment, swallows the sky and the earth, and takes the existence in front of it into its mouth. Roar. There was a little joy in the low mouth. At this moment, Apophis felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It seemed that the meaning of its existence was about to be fulfilled, and its eternal and boring snake life had been fulfilled. But the next moment, a tearing feeling spread from the snake head, and the biting snake heads were forced to separate. With his eyes wide open, Apophis swallowed hard. What entered his mouth, nothing could come out. Rip. Like a row of broken leather, a little crack began to appear along the edge of the snake's mouth. The big mouth that should have been closed was stretched open little by little, and then it opened wider and wider. It was as if the gods and demons were wrestling, but Apophis was at a clear disadvantage. Even though the destruction between the worlds is constantly increasing its power, since the 8 gods are still there, the world is far from the edge of destruction. It seemed to be just a moment, but it also seemed to last for a long time. At a certain moment, Apophis finally reached his limit. Along the gap between the upper and lower jaws, the sound of flesh and blood tearing resounded over the primordial water. Painful roars continued to be heard, and the huge snake body was split in two. Roar. Swish. The sun that was originally swallowed by the snake jumped out, with black spots dotted on it. But no one cared about the sun at this moment, and Ra's eyes were completely locked on the outer gods. Tearing Apophis' body apart was indeed very powerful, but he knew that the reason why this world-destroying demon god had made all the sons in the past helpless was never because of simple strength or weakness, but because it was immortal. It had no such thing as a priesthood, no concept of soul, and no Ka and Ba that all Egyptian gods had. It was the embodiment of chaos itself, the concrete form of the destruction of all things. Ra had no way to destroy it. I wonder if the world outside the domain has such ability? Hiss. Hiss. Split into two, the sun that was originally swallowed escaped to heaven, but Apophis's ferocity remained unchanged. In other words, with the decline of the world and the increase of power, it is losing even its remaining instincts. The more powerful the existence, the more difficult it is to maintain personality. The closer to the source of power, the more assimilated by it. Without even a pause, the two torn bodies were automatically supplemented in the rolling black air and then turned into two black snakes to bite. The gap between himself and the god in front of him was clearly visible, but it only wanted to destroy. Whether it was to destroy others or to destroy itself. Boom! The primordial water set off a raging wave, and it seemed that a protracted fight between gods and demons would break out. Amon-Ra watched from the sidelines. It was not a bad thing to be able to sit back and watch his two biggest enemies fight each other before the final battle. However, the next moment, Ra's eyes suddenly shrank. The scene in front of him was really beyond his expectations. The fourth level of the spirit world, the world of all spirits. The black and white colors rotated unsteadily, and the huge well of samsara stood in the center of the world. The river of oblivion meandered, and countless souls were absorbed from the memory, experienced judgment, and then reincarnated. As one of the three innate rivers of the underworld with partial authority in the underworld, just as Styx constantly drew strength from the oath, it also gained something from the sinking memory. These most precious treasures of living beings constantly nourished it, allowing it to become more and more powerful like its neighbors. Standing next to the well of samsara, Autumn and the end of Irene performed their duties as usual. Points of divine light fell in all directions, and the dead souls immediately reincarnated according to the standard. Because the memory had been washed away long ago, there was no struggle, and the scene was quiet and peaceful. Walla, walla, walla. Irene's eyes sharpened as her expression changed. The water of the river of oblivion suddenly rolled abnormally, which instantly caught her attention. In the current world of all spirits, only the river of oblivion was connected to the outside world, and other communication channels had long been blocked. This strange change was likely a sign of outsiders. Voila! The river water slapped the riverbed, and countless souls floated in it. Irene made a prompt decision and tried to connect the reincarnation with her will. In the world of all spirits, the three goddesses who have the power to control reincarnation are not afraid of any enemy. Even if the king of the outside world comes in person, he will only be suppressed by the power of the entire spirit world, and then be easily suppressed in front of the well of samsara. Of course, Irene did not think that the king of the world would be so stupid as to sneak into the spirit world secretly. Soon, Irene's consciousness touched the reincarnation power that spread throughout the world of all spirits, which was also the place where they were born. Every time she came into contact with this vast and endless power, she felt extremely intoxicated. No matter what happened to the river of oblivion, she could. What's going on? Is the reincarnation empty? With a change of color, Irene could hardly describe the situation she felt. The well of samsara is still there, and it is still performing its duties, but in Irene's perception, it is like an empty shell at the moment. The power in it has long been drawn away, and no one knows where it went, and the same is true for the river of oblivion. The reason why it is surging is actually because its power has been drained away, but it does not have the essence of great divine power. So the countless souls in the river brought it pressure, making it unable to maintain stability and tranquility. Take a deep breath. Panic is only a moment, but Irene reacted quickly. This is the spirit world, and the Well of Samsara is a sacred object at the level of the creation artifact. Even if all the great divine powers in the world join forces, it is impossible to silently drain its power in the spirit world. So there is no need to ask whose will all this comes from. At this moment, she only needs to fulfill her duties. Suppress. With a light shout, Irene stepped on the forgotten river. The boiling river water was immediately suppressed by her, at least on the surface. Everything returned to calm. Being in the core of the spirit world, no one noticed the changes here. For spiritual moons hung in the sky, shining on countless dead souls in the spirit world. Hemenu, the original water. The changes in the spiritual world were far away, but Apophis never stopped moving. The two snakes that split into two did not hesitate at all, and they bit each other again at the moment of splitting. The breath of destruction circulated around, which was its innate mission. However, the next moment, in front of Apophis, a drop of extremely refined liquid appeared out of thin air. Out of instinct, the big snake swallowed it without hesitation. This might be a trap, but it had neither the intelligence to identify the trap nor the need to identify it. As an immortal demon, nothing in this world can really hurt it. So, with a big mouth, the liquid was swallowed by Apophis. So, in an instant, under the influence of some kind of power, Apophis seemed to have forgotten where he was and what he was going to do. It suddenly became quiet, as if there was no threat. Only in its belly, the drop of liquid began to decrease madly. It couldn't control Apophis for long. It wouldn't take too long before the immortal demon would wake up and respond to the world with a more violent attitude. But for God, this is enough. He reached out and grasped the separated twin snakes and combined them into one again. The sacred flame ignited in his palm, burning the unconscious body of the snake. The scales gradually showed a metallic luster, and the black breath penetrated the spine of the snake. The Hemenu world began to shake, as if indignant at the actions of the outer gods. However, watching the scene, Ra on the side was shocked and a little puzzled. It was indeed surprising that the other party could make Apophis lose consciousness, but what was he doing now? Refining a divine weapon? It's a bit ridiculous. If this simple method could erase the existence of Apophis, would he still keep it until today? Apophis is indestructible, and it is only possible to destroy it by erasing its will. Otherwise, any action is meaningless. But is it possible to destroy its spirit in such a simple way? But no matter why, after just a moment of hesitation, Ra immediately raised his hand. The sun radiated an extremely hot light, and even the black spots still lingering on it did not diminish its majesty. The sun was thrown mercilessly towards the direction of the outer god like a weapon. The golden will crossed the sky, and its trajectory was reflected on the water. Ra Adam was in the center of the sun, and the Benben stone was hanging above his head. The outer god was right in front of him. This foreign visitor who had never taken him seriously from beginning to end had now trained Apophis's snake head into a sword handle and the snake body into a scabbard. But Ra knew that as long as Apophis woke up, all this would be in vain. Even if the outer god could restrain its body, it could not limit its will and make it work for itself. Take it. Clang. A sword split in the middle and cut into the core of the sun. Ra Adam looked at the black sword that passed through his chest, his face without sadness or joy. It must be said that this thing is quite powerful. The outer gods seem to have added the power of death and destruction from their world here, acting as the core to control the power of Apophis. However, Ra can also find that the will in the sword seems to be awakening under the stimulation of facing the sun. Does it make sense?
No.
If the outer gods do all this just to have a way to kill the sun with one blow, then Ra Adam said that this is probably what he wants. Indeed, as the enemy of the sun, Apophis's power has special damage to the sun. He was also severely injured by the attack equivalent to the combined force of the outer god and Apophis, but in terms of the result, isn't this exactly what he wants? With a smile on his lips, La Adam stretched out his hand and grasped the black sword that pierced his chest. His palm was easily cut, and with the severe damage to the sun, The black sword seemed to absorb more powerful destructive power from all things. However, in the face of all this, Law Adam just took a step forward. I have been severely injured, and it will be difficult to play a role in the subsequent battles. Therefore, for the great world of Hemenu, as the son of Egypt, I choose to die with the enemy. It seems to be persuading himself, but it is probably more likely to be said to the world. Facing such a great enemy, it is reasonable to pay any price to win. So, in an instant, liquid slurry overflowed from the sun and ignited blood-red flames, just like the blood and fire of the sun god. Adam himself was also ignited, and the entire sun was like an explosive that was about to be ignited. Hermenu's tremors became more and more intense. If there were no external enemies, the self-destructive behavior of the gods would never be allowed by him, but now he seemed to be seeing off his offspring. At the same time, in Amon-Ra's perception, a force that was much stronger than before was surging towards him, and on the contrary, the constraints of the laws of the world on him were more than reduced. If the sun was destroyed, the world would only have the 8 gods that carried all things and some scattered divine powers, which would have a devastating impact on him. Fortunately, he killed the mortal before, which slowed down the offensive of the alien world. Otherwise, Amon-Ra even suspected that if the alien world still fought with Hermenu's will at the same crazy and powerful rhythm as before, then when the sun fell, the world would no longer be able to resist the attack of the alien world because of the severe damage to the internal cycle. At that time, the barrier of the world would be penetrated and the main body would be dismembered. In a very short time on the world level, Hemenu will be swallowed by the other party, and neither he nor the outer gods will be able to snatch it from the mouth of the foreign land again. Ra suddenly realized something and was shocked. From this point of view, it seems that killing that mortal is not only beneficial to himself. If the outer god actually predicted his prediction, then does he know that he can actually gain strength from the destruction of the world? If he doesn't know, it's fine, but if he knows, why should he cooperate with his behavior? Looking up suddenly, in front of Amon-Ra, he saw the expanding sun, the bursting light, and the black sword with the same power surge, which completely cut the sun and corroded it with death and doom. Apophyse's will was stimulated by this, and it was only a little time away from awakening. Once awake, it will become even stronger. His own power also began to become complete, and the power of the yin and yang sides of absolute void began to merge in his body for the final time. The full picture of the great divine power domain has been opened in front of Amon-Ra, and this power that he could not even imagine in the past is in his hands. Even as one of the 4 levels of the world, once the symbol of absolute void is complete, Amon-Ra can be sure that he can get some more incredible benefits. What about him? What can he use to defeat me? A shadow flashed in his heart, and Amon-Ra was sure that no matter how strong the outer gods were, they were still far from reaching the peak of great divine power. If he now brought back the power of the foreign world, then at most he would run away with the money. Anyway, with the rigid operating rules of the world, Amon-Ra did not think he would be blocked here. What's more, absolute void itself is the outermost barrier of Hemenu. It naturally has an advantage in fighting against the nothingness outside the world, allowing itself to exist for a longer period of time after leaving the world. In this case, the level of power has an absolute advantage, and the existence of the world is not enough to bring destruction to itself. Amon-Ra can't think of how he will lose. Maybe this is just the aftereffect of the sun's fall. In any case, Law Adam was a part of his past. When the sun died, he was inevitably affected, whether it was the pain of facing death or the sadness of the world itself. After all, it was not just him. From this moment on, the Egyptian world also lost its light forever. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 392. God says 40 days. Far from the core of Egypt, an old pastureland. In the eternal darkness, a long snake made of torches is slowly crawling on the ground. Occasionally, A torch suddenly goes out, and a small chaos breaks out, but it soon returns to calm. In an open space hundreds of meters away from the long snake, small storms rush left and right. And in another place thousands of meters away, hail falls from the sky. The whole world is like a game with disordered programs, and the code for simulating the climate has been full of loopholes. In this case, unless it is torn down and rebuilt, I am afraid no one can restore it to its original state. But no matter how difficult the situation is, all spirits are still trying to survive on the broken earth of the world. There are black cats hunting in the night, and jackals hiding in the dark to attack. Without light, the team cannot move forward and cannot gather together. With light, it will attract moths that fly to the fire and continuously rush towards hope. Deaths and injuries are inevitable, and chaos is inevitable. However, over the past few months, humans with strong adaptability have become accustomed to this situation. They found a way to survive, just like the people who survived in the wilderness in ancient times. Prophet, according to your instructions, we are almost there. The road ahead. How should we go? Near the head of the team, a fire moved from the front to the back. After a while, Aaron saw one of the leaders he appointed. The migrating team was still too long, and even after several casualties, there were still many people left. In this case, he alone could not control everything, so these leaders came into being. But fortunately, Aaron's majesty and the team remained. Even though Moses was dead and there was no deterrence from power, they were still willing to follow Aaron's leadership. After all, the more desperate people are, the more they will crave hope. The more powerless they are, the more they will put their hopes on the gods. The sun is dead, and Egypt's faith for thousands of years has been directly broken. In this desperate situation, they have no choice. Aaron has seen many people who were helpless at the beginning, but eventually became devout believers. God's salvation is their only light in the darkness. Even though they know that this may only be a desperate situation, they still refuse to let go. Well, actually, if you think about it carefully, Aaron himself is not the same. Wait and see. I will take Moses to the mountain myself. You all wait at the bottom of the mountain, so as not to offend the Almighty God. Don't worry, Moses once received divine revelation here and received instructions in the flames. Although he was killed by the treacherous Pharaoh, God still favors him. Along the way, when the sun had not yet gone out, the Egyptians' pursuers made the Hebrews suffer again. Until the eternal darkness came, the pursuit came to an end. The sun went out. That was the main god of the Egyptians, the god Ra, who was high in the sky and looked around in all directions. Taking a deep breath, Aaron noticed that many people around him were looking at him. Facing the expectation in their eyes, Aaron said loudly, just like every time before, "This is God's punishment." God punishes the Gentiles and brings suffering to their gods and people. He is the protector of the Hebrews, and he will make the perpetrators suffer the retribution they deserve. Go forward. Under God's gaze, the pious will be redeemed. Whether they believe it or not, at this moment, the people around Aaron are indeed inspired. Or they also hope from the bottom of their hearts that all this is true. Boundless darkness, endless silence. One step faster than Aaron, when his life was ended by Pharaoh's sword, Moses came to this space that seemed to be isolated from the world. Apophis actually has no real body. It is just a collection of chaos, the embodiment of the remnants of the beginning of creation. So the seemingly substantial sword body of the magic sword before was just an illusion, and it itself was just a virtual sword without a physical body. But now it has a physical body. The only creation artifact of Hemenu became the material for its construction, and some supreme power was shaping it. It seemed to be born and raised, and it was formed without any trace of artificial creation. This magic sword was made like this. Materials, symbols, blended together, seem to be very powerful, and in fact, they are also very powerful if my opponents are only the gods. It seems that a long time has passed, but in fact, under that inexplicable power, the time of the world has not passed at all. Looking at the artifact he made, if it was born at the beginning of this era, Ryan would be very happy. Such a creation artifact that ends everything can allow him to face any enemy directly, and the Lord of Darkness will only bow his head after a few swords. It will become the supreme authority, and anyone who gets it is like owning the world. However, at this moment, for what Ryan really wants to do, such a sword is better than nothing. So the next moment, the inexplicable power that still did not lose much in the previous operations suddenly shook, and the newly formed sword body shattered again. It is separated but not broken, loose and orderly. The invisible power enveloped it, so that this artifact will not continue to collapse, but maintain a special state, as if preparing to welcome something. Ryan had thought about this scene long ago, but what he got in that illusory world increased his chances of success again. This power is so omnipotent, but so rare. Using it to kill a god is the most ridiculous use. Money is used to make money, and power should naturally be used to obtain stronger power that suits him. Just as this sword is very strong, but it is not what he wants, so its only fate is to become a tool. A tool that carries more powerful power. This is what I need, the death of a world. Amon-Ra is close in front of him, and with the resurrection of Moses in the world, Khaos's world power has returned, and even more violent. The power of absolute void was extracted by Amon-Ra, which is not just a quarter of the power leaving the world, but the gap between perfection and imperfection. As expected, her menu could not withstand such a blow at all, and his death was in front of him. Perhaps his remains will continue to struggle for a long time like the 9 realms before, but when his main body dies, everything will be over. And in this process, all Ryan has to do is to find the right time to make this final blow. Reincarnation cannot withstand this level of end. Even the current spiritual world cannot. Perhaps relying on the extremely high nature of the power of time and space, I can control this water drop like I do now, so that it will not be wiped out by the power of the end. But under this unbalanced power, the spiritual world will be destroyed in one day. The death of a world can only be carried temporarily by the body derived from its own life, or it can be accepted by another world. Apophis and the Benben stone are the first birth of order and chaos in the world. Therefore, such a carrier can temporarily carry the ultimate death of the world. At this moment, I hold the hilt of the sword in my hand, even though I know that it is destined to be a sword that can only be used once in the future. But even in Ryan's current state, he can't imagine what kind of power this sword will show on that day. Thousands of years of erosion, internal rebels, external invaders, Ryan's plan, all added together. It still took so long for Khaos to destroy the world. When his death breaks out at a certain moment, the power may be enough to tear apart everything. At least the enemies Ryan needs to face will most likely not be able to withstand this power. Well, in addition to my initial arrangements, the divinity seems to have arranged something more for it. Is it the final tempering step? This tempering method seems a bit ruthless to me. It is indeed a divine choice, but since you have done it, let's keep doing it. Raising his eyes slightly, under the blessing of that inexplicable power, all the changes in Amon-Ra's just now were clearly reflected in Ryan's eyes. Even the precursors of his attack at this moment were no exception. The other party was actually right. Not even Ryan had the complete power of absolute void. After all, there is no world for him to inherit, and this world must be guaranteed to be alive at the moment. Once the world dies, I am afraid Amon-Ra will not be able to maintain such power. It can only be said that the right time, place, and people are all present, but it is not as good as the external blessings. Chong. After unsheathing his sword, Amon-Ra seemed to still have a smile on his face, but Ryan didn't even look at him. The exchange with the goddess of the night flashed in his mind. Facts have proved that whatever he wants to do, he will definitely succeed. What does it mean to be invincible? This is invincible in the world, whether describing the present or the near future. At this moment, God raised the magic sword, as if he was judging all living beings in the world. So just like the sun just now, right in front of Amon-Ra, with one sword, everything is separated. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 394, Destruction. Inside the world, Ryan raised a sword, and in front of him, the first to bear the brunt was Amon-Ra's void power. And outside the world, almost at the same time, the world power from Khaos also descended again. There was no deviation, or in other words, the world power brought by the resurrection of Moses in the world and the timing chosen by Ryan to draw his sword were originally coordinated with each other. If it was a minute earlier, the main structure of the Hemenu world would be destroyed by Khaos, and the image of the end of the world would not fall into his hands as he wished. If it was a minute later, he would be equivalent to fighting against everything left of Hemenu with his own strength. Even if this sword at this moment has already reached an incredible realm under the blessing of the source of creation, he would never be able to do this. So the timing is neither early nor late. In this battlefield between gods and gods, in the fight between worlds, the first thing that comes into contact is the power that penetrates the endless void and overlaps with the outermost structure of Hemenu. Only this time, it was no longer the outermost layer of absolute void that collided with it, but the second layer of barrier, boundless darkness. Wow. There was no specific sound because the sound was swallowed up in the darkness. There was no trace of collision because this kind of overlap and collision did not happen on a specific material structure. The endless darkness was broken up and reunited, and its size was constantly changing. For the world, distance has no meaning. He can be infinitely large or infinitely small. It is the world itself that defines the size. If there is no power that exceeds his, then the boundlessness of boundless darkness is genuine. Even if a person has eternal life and endless time, he can never walk from one side of the dark realm to the other. This is the barrier of a world that protects everything inside him. However, under the power of another more powerful world, everything is rewritten. The world defines everything from nothing, so where the power from Khaos flows, the order originally defined by the will of Hemenu is distorted and tampered with. Just like every time before, everything covered by darkness was easily penetrated, and the same was true for the endless space that followed. Of course, Khaos's power was also reduced throughout the process. After all, this was a foreign domain, and this tough attack brought greater losses. The normal annexation between worlds should be carried out little by little from the periphery. Strip off the opponent's power, wear away the opponent's traces, cover and reorganize with your own concepts, and finally make it a part of yourself. But it is different to hit the core of the world like this, just like not breaking through the border of a country, but going deep into its heart alone. Not only will the forces sent out by yourself suffer continuous losses, but the effect of the losses is also very limited. Unless you can directly conquer the enemy's capital, kill the emperor and ministers, and make it leaderless. Otherwise, this will be a failed operation. This is also the actual battle situation between the two worlds before. Although Khaos's power has penetrated 4 layers of barriers and even penetrated into the Source Sea, in fact, Hemenu at that time was enough to persist for thousands of years. 4 layers of barriers were gradually reduced, and the gods finally blocked the attack from the foreign land. The situation seemed to be precarious, but it was not that dangerous. But now, in a short time, everything changed. One of the 4 layers of barriers was lost, and all the 9 pillars of gods fell. So when Khaos's power broke the original water, again, the remaining part of him was still deadly enough. Above the source sea of Hemenu, the black tide that had retreated covered it again in an instant. The golden sea water had almost no resistance and was beaten back by the endless power. In the dark, the will of the world was making its last struggle. Amon-Ra felt a strong urge. If he didn't do something, he would be the first to die before the world was shattered. So there was no more delay. For the last request of the world, Amon-Ra chose to satisfy him. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The void above the primordial water was cut off, and all visible and invisible things entered a state between existence and non-existence. Life and death are superimposed, positive and negative are opposed. If future scientific researchers see this scene, they may think they have seen the truth. However, all these appearances are just the corners of absolute emptiness in the material. Everything returns to emptiness. This is the power of the world. Stretching out his hands, Amon-Ra faced the sword that seemed to end the world. He already knew the power of the outer gods, and he knew Apophis's ability even better. The power of the 8 primordial gods is so powerful, but now he holds it in his hands. After today, he will usher in a new life. Swish. I heard the sound, but it seemed that I didn't hear it. Without any pause, the magic sword swept across and cut off everything in front of him. Ra's hands were broken at the elbows, and an inexplicable sense of horror suddenly surged into his heart. Wisps of black air swirled, and under the blessing of some unimaginable power, the power entangled in the broken place seemed to have incredible power, making all of Ra's original power ineffective. In an instant, Amon-Ra felt as if his existence was being erased, and the past and future became blurred. He didn't know what this was, nor did he understand the source of creation. He just felt incomprehensible. What is going on? Since you have this kind of power, what on earth were you fighting with me for before? Why is this? Confusion, even overwhelmed fear, and anger. If he also had this power, why wait until today? So, since you can do this, what were you doing before?
Bang.
The body exploded, and Law tried to save himself. The black gas swirled, and he wanted to expel all the parts that were stained with black gas. But when he reassembled his body in the distance, he felt that the sense of despair that was constantly approaching was still approaching. The infinite power at the peak of the great divine power seemed useless. The reason why Law could still struggle was only because when he fully mastered the endless void, some characteristics from the world came to him. But his intuition told him that if he continued like this, when that power continued to spread to him, he would eventually pay a heavier price. This price was not death, but it was equally unforgettable. And it was not the only reason for death, that is, the sword was not cut at him. The sword fell. The sword force split the primordial water, and the aftermath cut off LA's hands and the earth. Above the source sea, the black tide was endless and had already forced the last part of Hemenu into a corner. The protracted battle between the worlds was about to end, but at this moment, the tip of the magic sword appeared above this space. The tip of the sword drooped, and the already tiny golden ocean trembled slightly. He seemed to have realized that his death was inevitable, whether it came from the black sword or from an attack from a foreign land. I will end you, but I also promise you. No matter who it is, anyone who hurts you will be punished by people, gods will be punished by gods, and the world will be punished by the world. And what I need is the power to do all this. The magic sword fell and hit Hemenu's heart at the last moment. That drop of the source of creation that had consumed a lot of it burned instantly. In fact, even if it was the last knife, only it could cause real damage to one world. Ryan didn't know if his promise had worked. After all, the world didn't have its own wisdom. But at least there was no accident with the sword, and it did end Hemenu's life. Of course, this does not mean that the world has no power at all. In fact, just like the remains of the 9 realms, even if the world is dead, there is still a lot of power left. It's just that as a whole, Hemenu has completely ceased to exist. What remains is not so much he is dead, but still stiff limbs. Boom. Time and space solidified for a moment, and then exploded inside and outside the human world and the endless void. The world that was originally combined began to separate, and the yesterday of the remains of the 9 realms seemed to be his future. But all this has nothing to do with Ryan. Holding the magic sword, in his perception at this moment, the original source of creation has been consumed completely. But at this moment, a new power with the same essence began to grow inside. Unlike before, the new power does not have the feeling of omnipotence. It cannot create everything, cannot determine order, and has no mysterious places. There is only simple death and end, curse and obliteration of all things. And from the moment of its birth, it began to expand and proliferate crazily. In the first moment, It was only a trace. In the second moment, it was no less than the previous drop of the power of creation. The third moment, the fourth moment, the fifth moment, it seemed as if there was no end. Holding the magic sword in his hand, it seemed as if he had lifted up the end of time. At this moment, Ryan even had an illusion. If he slashed it with a sword now, would it sever the connection between Khaos and Hermenu so that the two would no longer be connected? It shouldn't be possible. He couldn't get rid of Khaos when he was alive, let alone after death. Throwing away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Ryan felt that as the drop of the source of creation was used up, his consciousness began to separate again. It was just that after reorganization and separation, he seemed to have discovered something from it. My humanity and divinity are more pure, but not pure enough. Because of my own power, how could I really separate myself? C3 to 162. This was what Ryan had foreseen when he took the step. At this moment, he just confirmed this point again. In fact, this has proved that his approach is right, but he did not do it successfully enough. But this is all for the future. At this moment, holding the magic sword, its real casting is about to begin. The collision between the corpse of the whole world and the power of Khaos is the forging hammer. The more thorough his death, the stronger the power of the magic sword. Of course, although it is best not to let it out of the sheath before it is cast, Ryan can still use it to gain some benefits for himself. For example, as one of the materials that constitute it, the connection between Benbenstone and the primordial water still exists today. This endless water surface may be Khaos's trophy, but it is also destined to belong to the magic sword, and even more so to himself. No one can take it all. This is an indisputable reality. Wow. Raise the sword again and insert it downward into the abyss below. The magic sword began to absorb the power of primordial water to carry the increasingly powerful symbol of world destruction. At the same time, following a certain connection, changes also began to brew in the fifth layer of the spiritual world. Besides that, the last trouble is you. Turning around and looking in the direction of RA, the opponent was still unable to get rid of the traces of the sword just now. The power of death under the blessing of the source of creation was like a thorn in the bone, constantly eroding everything of him. Even with the demise of the world, the power of Amon Ra began to oscillate endlessly. Is this what you wanted from the beginning? Noticing Ryan's gaze, Ra stopped struggling. The opponent no longer had that unrivaled feeling, but how much better could Ra be at this moment? As if knowing that he would die, Ra calmed down instead. He wanted to know the cause and effect, but Ryan just smiled. You are really not easy to kill for taking advantage of the opportunity of the world's extinction to get to this point. But at least as RA, this is our first conversation, and it will be the last time. There is no need for an omniscient and all-seeing RA in this world. In order to ensure that the last struggle of the world can be destroyed in one blow, Ryan naturally cannot pour too much power into RA, simply destroy the world, and the opponent will no longer have that kind of power. Amon, the god of absolute void, was Khaos's prey. Without anything related to him, Ryan could only get a little bit of the corners. But he would not let go of the part that belonged to RA. He stretched out his right hand, and the forces that were eroding RA along the invisible connection became active instantly. Along the upper and lower ends of time, it explored and destroyed everything of RA. This is the final value of Egypt. Turning to look down at the world, the outermost darkness scattered into pieces, and the space fluctuated and swirled. A huge black sword was inserted into the primordial water, and there was a vortex rotating at the edge of the sword. Around the vortex was the original human land. The integrated human world was scattered into pieces, rotating along the trajectory of the vortex. Faintly, Ryan seemed to hear countless prayers, which were mortals praying for God's mercy and despair. If you can hold on until you merge into Khaos, you may survive. Become a member of the new world as an Egyptian. Consciousness began to separate, and soon, divinity would dominate this world again. Ryan didn't pay much attention to mortal believers. If it weren't for the sun, he wouldn't have felt these beliefs that mostly pointed to RA, not to mention that he was originally interested in faith. Huh? With a light exclamation, Ryan looked at a fragment of the human world. Isis was there, but he didn't look at it for that reason. The divinity had already made arrangements for this first goddess who abandoned darkness and joined light. What really surprised him was the mortals there. In this dead world, because of some of their practices, some concepts that originally belonged to the Egyptian gods actually began to converge on Ryan. Although this did not bring about an actual increase in power, it cannot be said to be completely worthless. The gods are dead, the world is dead, and this is the last intelligent life. It's not surprising that it can bring about such a result. Reaching out and tapping lightly, he ignored it. So on the endless abyss of the primordial water, only the magic sword and the god holding it were left. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 395 Allah. The third pull. The world. One sword fell, and everything was divided. Let's not talk about the world after the death of Egypt, but under the sword of destruction, the earth of the world has really turned into large and small pieces. The earth was cut open, and the rivers were cut off. Some of them were scattered in a loose form, and the cycle inside was completely broken, and all life perished with it. Only a few large fragments can still maintain a little ecology. If they can be integrated into chaos before they are broken, there will be a glimmer of hope. Among these fragments, the largest one is undoubtedly the former core of Egypt, which is called the Nile Delta by later generations. With the collapse of the world compared with the decline of other places, the birthplace of Egypt seems to have reborn a little green. The blood color in the water of the Nile gradually faded, and the mother river of Egypt regained its vitality. The ancient river revived because its owner came back. There have never been more than a few gods in Egypt. The 9 pillars are just the ones with the highest status and the strongest power. When the disaster came, they were pulled into the source sea with the 9 pillars, but they failed to retain their consciousness and lost the last chance to save themselves. But when her menu was completely destroyed, some of the holders of the priesthood died with him, while some escaped, such as the river god of the Nile. After all, the Nile River is still there, so as a harpy with certain regional god characteristics, it is natural to survive. Although the Nile god who escaped by chance did not die, he also fell into the deepest sleep. Even if he could not come to a new world, he would never have a chance to wake up. In this case, no matter how many times the surviving Egyptians held sacrifices and prayed for the favor of God, they naturally did not get any response. They could only see that the river water returned to clearness, but the river god of the mother river never responded to their prayers. Thinking of the river water that was dyed red by blood before, all kinds of suspicions spread among the crowd. But the Egyptians at this moment had no other way, and human power was so small in front of heaven and earth. They could only offer sacrifices day and night on the banks of the Nile, praying for God's response.
Ding.
Dang. Ding. Dang. The bells rang, and it was the prelude to another grand sacrifice. After putting on the ornaments on his robe, Qasim held his cane tightly. "Come, put it on for me." Spreading his hands, the Egyptian high priest asked the student to wear the last badge that marked his identity on his chest. Compared with before, he looked much thinner, as if he would reach the end of his life at any time. Only his eyes were still bright. "Father, the news has come. His Majesty Pharaoh Ramses II bathed in the fire of heaven, and his life and death are unknown. Even the earth seems to have come to an end." Speaking in a low voice, Abu's eyes were full of worry. Not long ago, the sun that had disappeared briefly appeared for a moment, and then disappeared again. The darkness on the earth has lasted for countless days and nights. Waves of people were sent to contact Memphis, but they didn't get the only response until yesterday. Pharaoh personally went to the newly built Sun City and turned into a light spot in the golden flame. The army stationed outside the city went to chase the fleeing Hebrews and then disappeared. The city, without a leader, broke out in civil strife. Without supplies outside the city, People clashed with each other for food and water, and casualties were incalculable. And the most terrifying thing was that the originally linked land seemed to be separated, and someone found the edge of the land. Beyond the edge was the empty void, and no one knew what happened there. Father, in this situation, it's like everything is dead, right? Speaking lightly, Qasim interrupted Abu. Yes, father. This is the best adjective, but Abu was waiting to be reprimanded by his father. He had said similar things to his father more than once before, talking about the visions he saw, but he had never been recognized. He thought this time would be the same result, but to his surprise, Qasim said nothing. He just looked at his clothes and then looked at the students and descendants in front of him. As if smiling, Qasim said, "Let's go. At this time, we need faith to comfort people's hearts.
Yeah.
We have turned from fear to awe. When your son is the master, teach the land of Egypt. Shine, shine. Nile, shine. Feed life with your cattle. Feed bulls with your pasture. Shine, Nile, your glory." Another grand ceremony. It should have happened at noon, but there is no sun in the world today. The water of the Nile should have swept away the sacrifice, but now it is as stable as usual. The ceremony ended, and the crowd fell into silent silence, looking at the unchanged sky and earth. High priest. Suddenly, as if hesitating for a long time, someone in the priest team stood up. He glanced at Ibu in the distance and saw surprise and confusion in his eyes. The other party had never instructed him to do this, but today, he really couldn't bear it anymore. "High priest, I have something to say." He repeated it again, his eyes changed from hesitant to firm. Standing on the altar, Qasim turned around and looked at him. The high priest waved his hand to stop the guards who wanted to suppress him by force, and his face was calm. He nodded slightly, motioning the other party to continue. "Go ahead, everyone has the right to express their opinions. There is no difference between us in front of God." "Thank you, High Priest." Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man who was also wearing a sacrificial robe admitted that in his impression, Qasim was an excellent clergyman, and he thought he could not compare with him. If there was no such change, he felt that he would never speak out to provoke the other party's majesty. But now, when he glanced at Abu in the distance again, the middle-aged man ignored the astonishment and warning in the other party's eyes and took a step forward. "High Priest, what I want to say is that we have suffered too many disasters. Strong winds, heavy rains, and plagues. The dead return to the world of the living, and the earth is divided in the shaking. You have been telling us that this is the curse of the evil god, the disaster caused by the sinful Hebrews, and the gods will eventually put an end to it all. But what is the result? The sun went out, and the earth even came to an end. I don't know what happened until not long ago, when I heard that Mr. Abu received divine revelation." The tone gradually became fanatical, like a ray of light caught in despair. The middle-aged man's voice became louder and louder. He said that there were 9 pillars in the sky, and then they collapsed one by one. He said that the sun was swallowed by a giant snake and then split in 2 by God. He also said that the earth was cut open and the human world would be torn apart. Before that, I also doubted him. Until yesterday, the messenger we sent told us that the earth came to an end. This is the prophecy. The voice echoed in the air, and Qasim watched it all quietly. He didn't care what the middle-aged man said. He was just looking at people. He saw that many people's expressions changed from hesitation to determination, and he saw that more people's eyes began to flicker. This is mortals, a mob. If no one stood up and spoke first, they would not speak. But when they realized that they were the majority, they would become radical and aggressive. If Qasim wanted to stop all this, the most important thing he should do was to acquiesce to the guards to take him down when the middle-aged man just stood up, and everything would be strangled in the bud. Even if the past could not be reversed, if he made a decision now, people might be a little dissatisfied, but they would also be afraid of his methods and no longer dare to be the one who stood out. As long as they were not starving to death, except for those devout believers with very firm beliefs, most people would not really do anything out of the ordinary. As a high priest for so many years, he knew this best. But at this moment, Qasim chose the most negative approach. He knew that the man in front of him had no way out, but he still had to let him continue. Although he will definitely find a way to incite more people to fight against him, because only in this way can he succeed. So, what do you want to say? Qasim asked calmly, with the same expression. I want to say... The middle-aged man saw the eyes of many people when he looked around. As if encouraged, he shouted loudly. I want to say that the gods are dead. Look, the blood of the Nile. Look, this broken and divided world. There is no hope. The gods are dead, just like what Mr. Abu saw in the divine revelation. Ra failed, the sun lost its light, and there is no point in our prayers. The evil lord of the Hebrews is the real winner. If we don't want to die with him, then we must take action.
Wow.
As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar. There were fanatics of the Egyptian gods shouting angrily, and there were also people who had heard the images of Abu's distress and expressed their support. For a time, the originally silent crowd became noisy. People vented their emotions to each other, venting the fear and anxiety accumulated during this period. Looking at all this, Qasim just smiled and tapped the ground with his cane. Dong, dong, dong. Anyway, he has accumulated power for a long time. When the high priest signaled, the crowd gradually quieted down. Shaking his head slightly, Qasim looked at the middle-aged man before and asked again. So, what do you want to do? With a smile on his face, Qasim quietly reminded without waiting for a reply, that is the God of the Hebrews. They used to be the sinners in the mouth of Ra. So, if you want to put him on the altar, are we also born with sin? The crowd quieted down again, and the middle-aged man seemed a little at a loss. He didn't know how to explain it. After all, not long ago, they were still cursing the evil god, and failed. Abu, come forward. Known it would be like this. Qasim was not disappointed with the slightly raised tone. He looked at Abu, who was a little at a loss from the beginning. Although his level was not enough, time was running out. But it doesn't matter. In the world of clergy, nothing is more important than being near God. Everything else is just a side issue. Teacher, Abu was still a little overwhelmed as he walked forward slowly, but Qasim did not stop. They say you have received divine inspiration. But the Hebrews claimed that their gods would only protect themselves, but the fact is that as an Egyptian, you accepted divine revelation and predicted the division of the earth. After concluding the conversation, Qasim did not give him a chance to refute. Looking directly into Abu's eyes, he seemed to be expressing something, and Abu also understood something. Yes, my father was right. He was an Egyptian, but he received divine revelation. And as I said at the beginning of today, at this time, people need faith to comfort their hearts. The Egyptian gods did not respond, and the gods worshipped by the Hebrews might not respond, but this is different because, as Qasim said, in any case, the Egyptians once stood opposite to God. So they are guilty. So worshipping Ra, if God does not send down blessings, is equivalent to being abandoned by God, but worshipping foreign gods, as long as God does not send down punishment, is equivalent to tolerance of them. Yes, so Abu nodded, although at this moment he did not know what was going to happen. The words of the Hebrews are false. I have seen the power and greatness of God. This is also a miracle allowed by him. He is not a race, a life, or a god of some existence, but the God of everything. His power is so great that this is all I know. The crowd was boiling again, like the last straw grabbed by a drowning person. Everything that had been experienced seemed to be explained, and people's depression seemed to dissipate a little. But at the same time, Qasim could still see the changing faces of the Ra fanatics in the crowd, and their gradually crazy expressions. They would not tolerate the collapse of their lifelong beliefs, and such fanatical believers were originally his most solid supporters. Simply killing could not solve the problem. Fortunately, he had already prepared for it, because Abu was not only his student, but also his offspring. Even if he never agreed with what he got from his mouth, Abu still told him everything he saw and heard. But thinking of that name, Qasim sometimes felt that this might really be the truth of fate. Then Abu, Qasim encouraged with a smile, Even if everything is as you said, what should we call the god you mentioned? He spoke in a low voice, a little hesitant. Abu wanted to say that name, although it didn't seem to be the name of God. At the moment when the world split, he vaguely heard a curse that seemed to come from the dying sun. Just because of the reversal of time and space, the displacement of life and death, or his current ability, even this voice has become less accurate. It seems to be an lie? Yeah. So, it's an RA. Qasim spoke calmly and repeated Abu's words. At this moment, some radical believers quieted down, and the noisy scene seemed to realize something.
Anda.
Aman Ra Adam. It was once recorded in the scriptures of Ra that the world was first created by Adam, but Adam was actually an incarnation of Ra, and all glory belongs to him. Moreover, in the Egyptians' consistent cognition, it was also common for the gods to swallow each other and inherit each other's names and authority. It was also normal for a god to strip off part of his name and turn it into an incarnation. So now, Abu, who had received divine revelation, told them in person that the name of the god that the Hebrews believed in before was actually an Ra. There is infinite information behind the short name. So this is the truth. There is no new to replace the old. The 9 pillars betrayed the Lord and stole the Lord's authority, so the Lord brought disaster to the world and killed them one by one. In the end, the Lord took back all that he had lost, and the former god Ra was actually just one side of the Lord. This is everything you see. Nodding gently, Qasim expressed his understanding of what Abu wanted to say. Abu opened his mouth slightly. He wanted to say that he had not thought about it, but then he closed his mouth again. But what about the sun? Everything seemed clear, but some people still questioned it. He was originally the most staunch believer of Ra and a worshipper of Qasim. The extinction of the sun made him almost crazy, but now he seemed to have found a way to comfort himself. But before convincing himself, he needed further explanation. If Ra was the incarnation of God, in fact, he believed in the same Lord from beginning to end, so why did the sun betray the Lord's authority, stand against him, and finally meet the end of extinction? Maybe it's because of Aman. This time, Qasim didn't need to speak. Someone suddenly realized. Thousands of years ago, Ra disappeared, and then Aman, the son of Ra, descended in Thebes. He eventually returned to the sun and called himself Aman Ra Adam. From that day on, the original goddess of life was killed by him, and the Hebrews became sinners. But now it seems that Aman is not a part of Ra. He is the son of God, a traitor who rebelled against the Most High Allah. He conspired to seize the sun, and even tried to replace his name. Among the 9 pillars of the gods, only Her Majesty Isis saw through everything, and she was unwilling to rebel against God's will with the Son of God. And the final extinction of the sun was God taking it back from Aman. People only need to believe in one thing, and then they will fill in the details. Qasim knew this, so he was not surprised by the changes in the field. Whether these are true or not, from now on, this is it. Originally, they believed in Aman, the Son of God who stole the divine power. This is a God who has incarnated thousands of times and deceived everyone. And now the Egyptians have just seen the truth and returned to their original state. I am going to die. Looking at Abu in front of him, Qasim smiled slightly. Even without this continuous disaster, his life would be over, not to mention that the natural disaster has consumed the remaining part of his vitality. His life and will be continued in another way. May the Egyptians pass on forever. And you will be the great prophet of Egypt, comparable to Moses among the Hebrews. Invisibly, with the death of the world and the gods, the concepts and beliefs that originally belonged to the 9 pillars of God lost their home. But with the recognition of the last intelligent life subject in the world, they seem to have found the source of their return. These are what Ryan's consciousness sensed before he left. They are the understanding of God by the intelligent life of a world for thousands of years. The all-seeing of Ra is a unique characteristic of each pillar god. When the Egyptians believed that it was God who sent the 10 plagues to take them back, then they could really be taken back. In the spiritual world, the civilization slab flickered slightly. In the hall, The history of the years had a large section of content added at some point, which was the history of a world. This is just the beginning. When the fragments of Hemenu really come to Khaos, this tampered history may become true. Damn, they are all traitors. In the void outside Hemenu, an erratic thought was hovering in secret. At this moment, following a mysterious connection, he seemed to have something inexplicably added to him. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 396, the end of the old god king, and Amon the rebel. It is hard to say what state he is in now, and what he should call himself. Wandering in the void outside the world, Amon-Ra stared at the concepts that were attached to him. Son of God? Thief who stole divine power? What are these things? But whether Ra is willing to accept it or not, he can't affect everything in the world at this moment. Although he never took those mortals seriously in the past, as the main god of Egypt, Amon-Ra asked himself that he was still good to them. He brought them good weather and allowed them to become the most powerful human dynasty in Hemenu. But now that the world has just been destroyed, they can't wait to abandon their old master, give their name to others, and even presumptuously give him such an identity. This is simply a shame and an unforgivable crime. These rebels, one by one, deserve to die. Quiet. Don't be so anxious. It's not good to say it so absolutely. As for what will happen at that time, it is nothing more than the internal subdivision of the lightless celestial body. There may be a third god of light, and there will be turmoil within the sea god. Perhaps another large ocean god system other than the ocean god system, and the ancient sea god will be born. Of course, maybe nothing will happen. The power of this alien world's resistance is obviously much stronger than the remains of the 9 realms. If the present world is damaged by this, maybe someone can really take this opportunity to break the shackles. Then wait for the will of the present world to come back to its senses, and then weaken them little by little. Unless the fate of the present world collapses and the old order is destroyed, Erebus does not think that the world today can still give birth to great divine powers other than the God King. But this has nothing to do with Erebus. What he really cares about is actually another thing, that is, with the increase of the power of the dark side of the world, he feels that his mental oppression has become more serious. In the hierarchical system defined by Ryan himself, Erebus originally had a divine power level of 25, which is also a relative critical point. The first half of the great divine power ends here, and once the second half is entered, the Lord of Darkness does not know what he will face. Like Gaia, splitting the sky, mountains, and sea in a nearly self-fertile way, or being given new functions by the world, but also being given greater shackles, like the 3-phase incarnation of Nyx. No matter what it is, Erebus does not want to leave the future to an illusory fate. So, it is urgent to make changes. Raising his hand, he used the power of the lightless domain to suppress the slight injuries brought by the abyss. Compared with the mother tree of flesh and blood, Tartarus is strong, but the two sides are still on the same level after all. With a long sleeve, his figure disappeared. The next moment, Erebus has arrived in the sky of the underworld. During the last turmoil of the world's power, he met Nyx, who returned from outside the world. However, the question is, in this matter, is she the only one who discovered the clues? Did Ryan find it? If not, it would be fine. If he did, then is he really in the spirit world as he thought? Raising his hand slightly, the moon of Hades is right in front of him. The goddess of the moon of Hades should not have reacted yet, but Erebus did not feel that he was bullying the weak. If Ryan was here, his behavior would be no different from knocking on the door at best, but if he was not here, it would be an accident. After all, how would I know if you were here or not? So silently, darkness spread over, trying to cover the light source that illuminated the underworld. What Hades would think about this was not within Erebus's consideration. In an instant, time and space trembled slightly, and a small shadow was about to cover the lavender moon of Hades. However, the next moment, A white finger stretched out from the void and easily smoothed out the black light. With a slight smile, Erebus took a step back without hesitation and disappeared directly into the sky of the underworld. In the underworld, no one knew that countless undead souls had escaped a catastrophe. But Erebus already knew what he wanted to know, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. Nyx, I didn't expect it to be true. You're not here. This is the only good news I've gotten recently. Erebus seemed to be in a good mood, as if he felt Nyx's gaze. If Ryan is not in the spirit world, where can he go? It can only be in the other world, and he will definitely gain a lot. After all, judging from the foreign existence that flashed just now, if Ryan didn't have any powerful trump cards, he would not have the ability to snatch the other world's heritage from the Khaos world in front of such an existence, but would have returned early like Nyx. His strength has become stronger, which may be a threat, but it is also a good thing for Erebus at this moment. And he is not here while he is getting stronger, which is even better. After all, Zeus is not stupid. If you are still in chaos and show stronger power, even with my support, he may not dare to be your enemy. Now is the best date. 3 generations of god kings will eventually die because of you. His eyes flickered, and he was one step closer to the future success. But Erebus still didn't really relax. Although Ryan may have become stronger, he was not sure how much stronger he was. The Lord of Darkness always made preparations for both situations. Compared with the uncontrollable Ryan, he also kept another plan in his mind. How can a game of chess be won? That is, of course, to jump out of the chessboard and ensure that no matter who wins, you are on the side of the winner. Mount Olympus, the Queen of Heaven. The fluctuation of the world's power is clearly visible to some people, but it is unaware of more people. This is what Hera is like. Sitting on her golden throne, she did not consider things beyond her ability. Ever since the Golden Apple Feast, Hera has been thinking about how to wash away her shame. Zeus is hanging out with Ganymede. Hera knows it, but she is not in the mood to care about it now. Because not long ago, she finally made the final preparations. Aphrodite, are you sure there will be no problem? She spoke word by word, even though the relationship between the two was not good in the past, but in front of a bigger enemy, these can be temporarily put aside. But compared to grudges, Hera is more suspicious of Aphrodite's ability. Maybe it's a stereotype, but at least in her opinion, this so-called goddess of beauty with a high generation has only one face to look at. If she was not sure that the other party could not tolerate the shame of having words carved on her face, Hera would not cooperate with her at all. You don't need to worry about this. For this day, I have also made all preparations. Every one of them will pay the price for this. The marks on her face have basically disappeared, but Aphrodite still wears a veil. There is no way. In many cases, the shadow in the heart is much deeper than the actual reality and exists longer. But the person who deserves to die is finally going to die. In today's world, quantity is much more useful than quality. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 398 Harvest. I hope everything is as you said, Aphrodite, and remember to prepare your divine incarnation. I will also prepare mine. This time, I can only succeed and not fail. I also hope that what you prepared is really as useful as you said. As for my affairs, I don't need you to worry about it. Speaking calmly, Aphrodite touched her belt. It will be useful. There will be no second possibility. One hit, Athena will never have the chance to intervene. After all, it is not her territory. Once she succeeds, let the kingdoms in the world form a coalition. Athens has their magic and alchemy. Sneered, Hera clenched the armrests of the golden throne. But that is no match for the gods. Metis, Prometheus, Athena, these gods who claim to be wise have always been so arrogant, but history will teach them a lesson. Yes, lesson. Without comment, Aphrodite responded with a smile. But Hera, you are still worried about the existence of Metis. Do you need me to lend you my belt? Seriously, Instead of worrying about someone who died somewhere, it's better to use practical actions to make the God King surround you, instead of running to the human world day after day to hunt for women. Oh, I almost forgot. Dear His Majesty the King of Gods, he is not just hunting for women now.
Boom.
A low roar echoed in the palace. When the smoke and dust fell, the goddess of beauty had disappeared, and only Hera was left in the hall. Panting heavily, this is why she and Aphrodite have always been at odds. It's not just because the freedom of love and beauty is inherently in conflict with the constraints of marriage, nor is it because of the provocation of the other party's words. In fact, maybe in her heart, Hera has always been a little jealous. She was jealous of Métis, her intelligence, and the strength of her daughter. Even if Zeus swallowed her, she was actually afraid that her children would threaten the throne. She was jealous of Hestia and her eldest sister, who was independent and powerful and not attached to any male god. If the goddess of law had not left Olympus, Themis would actually be within the scope of her jealousy. But compared to the former, these two goddesses were either gentle and generous, or their fair and strict characters made her unable to be jealous. In the end, what remained in her heart was more of envy. But Aphrodite, a passionate character, obsessed with her husband. It was her son who was obsessed with her, but she could never restrain her husband. Even if Hera wanted to convince herself to accept all this, she couldn't accept it after all. God kings are always arrogant. The ancient gods regarded the gods as slaves and never thought that they would dare to resist. Cronus, standing on Mount Autosils, thought that his power could help him defeat fate, but it turned out to be in vain. What about Zeus? Will you also have such a day? If so, what will be my fate? Like the Earth Mother, like the Mother Goddess, or have my own fate? In the case of the King of Gods and the Queen of Heaven, perhaps due to some mysterious influence, they always show some advantages or disadvantages that belong to both sexes. But even Hera herself couldn't tell whether her jealousy stemmed from the influence of her position as Queen of Heaven or her true nature. If Zeus has always been the King of Gods, then let us torture each other. The sorrow of spring and autumn was short-lived, and Hera soon regained her energy. She needs to concentrate on finishing what she has to do first, and what about the future? She was indispensable in every part of Zeus's love-hunting history. Even though she always played the role of a vicious and jealous wife, she didn't care. This has been the case in the past, and will be the case in the future. Let those innocent suffering mortals hate her. She followed them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the world changes in spring and autumn. In a distant foreign land, time may not have passed very long. But in the world of Khaos, more than a year has passed. This was caused by the destruction of Egypt, and it is also a very normal thing. After all, even when Khaos was alive, time had been disrupted due to the Typhon Rebellion, so it was not surprising that similar things existed in Egypt. So standing on a high cliff in the Acropolis of Athens, when Ryan returned to the city of Athens as the last guard, the place was already very different from the last time he came. More and more elite guards, materials accumulated in the warehouse. And although it seems that there is no change, in fact, it is only possible to detect the magic formations buried in the ground that are gradually taking shape with a little sensitivity. They will form a huge rune barrier, covering the entire city, and ultimately have a defensive effect similar to the Silver Moon City Mystery Lock. The only difference is that the latter can not only be activated around the clock without pause, because it is everywhere. The ley line is the source of its power, and defense is only one part of its function. The former is simply a temporary shield, and no one knows how long it can last. But in any case, everything in front of them proves that Athens has long been aware of the bad situation and began to secretly prepare for war. Of course, they were preparing to prepare. In theory, these things had nothing to do with Ryan. There was actually another reason why he appeared here at this time. It's just that the brief unification of consciousness caused by the ending of foreign land forced Ryan to stop here temporarily and consider the various impacts that might have on him after the end of Hermione. At the end of Egypt, the biggest piece of the puzzle has been completed. The gods are really straightforward, and everything is moving towards the direction of maximum benefit. But this is indeed efficient enough, and the final result is still acceptable. As for the gods of Egypt, compared to the current situation where almost all the 9 realms are dead, Khaos should accept them. But whether they can still become gods is uncertain. Compared to most of Khaos' natural gods, Egypt has many animal gods, but the human world now has all kinds of similar animals, and they are unlikely to inherit the old business. If you are lucky, you may find a new way like Anubis. If you are not lucky, you may become a natural spirit or totem with divinity and be worshipped by people. If you are unlucky, it is not surprising that you are directly captured and enslaved by the locals. After all, no matter what, it is also a god from another world. These will depend on the handling of Khaos's rules and have little to do with the existence of the world today. Perhaps by the time they come to the world in a changed form, the Third Age may have already ended. Silently calculating, the matter of the Egyptian gods can be skipped for the time being. The only one who deserves Ryan's attention is probably Amon-Ra. After all, although he had just briefly experienced the supreme power of the creation field with the help of a drop of the source of creation, that power had been exhausted when Amon-Ra fled. Ryan can only judge from experience that he may not be dead, just as he said the other party is difficult to kill. Even with the help of Hemenu, he is a person who has truly reached the limit of the great field and even obtained the characteristics of a higher field. As long as he is willing enough, there should still be a chance to survive. After all, Khaos didn't have much wisdom, or in other words, if he was so smart, then Ryan would have no chance to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But whether he is alive or not, he should not have the opportunity to influence my arrangements before the end of the Third Age. So next, it is the real benefit of the spiritual world, sun. At this time, the integration of consciousness has been broken, but Ryan still remembers the feeling of Hermenu's sun to him. Unlike the division of Khaos's light and fire and other powers in Hermenu, these are all part of the sun god. Of course, these are still secondary. The most powerful part of the sun is actually its ability to rebirth, and this is even its most powerful part. In the entire Egyptian culture, history, mythology, and even the world, the changes of life and death, the transformation of existence and extinction are the most critical part, and the sun is its representation. Even in the spiritual world today, the power of death keeps acting on the essence of the sun, but every time it is killed, it will be resurrected. It can be said that if you want to annex it in this way, it will definitely take a long time. After all, Ryan's goal is not to erase it, but to make it a part of himself. Even a strong man like Khaos took thousands of years to completely assimilate the remains of the 9 realms. If Ryan intends to use this stupid method to solve the problem, then he will need even longer time. If you don't rely on time, you can only wait for a suitable opportunity. Just like the formation of the interface of the 4 elements, it is an opportunity for me to digest the source power of Hemenu. The power that originally took at least dozens or hundreds of years to absorb was refined in an instant, and it actually boosted my strength. Throughout the Second Age, Ryan has been in the process of absorbing source power and digesting source power. From this, it can be seen that although 8 of the 9 pillars are only powerful gods, if there is no suitable opportunity to assist, then this source is definitely not something that can be easily absorbed. Fortunately, Ryan had already had corresponding ideas about the problem of the sun since the day he knew that the world of Hemenu existed. And as Helios was eroded by the mother tree, the balance of fate tilted again. Not surprisingly, a great-level sun is destined to rise in the world, but the process and method of its rising will probably be beyond everyone's expectations. Well, there is also the ancient moon origin that originally belonged to Thoth, but was replaced by the magic power that is more suitable for him. As the foundation of the spiritual world, the moon cannot be pulled too far away by the sun in turn. This power has no special digestion opportunity. Fortunately, the spiritual world is no longer the same as it used to be, and it is not that powerful, so it should be digested soon. However, according to Ryan's judgment, even with this moon from another world, the concept of Chaos Moon is probably still not as good as the sun. The sun is the supreme of the starry sky, and the moon seems to have always been its foil. Even if he gets the moon of Hemenu again, Ryan does not think that its authority can be broken through, or even give birth to a moon god of a great domain. In addition to the sun and the moon, the legacy left by Ra is the history that he symbolizes. According to the current situation, the past of this world will eventually become the food of the Book of Years, which will be completely completed and recast the moment he came to Khaos. And the civilization that he has evolved over thousands of years will become the nourishment of this slate of civilization, which is even stronger than what those who originally believed in God have done over the years. Compared to these, the Book of the Dead in La-La's hand has to stand aside. Although the two powerful divine powers are also very valuable, they are actually better than nothing. A long time ago, reincarnation had reached a limit. The life and death that make up it have reached the limit under the great divine power, leaving only a small critical point stuck there. But Ryan is also very clear that this point cannot be achieved through accumulation of quantity. It also requires an opportunity. This opportunity is not to pile up any more sources of life and death-related power, but an event or node with enough symbolic significance. It must be related to both life and death, not just one. Fortunately, this problem is not as difficult as imagined, and the solution will be seen at the end of the Third Age. Therefore, most of the power in this Book of the Dead was directly put into the elemental plane of the fifth level of the spirit world, and only the body remained in the place of reincarnation. In Ryan's plan, reincarnation will refine the Book of the Dead and then reorganize it in the future sublimation, turning it into an artifact similar to the Book of Life and Death, recording the lifespan and death time of all souls. Of course, to achieve this, there is a hurdle that cannot be overcome. That is the three goddesses of fate who weave fate, arrange fate, and tailor fate, Moirai. But this is all a story for later, and there is no need to consider it for the time being. If the destiny of this world is to dismember them, they will naturally not escape death. If their fate in this world is intact, it would be difficult for them to die. So this is just a casual arrangement and does not involve anything else. The evolution of the creation artifact also takes some time, and it cannot be completed immediately. In the end, this is the biggest and most direct benefit of this trip to another world. 8 Yuanshan, the half-body of the world. Even a fragment of absolute void is more powerful than Book of the Dead, and the power of primal water is truly infinite. Even if it's just a part of it, I'm afraid I have to digest it completely before I can judge how much it is. Somewhat sighing, if we were to rank the strong and weak among the 8 souls transformed by Hermione's 4-layer barrier, then primordial water would actually be the well-deserved number 1. Even if the sun is separated and the Benben stone is shaped to separate the gods and the human world, it still sits firmly at the core of the 4-layer barrier and is the central axis of Hermione. In the past, the upper limit of Ryan's evaluation system was Tartarus, so when facing primordial water, this system was obviously not enough. When we fought against Erebus, we were probably at around level 25 of great power. My so-called advantage was only a superficial advantage. In fact, it was difficult to tell the winner in a real fight. But when the inner realm in the 5th spiritual realm initially becomes intact, the symbol of spirituality will rise to the level of 26. When the sun is completely digested in the future, and the parts of the Book of the Dead also help to further complete the inner realm, then the symbol of spirituality will probably be further advanced, and it may be able to barely enter the realm of 27. The same is true for the perfection of History of Time and Slate of Civilization, but how much their enhancement effect will be is unknown. Perhaps the Code of Creation also needs to be involved to determine the newly integrated Hermione the Broken Order, or even the New World Order after the end of the Third Era. At this point, the process of great divine power has been through most of the process, and the end can already be seen in the distance. But all this has not yet taken into account the primordial water, because I still don't know how powerful the primordial water is and how much I could draw back from it. At the far end of time and space, when the magic sword was inserted into the primordial water, a steady stream of power poured into the 5th level of the spiritual world along the invisible connection. In each cycle, with the water element interface as the base point, the power of the four-element interfaces of earth, water, wind, and fire is also constantly expanding. Of course, the reason why the newly formed cycle can be so easily refined and absorb the power of primordial water is partly because although it is called water, it is actually the cornerstone of the birth of the world. It is the primordial soup. The power of earth, water, wind, and fire can all be drawn from it, but there are more and less. In this case, as long as it is transformed, nature can quickly balance. It can be said that the power of primordial water is quite omnipotent to a certain extent, and it is difficult to see the limit. Ryan even doubted that if the spiritual world draws enough power from primordial water, then in the future the main gods of the four major elemental interfaces can use this to touch the great realm, at least within the spiritual world. After all, his judgment on primordial water is still too shallow, and many things can only be guessed. Even without that world-destroying sword, it would be difficult for him to even guess. But this also proves that maybe the mother tree is actually stronger than I thought, but it is just two shackles. No wonder he can partially corrupt the true God. Even the son of Khaos cannot escape. But that's okay. The sword using the creation source power this time also made me see clearly that even if you use external force, you must be strong enough to exert its power as much as possible. If I stood at the pinnacle of great divine power and swung this sword, maybe my own power would be insignificant to the realm of creation, but my control over it would be much more powerful. Maybe I could take advantage of the situation and take him on. Ra's presence cuts off a sizable portion on the spot, rather than just a little participating presence. After exhaling, Ryan closed his eyes slightly and opened them again after a while. The past is over. Generally speaking, Herminius is a big treasury, which really brought him great gains. However, there is still a key to realize all these gains. That is the end of the third era, the world of chaos. It's still quite troublesome. At least before the incarnation of divinity comes back, Zeus can't be allowed to unify the world directly. The magic sword is only one sword at its full strength. The mere god king is not qualified to take it. Athens is at the end of his sight, and Ryan's eyes flicker. Fighting against Zeus to unify the world is actually an unavoidable topic for Athens. And from the outside, Athens is indeed preparing for war. But there is one thing Ryan has never understood very well, that is, since the Golden Apple Feast, he has never understood what Athena is going to do. Fighting for interests, fighting for will, or something else. If you don't consider that she is the goddess of wisdom, this is actually normal now. But Ryan thinks that Athena's response and reaction are still too normal. She was so normal that she didn't look like a goddess who had read a script, but rather like her original mythological trajectory. Well, but then again, curiosity is curiosity. The reason why Ryan returned to Athens now was not because he discovered something, but simply because of spiritual intuition. Because his intuition told him that the scene he had predicted before would be staged here. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fableverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.